Hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome back to this beautiful National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. We are of course in Germany, where we had 2 great weeks in Dresden and now we've had 1 great week here in Krefeld. We've got 6 more days to come, but I do believe that we've had something missing. What could it be?
Thanks, Rico. I'm back. Mr. Maximo here for ECN. This is the FanCode ECS Germany Krefeld 2nd week and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge week in European cricket. Well, I am back, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm back from my vacation, but I tell you what, the cricket has not taken a break, has it, over the last few weeks, as I'm really excited to join our German adventure here in the 2nd week of the FanCode ECS Germany Krefeld. So of course we did start Group B action on Saturday, so this is day 2 of Group B action, day 7 of the tournament, as we are hurtling towards the finals on Saturday. And we are starting with a new team to this competition, Clone CC, who we did see last year. They're taking on the Düsseldorf Black Caps in the first 2 matches of the day. Beginning with match 25, let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, the tournament referees, with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
You're called. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. We're gonna ball first.
So it is the Düsseldorf Black Caps that win the toss and elect to field here in match 25. We did see Düsseldorf Black Caps on Saturday. They won both of their matches against Bayer, who had the wood on them last year in a golden ball, which knocked them out of the tournament. The Black Caps, I know that they were pretty disappointed about that last year, but they certainly got some revenge on Saturday, so they have a 2-0 record. Venkat Ganesan coming into the lineup for them, and he is a very, very good player. Watch out for him. Also pretty handy with the ball, but his left-handed batting, I think, will add something to them. And look, we know that the Black Caps took on Clone CC recently in the domestic competition. They actually went down to them. I think they're out for a little bit of a revenge today. Let's see how it goes. Clone CC, they're the 5th team to join in Group B. We didn't see them on Saturday, and they had a pretty good tournament last year. They finished 2nd in their group, and they beat VfB Gelsenkirchen in the quarterfinals before having their run stopped by MSC Frankfurt in the semis. So I think they'll be out to impress. I know they're a little bit light on with a couple of personnel today, but still I think it'll be a great opportunity for them to show us what they can do. Let's talk about the conditions today in Krefeld, Germany, just outside of Düsseldorf, and I can tell you that we do have a bit of sun peeking through at the moment, a little bit of cloud cover, expecting a pretty nice day of 27 degrees. Currently it's about 19 to get this one started. This pitch always interests me because I think there's a little bit of spring in it, a little bit of bounce, and I've noticed actually across the whole in week 1, it's been a lot faster scoring than we saw last year. I think that's also to do with the time of year. I think the outfield is a little bit quicker as well. Well, here is the man I'm going to throw back to right now. Rico Fu is in the commentary box. Looking forward to being next to you in the cube very shortly. The news from the toss in match 25 is that the Düsseldorf Black Caps have won the toss. They're going to have a field. Over to you. Let's get week 2 started.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. And certainly looking forward to the start of this week. Look, we've had 4,629 runs already. 271 wickets have fallen in the 6 days of action that we've had, and 240 of those have been in Maximos. And talk about Maximos, you might as well add 1 more to that number, because he's back. Vinny Sandu, lovely to have him back, and lovely to have him there doing the introduction for this match, and giving us a little bit of an insight of the 2 teams that we've got there. Clone CC, well, we haven't seen them yet. More on them a little bit later. Düsseldorf Black Caps, well, they made a winning start here, and we saw good performances, didn't we, from the likes of the player of the match, Jamshid Khan, 32 of 16 in that first victory of 7 wickets against the Bayer Boosters. And, well, they were in good form again, especially somebody like Mohamed Raheel, batting really well at the moment. Jamshid was in there again, and with the ball, well, what about Mohamed Raheel once more getting player of the match in that 2nd match, which the Black Caps won by 31 runs against the Boosters again. He took 4 for 14, so playing pretty well. This is what the bat versus ball is telling us. That's the expected. I wonder how close we're going to get to that. So expecting a score of under 90, which surprises me a little because first thing in the morning, we know the sun is out. And of course, slightly later start. Apologies for that. Just had some technical issues at the ground. But the match will continue as normal. It will still be a 10-over match. So there's going to be no shortage of time. So two teams going to go out there. And I think what that has done, if there was any early morning dew, where the sun's up there at the moment, all of that's been burnt away. So I'm expecting the scores to be a little bit higher than what the bat versus ball wall had to say there. Cologne CC, what can we say about them? Well, I can tell you they're a team that finished second last time we saw them in 2021. 5 wins and 2 losses, and they went on to semi-final number 2, but they lost out to MSC Frankfurt, chasing 91. They got to 87 for 9, so it was close, but not close enough. But they did get that great victory against VfB Gelsenkirchen, winning that one quite comfortably. So we've got a good pedigree as we get the start of this day. Match number 25 up and running. The first ball is a wide, and the openers Sansa Sakar is out there with the captain. Irfan Ahmed is the non-striker. A very, very good morning to everybody on the chat, bright and early. And a few people saying good mornings to us. So good morning to you all as well. Let's get ready for a terrific day of cricket. Oh, that's an absolute corker. This is a peach. What a see this is. How does this miss? How does this miss? What a delivery this is. Oh, it turns him inside out. Just does too much. That's how it misses. You see here, that ball swings so much, it just misses the leg stick. That's a beaut. Well, that's something to get excited about first thing in the morning. So, Mohamed Rahel continuing in the good form that he's been in. Remember, I said how not only was he instrumental in scoring runs, but taking wickets as well. Talking about runs, that's the first runs of the bat, and I'll take a single. And for those of you that didn't watch so much the cricket, the action from this beautiful ground, the Bayer Uerdingen cricket ground last week, what I can tell you is that the outfield is rapid, so you can play your shots on this. And it's not the sort of ground where you're always looking to thump the ball to the boundary. Play good shots and time the ball well. You'll get your runs. Oh, got him. Absolute beauty. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra 5 ball. And this time he not only just gets it in the right spot, he knocks the stumps over. And the captain has gone first ball. It's an early morning on the menu here in Krefeld. Well, that's an absolute peach, isn't it? The swing doesn't play for the swing there at all. And Irfan Ahmed, he pays the price. Plays a look. He's nowhere near this, is he? The feet don't move. He's not got the message from his partner at the other end that this ball is swinging big. He doesn't compensate for that at all. Goes straight through. And I get the feeling that if the batters that are coming in to face this man, Mohamed Rahil, if they don't get their footing right and take, I reckon you've got to bat outside the crease to compensate for that swing, then we're going to see more of this. What a beaut. Absolute beaut. And knocks the stumps over for first wicket falls with the score on 2. A wide and a single. And that is the end of the captain. Irfan Ahmed says not a good start to the morning for him. Goes first ball from Rahil. He gets ready to bowl to the new batter. He comes into the firing line here. Well, I wonder if Sansa Saka, the non-striker, has done the right thing and just said, hey, watch the swing, because it is swinging big and he's controlling it well. Only that first one went down the leg. After that, they've all been on the money. In he comes. Oh, just over pitch slightly, worked away, but there is a man out there, one of the 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, back there on the leg side boundary, sort of in between where you would find a standard square leg and mid-wicket. So in between the two, makes the stop. And the other man out of the ring so far is at long on. Rahil, back to Sanka. Short, hammered, fielder is in the place and takes the catch. It's as simple as that. Well, He's got him hook, line and sinker. Just the man I was talking about that just fielded that last one. Slightly short. Doesn't get the power in the shot. Doesn't get the timing. Catch is taken. And that's 2 wickets in the over. 3 for 2. And what a start this is for the Dusseldorf Black Caps. Remember, won both their matches the other day against the Bayer Boosters. And, well, they looked pretty good. I was in the comms position with the professor, the ECM professor, Ujwal. Good morning to Ujwal, if you're tuning in. And one thing that we did say is that the way that Dusseldorf Black Caps took the field of play, the way that the impact that they made showed that they're a team that are determined to perform and go all the way. And that's exactly what we're seeing there. Very good catch taken there in the deep. And that was Jamshid Khan, a man that we're going to see a fair bit of as well. It's another good all-rounder. So both openers have been sent back in the shed. Sankar Sarkar going for 1 of just 3 deliveries. Ball to go in this over. Ooh, well bowled right in the block hole and dug out this time by the batter. He said, this one's not getting through me. And that is Deshpande that comes out there. Well, what a great start. It's 3 on the board, 2 wickets down, and what a perfect time to welcome back the man to my right. He's the legend himself, Mr. Maximo. He's back. Good morning, Maxi.
Good morning, Rico. Morning to all of our viewers. Sorry to keep you waiting. It was 3 weeks and half an hour. I've been off, but yeah, it's great to be here. Yeah, look at these scores. It's interesting, isn't it? Well, I kind of thought we might see higher scores, and that's the way it's panned out. Only one day not hitting the 10 and over so far in this tournament. Last year when we were here, we only had one day that did hit 10 and over. So I think it's a lot to do, for me personally, the outfield. I think the outfield's a lot quicker than it was when we were here in May last year. But still, it's a great cricket pitch. I think there's something in it for everyone. And yeah, we haven't had to deal with the kind of rain issues we had last year as well. Here we go, Majid Ahmadzai, the captain, coming in to bowl over number 2.
Big swing and a miss from the 2 new batters out there now. You've got Manav Panwar, who's at strike, and Amay Deshpande is at the non-strikers end.
Also want to say thank you to everyone for their well wishes and welcoming me back in the chat. And even here at the ground, it's great to be back. Pitched up and he knocked away off the inside half of the bat. It'll be single. Kashif does the fielding. Got to say, how good was Mohammad Raheel? Firstly, on Saturday, when he had that man of the match performance with 30-odd and 4 wickets. And well, he picked up where he left off with 2 early wickets in this one, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, he's just getting the ball to move around. I know 1 or 2 people in the chat were asking last time, how come the ball's not swinging around as much in Krefeld as it did in Dresden? Well, I tell you what, Raheel is certainly getting it to move.
Especially when it's very new and before it gets knocked. The less spherical the ball is, that makes sense, the less it swings. So if you can get it when it's very new before it's knocked out of shape at all, and we're talking about little micro knocks out of shape, then the ball will curve around, and that's what Raheel's done so far this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard enough facing an out and right genuine left armour anyway, isn't it? When they're coming over the wicket.
Because even the ones that don't swing are dangerous.
Yeah,
right?
Too right. Oh, that's a beaut. Another one beats him outside the off. Doesn't look too comfortable out there at the moment. There's a few that have gone past him. He's playing nothing shots to this. Looks a bit cagey, under pressure. And the captain, Majid Ahmadzai, is getting the ball in the right areas.
We've got a lot to cover here. I mean, I'm just going to go last thing I saw first in the chat. You've mentioned yesterday, Corey was doing commentary in the Netherlands versus Pakistan, one day international. So yeah, it was a really close game. I was watching the highlights actually yesterday. Netherlands only went down by a handful of runs in the end.
This one's got it away, and if you wanted to know the speed of this outfield, well, there you go. That is what you're going to get used to. You don't have to blast the ball to the boundary here. I mean, you see that's just a little touch. He does well there, negotiates this well. It's in that same area that Ahmadzai has targeted outside his off stump, but he gets into position and just strokes his way, so we'll get 4 runs there.
Yeah. So that game yesterday, I think Pakistan, they rolled him for 207. Netherlands, but yeah, they couldn't quite chase it down. And I know that Corey was over there, and yeah, he was saying a lot of the nice things about ECN, which is good. Maybe opening a few people around the world to opening their eyes to the fact that ECN's doing what they're doing in Europe. Last ball of this over from Ahmed's side. Unlucky boundary, that one.
So once again, works this out to third. But the third man goes back on the boundary now. He's able to get this one in. Bit of a wild throw. Goes way over the wicketkeeper, Niraj Patel.
So it's into the over. Score 9 for 2 after 2. Yeah, if you want to really have one ball that shows you the difference between the outfield this year and last year, that ball would never have run for 4 last year through third man. It was always holding up. Looking at the early standings here in Group B, of course, only 4 of these 5 teams will survive to quarterfinal Friday this week, and then finals, of course, on Saturday. Clean CC, it's their first opportunity to play in this series. They had a pretty good time last time, 5-2 record, finishing second in their group. They fell at the semi-final stage to MSC Frankfurt, a team that I know a lot of people are a little bit disappointed, I suppose, that they're not participating this time, but they've gone for a few teams that are geographically closer. Here's Raheel for his second over. You can understand why the batters would be a little bit careful against him. Sort of Black Caps, though, and they were so disappointed after topping their group to get knocked out in that golden ball to the Bio Boosters last year. But they certainly got a fair bit of revenge, didn't they, on Saturday? That's why they've got a 2-0 record.
They looked the part. And, of course, with one thing that me and Ujjwal was saying is that with the likes of Venkat Ganeshan, who's coming to the side as well, they're just going to get stronger. So they really are. They're sort of putting the benchmark up there, what we can expect from them. They want this. They're hungry for it. And just the way their approach was on Saturday when we saw them, they just they looked the part. They looked like they got a team that could go all the way. They did everything right. The discipline was good, and they just went about things. They were a bit like a machine. They just went about things, doing the right things at the right time, and winning both those matches comfortably.
It might have been something like 15 months ago, but I still think it's fresh that they got knocked out in the quarterfinal stage to the team ranked 4th in the other group.
Full toss, chance. Well, he gets a hand to it. Now, these, they can stick or they sometimes don't. And first thing in the morning, well, maybe, perhaps there's still just a tad of dew. But this one, he gets his hand to it. It would have been a good catch. As we have, well, let's have a look at this again first. It's well hit. Here we go. It just hits that thumb part, the hard part. It doesn't go into the cushiony bit.
He's wrong-footed, right? Because his follow-through takes him away from the pitch. He had to change direction.
Up in the air, opportunity. Chance ho gaya, ball upper, catch the chance, par liya, shaba, and that's another one. That bites the dust, and a good, simple catch there taken by Gupta. Well, Gupta, we know all about his catching abilities. He took a one-handed screamer the other day. Well, this time it's straightforward, and there's another one that bites the dust. So Manab Panwar, his frustrating time comes to an end. He goes to 3 of 5 deliveries.
Yeah, in a word, it's been clinical so far from the Black Caps, hasn't it? And we've seen those go down before. There was no way Gupta was going to drop that. So a third wicket in the power play, 12 for 3 now, Clean CC. And we often talk about the third over, bringing a few wickets. I think that's just the kind of shot that he tries to elevate because I know that mid-off was up in the circle at least. And so you're thinking, well, soon there's going to be 5 outfielders. So if I see something that I can drive over the top, I'm going to go for it. But he just doesn't get it right. Panwar, disappointment for him. And a third wicket now. And Raheel, he's been amazing. He's got all 3.
Yeah, he's on fire, isn't he? Absolutely on fire. What I like about Raheel's bowling, Vinny, is he's not trying to do too much. You know, sometimes you see bowlers trying to do too much and they don't get the swing. Yeah. He knows the exact pace that he needs to be bowling at to get that swing, and he's doing it, and he's doing it well. And you know what? There's still a couple of deliveries left in his spell, and he's more than capable of picking up another hit.
Could go back-to-back fourthers, which would be outrageous. Anyway, he's going to have a look at the new batter. New batter there, it's Azmuddin Zadran. This will be a big inducker, I think.
Ooh, gets it in the right area. Could have quite easily smashed his back onto his stumps. The wicketkeeper getting excited, having a shy at the bowler's end.
You could have excused him for being a little bit more defensive there, Zadran. He said, I don't need to be excused. He just tried to smack that one. Attack's the best form of defence, they say sometimes. So just one more opportunity for Raheel to get that 4-for.
Azmuddin gets off the mark. Deshpande walks down, and probably the right way to play the bowler like Raheel. He just takes a couple of steps and he says, okay, I'm going to get that swing out of play, but he's not able to do too much with it. What a start this is. Absolutely fantastic. Great bowling that is from Raheel. Yeah. Just following on what he was doing on Saturday.
Yeah, sure. And he finishes with 3 for 8. The score after the power play is 14 for 3. Not too much power for Clean CC entering this tournament for the first time. Like I said, they did finish 4th last year. Ended up losing the bronze final to the Boosters. But yeah, their run was ended by MSC Frankfurt back in 2021. Quick hello to a few people on the chat. And yeah, I want to say hello to Yuvraj Singh, mentioning that Corey was doing commentary in that Netherlands-Pakistan yesterday. But hello also to Ian Chons, to Ivan, to Claire Sky as well. Hello, how are you? To Ujwal Gadaraju. I want to say big thank you to you, Uji, the professor, saying have an excellent one. I heard that Ujwal, decent bit of form himself. And I think he watched a lot of cricket and then went out and played a very good game yesterday for MTV Stallions. Anyway, here's Gupta getting a bowl. And so they don't decide to stick with the same bowler that bowled the second over. That was Ahmed Zaid. Bowled a pretty good over for 6, but just keeping the options open, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty low power play. We've seen quite big ones here, actually, Vinny. I mean, compared to Dresden, where the power plays really teams never got going in the power play. But here they have, so that's a surprisingly low one, but that's all down to the talent of Hill. This could be another in the air. Fielder gets underneath it, and Torgan the man. Well, there he is. I mentioned his name. He pops up from nowhere, takes another catch. You can't keep him out of the action.
This is a really good catch from Raheel because it's actually curving away from him to his right to left. So he has to kind of track it and go a little bit sideways. And so this is a disastrous start, going from bad to worse now, as a 4th wicket has fallen. Clone CC now 15 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is, how'd you come back from this? I mean, I often say that if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, then you are really, really going to struggle to try and get to a decent score. I mean, even a sort of average score here around in the 80s is going to be difficult to do. But there he is. I mean, you just cannot keep the man out of the action here.
Bit of the crocodile style about that, but he got away with it. And so when you're hot, you're hot. And Raheel, he is smoking hot at the moment on a Monday morning in Krefeld. I want to say quick hello also to Lincoln Beggs and a few that I missed. And I know that there's a lot of people out there. Nad K, he's giving us the scoop, all the hot goss, saying he's having his buttered toast at the moment. So thank you for that, Nad. Hope you're enjoying
He's having his what?
Buttered toast.
Buttered. I thought you said something else there for a minute. I thought you can't say that.
And anyone else, if I missed you, also ILMF. I assume that stands for I Love My Fiance. Is that right? Because it used to be I Want Beautiful Wife. I know that was the change that was made.
Yeah, this is the change that's made. Yeah, keeps changing his name.
Whoa.
Well, he says, I'm not moving. It can hit me. I'll take the buys. Well,
do you reckon this is a dead ball or not?
I'm not sure what's happening. Well, I like to see it again. I mean, it doesn't look like he plays this shot at all. Leg buy's been signalled.
Doesn't look like either that he really wanted it to hit him. Is it just a bad effort at getting out the way?
I don't think he tries to get out of the way of this at all. But it hits him high up on the shoulder. Well, a bit of bounce that we know this pitch can give you.
It's a bit of the deer in the headlights Second first up.
Nice shot, but straight to the fielder. Nothing's going right here at the moment. He's expecting that to be 4 or at least runs. It ends up being a dot ball.
It's one of those ones you don't see so much in 10 over cricket about if the batter's trying to get out the way or not, in which case, if they are trying to get out the way of the ball, it should be a leg by, otherwise it's a dead ball. I would say the benefit should go to the bowler on those ones though, right? The benefit, because
when you look at that again, yeah, I agree with you.
He just kind of braces for what's coming, right? I wouldn't say pat it up because he does cop it. So yeah, maybe the intention was to get out of the way, but he just never moves. I'm going to say hello to Anzar Shahid as well. And hey, if I have missed you, maybe you can put another message in so I can personally say thank you for welcoming me back. And yeah, I'm really excited. It's good to be back. And geez, we've got some exciting cricket coming up over the next few weeks. We've got Belgium next week and the week after. Then, Cartomania. It's going to be time, Rico. It's going to be, well, it will be the busiest time of the year for us.
It's going to be time to rock and roll. Cartomania coming up again. This is up in the air. Where's this going? Well, he gets lucky with this one. Just gets it over the fielder inside the 30-yard circle. But it is being backed up there with the sweeper. So once again, it's just a single. It's all ticky-taka at the moment.
Probably the first slice of luck, really. So 18 for 4 after 4 overs. Very, very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. Once again, big thank you to, well, firstly, Tyrone for filling in for me for a couple of weeks in Dresden, then for Ujwal last week. So thanks so much for doing such a great job. I know you've had a great time, and I'm just happy that I get to join the German adventure finally.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are saying it's all tiki-taka. There's a Maximo in the house, but there's no Maximos out there. What's going on?
Yeah, that's the way it's happening so far. But no, I've noticed a few things in the chat as well. We had Vinny Fangirl saying hello. And I also noticed there's Corey Fangirl in the chat, but I also noticed there's now a Rico Fangirl as well.
I mean, what can I say? And this one is another one that just goes through Seka. I don't know if he's not seen the ball or what, but he just allows this just to go.
Yeah, I think someone's going to have to try and build an innings here. Every time they just kind of throwing the bat, it hasn't really worked out for them. But yeah, it's going to be a long way back, but we have seen teams come back from worse, I suppose.
Yeah, Deshpande seems to be seeing the ball pretty well, but he doesn't seem to be in a hurry to try and look to play any big shots. You see that? I mean, it's no point. I mean, I know he's probably thinking, all right, I've got to stay here. We've lost 4 wickets, but there's no point in batting this way because his team ending up with, I don't know, 55 on the board. It's not going to help them. He's got to start playing some shots, being a little bit positive here.
They've definitely picked the right Kookaburra, the Black Caps here. Still doing plenty, and we're into the 5th over.
Once again, he's just quite happy just to guide the ball away. And all that means is he puts Sekar back into the firing line, who hasn't looked comfortable at all. Remember, first ball he got, he was quite happy to wear it on the shoulder. That's got a run to his name, but somebody's got to look to take the attack to the bowling here. The just love Black Caps are just doing this so easily. They've not been able to, not been made to sweat at the moment.
Yeah, well, when you win the toss and bowl, this is exactly what you want, isn't it? Raskarani Ahmed keeping up the good work, and really all the bowlers have built pressure so far. No one's been taken to, and that's why I think Black Caps are well on top so far.
Well, this is another one where it's an interesting looking shot, but you can see right at the last moment, just taking his eye off the ball.
That's just too quick for him. That was just through him before he was able to play his shot. And so, yeah, Raskarani, like I say, keeping up the good work. Let's have a look at this. Tries to kind of manoeuvre it, but it's pretty hard to go across the line from that kind of outside off stump line to start with. Definitely wasn't there quick enough.
Does them again. There's that movement. Plenty of movement out there at the moment. We saw the ball being swung in to the right-handers, and now the movement away. And you can see there that Deshpande just taking a walk up and having a chat with Serkan, saying, "Come on, I think we're gonna show just a little bit more urgency. Try and get back the ball." It's probably telling him, look, he's going to maybe change his guard slightly, sort of bat a bit further outside his crease. He seems to be pretty inside at the moment. Well, he allows this to go. This one doesn't come back as much as the bowler would have liked. It's a wide ball.
Have to be careful if that does a little bit more. You could be having egg on your face there, LBW, but it will be a welcome run to the total. I want to say hello to Alam Sheikh, saying, how am I? And you know, that he missed me in the box with you, which is very nice of you to say, and asking me what I was up to. To get to the end of the over, the score 21 for 4. Pretty hard Monday morning at the office for Clone CC so far. It seems it comes from reasonably far away, probably about 90 minutes or so to Clone from here. So I had a good couple of weeks off and actually managed to get back to Australia. So pre-ECN days, I used to be able to kind of come and go to Australia a bit easier, right? Because also we didn't have ECN happening almost every week of the year. So now with the pandemic slowly kind of going into the rearview mirror for the most part, I was able to get back for a couple of weeks. So I was in Perth for most of it in WA, and I enjoyed it. Played a little bit indoor cricket. It was towards the end of the season there.
You've been in good form, I hear, as Gupta comes back in. Come and tell us about the form. Well, I'll tell you what, this is another catching opportunity, and it's going to be another wicket. No mistakes there at all. Kashif Shahab, he will not drop them. He's got a safe pair of hands. There's another one that goes down. So the first time you see, I'm going to say a shot played in anger, but really there wasn't too much anger in this. It
tries to time it out of the ground, but doesn't really get it near the middle of the bat. I think it's low. Well, I might need to put the pads on soon, I think, for Clone CC, because
that's if they want you.
They are struggling,
That's if they want you, because I hear that there's a few teams you try to get into.
21 for 5.
What's going on? Don't change the subject.
21 for 5.
What's going on here? In Malta, you tried to get into with a team. Gozo didn't want to know, and they were in trouble. Then you thought you were going to have a game in the Czech Republic. They didn't want to know.
Yeah, so my travels back here took me through Prague, and so I was eligible to play for Vinarati on the weekend. Did not get selected.
Yeah.
But I will say...
Tell us about the wicketkeeper who held his place over you.
And look, this is not a... I know that Shobit, who is the wicketkeeper, Vinarati, hates me bringing this up. Let's wait for this next ball now, which is another swing and a miss. And oh no.
Oh, they're asking the question.
Well, things are going pretty bad for Clone CC, and that's a nervous grin.
He thinks he's got his foot back, and he's saying, hang on, what do you mean? What are you appealing for? I'll tell you what they're appealing for. We reckon your foot may have been in the air.
Shazad is nervous because he thinks his feet's fine. I think he's in trouble here. Let's have a look here. It's not in here. You can see the back of the line. Does he get it? Oh, he's gone. He's going to be gone. Well, if you think you're having a bad Monday morning, well, spare a thought for Clone CC, who have now lost 2 in 2, and Sharif just caught sleeping. So he'll be written up for a late note, being asleep at the office, Rico, and that is a 6th wicket now. Can you believe it? You got Gaurav Gupta, who's on a hat trick, and the score 21 for 6.
The worst type. It's the worst type because he has no idea. You're thinking, hang on a minute, what are you all appealing for? Says Shazad. Well, I'll tell you what, it's because your toe is on the line. It's got to go behind it. Anything on the line belongs to the fielding side, and he's gone. Good work there from Niraj Patel. He was vigilant and he was quick.
And he didn't miss.
He didn't miss.
Which is a good one. Yeah, well, it was a similar piece of cricket, actually, in the Czech Republic when Shobit Bhatia, the keeper, actually tried to run out the batter like that or stump the batter like that, and they ended up running 3 runs. And that's who played ahead of me.
Yeah.
But it's not a knock on him. And I know he did make a first ball duck, but Vinarati, because of Sid Goud, he scored a century and they won.
But
so
what does that say about you, that they still don't pick you?
My career's dead.
Yeah.
Anyway, I noticed you had a couple of sneaky little hat tricks.
We
You had 4 hat tricks since I've been away.
And a couple of golden balls, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I know that.
How big is your drought on golden balls?
Yeah, it's getting up there.
Yeah.
Okay. But first, let's have a look at this. Concentrate on the now.
Hat-trick ball.
And Gupta, who's been a master of the spectacular in this series so far. Here he is with hat-trick ball.
Good delivery. Oh, it's so close. They got the slip in play as well. This doesn't miss the edge by much.
Good captaincy as well to have the slip in, I think, because it's been doing heaps. I just love how all the bowlers have moved this ball around.
Yeah.
I'll have to do a sandpaper check soon because they've been very, very good.
21 for 6.
Yeah, so I haven't seen a tied game for so long, right? So when I was back in Perth, it was indoor cricket grand final day, so they asked me if I would commentate it. And I said, fine. And you know what? The grand final was a tie. No golden ball, though.
Yeah, I think we're coming up to around about 70 as this is another one that beats the batter. They just haven't been able to get their guard right, have they? They've all been batting down the leg side and just playing and missing at these. I'm
not a superstitious type of person, but I have noticed every time I jump in a body of water, there's a golden ball. So when I was in Rome and I was having a dip in the Mediterranean, there was a golden ball in Portugal. I think there was another time I was at the beach.
Oh, wow, he's thrown everything at this, including the kitchen sink. He's trying to send it to the moon. It's just another dot, not moving his feet.
Pramod Sharma trying to get something going. I do like the fact he's still playing shots and trying to counter-attack. I mean, it ain't looking good. But don't forget, I mean, we saw a pretty clustered group last week in Group A. I was so surprised to see Bond Blue Star go out.
Good delivery. He decides, well, okay, if you're swinging and missing outside the off, are you going to swing and miss at this one? No is the answer. Sharma does manage to get the block in. He faces 4 balls. Still is not off the mark. End of the over, 21 for 6.
How's the figures for Gupta? 3 for 3, including that sneaky stumping. So he was the beneficiary of the batter having a little snooze out there. So 21 for 6 and looking a long way back. But yeah, I was going to say margins matter. So you don't want to get blown away in this one. You've still got the second game of the morning to think about. But also, that net run rate, and often we think about it towards the end of tournaments, but these matches are just as important to try and squeeze the margin. Even if you're going to go down here, you really got to make the Black Caps work for it. Here's Waskaroni Ahmed in over number 7. They bowled so well. Like getting the movement's one thing, but also locating it in the right spots cause problems. And that's what all of these seamers from the Black Caps have seemed to be able to do.
Yeah. The only thing is, I mean, if you want to really look at it critically, is the stance that the batters are taking. By now, they need to realise that the ball is going to be moving away from them. So they just need to readjust their stance. Maybe take, if you're taking leg, go to middle and getting that foot right across. Maybe stand further outside your crease. The wicketkeeper who's standing back, you can do so. So get yourself in play. See, where he's standing there, ball moving away, he's going to do very well to try and get to it. And, well, they think about taking a sneaky single because the throw comes in. He does hit the stumps once more, doesn't he, Raj Patel? But
I like it they've still got this slip in. I think it's a run-saving position as well as a catching position as well, because you can totally see an edge at the moment. And yeah, so I think you're right. I mean, if you do slink across a little bit, you do become a bit more of an LBW candidate. But I suppose, yeah, that's kind of the downside of it. But yeah, getting forward is one thing I would do just to disrupt this length.
Yeah.
Because they're just putting on this length that they're having a real tough time driving, and they're kind of allowing the ball to travel that extra metre or two where it's moving.
Just the one boundary, and that was that little dab to third. Well, this one is up in the air, and there is a fielder out there.
Got to say, I saw a few interesting Tortuga bounces on Saturday when I was watching, where some proper sideways Tortugas. I think there was 2 in a row at one point.
There was 2 in a row. One was stopped, one wasn't. And the one that was stopped quite brilliantly. Yeah, there's a bit of, I think it's so fast out there, and also so dry because of the weather that we've had around Europe, that every so often it just takes off. It's that little bit of a nothing shot there once again from Sharma. He's doesn't look like he's going to get bat on the ball here.
Hold on a second. So now we know there's a Vinny FanCode in the chat, but now there's a Vinny's wife in the chat saying, Vinny, we need to go shopping, come home early.
What's going on here? What is happening now? Okay, this could be, we could have a little battle going on there between the wife and the fangirl in a moment.
Honey, what have I told you about bothering me at work? Oh, already, she probably won't believe me. You know when you have to say you have to work late? Yeah. Well, actually, we now already have to work late because we're half an hour behind schedule. So I'm not making that up, Vinny's wife. Anyway, no, I'm always happy to see new people in the chat.
Come on, Vinny's wife.
Could have put in a bit more effort, though.
He's only just got
There's
here.
no profile picture on Vinny's wife.
Okay.
So at least they could have photoshopped a wedding picture or something like that.
You're giving them ideas now.
Oh, a bit of Groundhog Day about this, and poor Sharma, he's 0 off 7, and we're at the end of 7 now. 22 for 6. I'm pretty excited to be back in the tour, and we are in Germany, in Krefeld at the moment. Second leg of our German tour will be here this week before I head to Belgium. And you'll be taking a couple of weeks off, and you deserve them, Rico. You've put in a really good stint here. I'll have Charlie Hunt with me, and Charlie will get to commentate with somebody for the first time in Belgium. Really looking forward to that. And then a big block of time, 5 weeks, where we'll have Cartomania taking place. We'll have the ECC during the week. We'll have the T10 on the weekend, the domestic tournament. So that's going to be huge. But yeah, T10 International Cricket will be back from the 12th of September. And then we'll be heading to Croatia from the 17th of October. I can even give you a little bit of sneaky goss. Can't put it up there yet. But
go on.
I've been hearing what might be after Croatia.
Okay. Abdul Jalili comes into the attack. This gets worked out to behind square. Just a single.
So we should be heading after Croatia to Malta for a couple of weeks. And it looks like, and I'm going to love this because it reminds me of our first time we worked together, actually. Looks like we will have a 5-week Barcelona to finish the year.
Bring it on. Barcelona.
I'll give you a few stats about Barcelona in a second. As we see Jalili, who just gets pulled away for what I think will be 1. Slight fumble, but they still keep it to 1. Hits the stump. Now they should get a second if they're awake, and they are. It was good running by Pramod Sharma to come back. Well, had to wait a while to get a run. It was his 8th ball he faced, and he doesn't just get 1, he gets 2. Yeah, so Barcelona, outside of London, in the whole of the continent of Europe, it has the most cricket teams of any city.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, something like 70.
Wow.
I think, something like that. So, I mean, it's a great stat. And we should see, looks like we'll see 16 of them in that 5-week finish to the ECN season for 2022. And that's the way we started at the start of 2021. We started with a 5-weeker in Barcelona.
You know, I'm loving that. That means we're going to have 5 weeks in Malaga, Spain, and 5 weeks in Barcelona. 10 weeks of action from Spain.
I've been hitting my Spanish lessons pretty hard.
Yeah, I was going to ask you how you've been doing, because while you're away, I know you don't try and stay in touch, but you've been good? Come on.
I've been good.
Come on, good morning in Spanish.
I've been in touch. Buenos días, señores y señoritas.
¿Y tú qué tal? ¿Todo está bien?
Está muy bien.
¿Cómo pasa tus vacaciones? Muy bien, ¿no? Poco de bebida, poco de comer, poquito de barriga.
Poquito cerveza.
Just asking a bit of food, bit of drink, and a little bit of a tummy. Well, maybe, why not? He has been on holiday.
I actually think I lost a little bit of... I mean, I never fluctuate too much, but I think I was in pretty good shape. But that was until I did spend 2 or 3 days in Europe catching up with friends on my return. And then I went pretty hard on the dumplings, actually, the other night. How's things looking here?
Chance. Oh, well, if he's able to pick this up cleanly, there was a run-out chance there, I think, and that's Majid Ahmadzai, the captain.
Oh, he's gone here.
Oh, my word.
Can you believe this? Well, if he's not out, it's going to be... Did it go to the boundary? I'm just telling you he's out here.
He's out. He knows he's out.
He was on the treadmill, and there's no wind, so he wasn't running into it. And I just thought if this is direct, he was going to be in big trouble. And I think they're going to go to the replay here, but I just don't think he survives this. He's gone by step.
What was he doing, Vinny? What was he doing? I mean, there's the missed field, which meant that the chance at the non-strikers then went.
What a good throw from Jamshid Khan, though. Look at this. He almost goes to a full stop.
Oh, dear.
He almost goes to a full stop. Well, you can just tell he's out. I mean, I mean, we'll slow that down a little bit more for you, but yeah, he knows he's going to be gone here. And I think they're pretty confident even on the field. He's gone. There's the decision. But, take nothing away from Jamshid Khan. But it reminds me of, the individual pursuit in cycling in the Olympics. Sometimes they come to a complete stop. He almost had like a stop-go penalty in Formula One. And can you believe it? Seika's going to have to go one and run out. What a good piece of fielding. 27 for 7, Clone CT.
Yeah, this is not the way to do it, folks, and especially to the youngsters looking. If you're running the single, you run, you get to the other end. He was like he was putting some coins in the meter. He was parking himself. And then he's thinking, anybody got a euro for me? And before he knew it, the ball was coming his way and he had to get his skates on.
I thought maybe he stopped to get a snack out of his pocket or something. And then he just knew it. He knew there was a moment, I think, for Seika where he realizes that if his ball hits, he's in trouble. And he's praying that it's not going to hit the stumps, but it does.
Well, there he is, the man of the moment. He saves the blushes of his captain, does get the run out. So, of course, that means there was no run there as well. So, Sharma will not be happy. This was up in the air and dropped just short of the fielder.
Now, they think they were coming back for the 2 there. So, it would be 1 plus run out. So, yeah, so I think that, well, it's just to say, a bit of a moment to forget. Anyway, we get to the end of the 8th over. The score 28 for 7. This reminds me a little bit, we were talking about the boosters that end up knocking out the Black Caps last year. In their first, it was the second match technically, but they made 30 for 9, but they ended up coming 3rd in the whole tournament. So, in Clone CC, they actually beat the Black Caps domestically just a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, in the domestic competition here. So, I think the Black Caps, for a bit of revenge, and at the moment they're serving it pretty cold, ice cold. I like that. There's a bit of a feud going on. Let's keep it civil in the chat.
Is this you? You've started.
Vinny
you turn up here.
asking, come on, Vinny's wife, if you're genuine, what other sports is Vinny associated with? And then Vinny's wife said, I don't have to prove myself to you. Just stay away from my kid's father. I have been busy, but not that busy. Here's Kashif.
I tell you, swing and a miss, and he's got to be careful because he's walking right out of his crease as well. You've not even been back half an hour, and you have started a war.
Do you know what will scare me is if I go back to my hotel room tonight and there's a strange lady
just sitting there, tapping her nails on the desk as you walk in. What have you been up to?
I know they do serve absinthe in a few different bars around. But I don't think I've done anything that crazy.
You're not cowering in my room.
I'm just happy to see people engaging in the chat. But let's just keep it civil.
Cowering in my room. Shazam comes into bowl and tries to get a bit of power in the shot and gets there. Once again, it's not a clean pickup.
Here we go.
From El Capitan.
Vinny's wife has gone and got a profile picture of... It's so small I can't see it. But it does look like a wedding picture. What did I get up to in my break?
No, I don't know what you got up to, but you've started things on there at the moment. I'm going to have to find somebody to keep. Can we have a peacemaker out there to keep the peace, please? Now, you're going to have the moderators on to you now. They're going to be saying, Vinny, we had none of this while you were away.
Trying to blow this up as much as I can.
Shahab, that's nicely clipped away, but once again, not able to get it past the field. Hey, listen, what is it with the Clone sides? Because I've said, as we've seen there, the run rates have been pretty good. But Clone Challengers, they had that... Day 5 when they only got 42, and now we've seen another Clone team struggling.
Well, yeah, a few down personnel-wise, I think, from what they would call their first choice 11. But still, I think you got to give credit to the Black Caps. I think they've bowled and they've fielded really, really well. They've been clinical. That's the word I would use to describe them.
I was saying this morning when the bat versus ball was saying 80, or I'm saying that looks a bit low to me. I think it's going to be a bit higher. Well, I think we were all completely wrong here. Big swing, playing a miss.
Apparently, my wedding picture, allegedly, looks a bit like an Elvis. Come on. No, we need to work out what's happening here. Anyway, it's not a dating site. Just let's be very clear about that. But how about if Corey's wife turns up? Well, then I'll know something's going on. All right, 30 for 7. Kashif.
Oh, this is taking him high up. Gets down to third man, who deals with it nicely. I think this is caught him on the shoulder and
Might
back.
have got a bit of glove on the way through to the shoulder. He's credited with a run. Probably needs it at the moment. That's Aman Salim, who's come in now. Yeah, well, I was going to say, we had a half an hour delay. It looked like everything would be delayed half an hour, but who knows? The way things are going here, might be back on schedule before we know it.
What was that program? Is it Love and Marriage?
Oh, Married with Children.
Yeah, you see? Oh, well, get him back in there. I'm liking that for Niraj Patel. He's covering his area really well, isn't he? Gets there, he's reading the situation, and very quick to get the glove off and have a shot at the stumps, and basically saying, you know, we're not getting any freebies there. So that was the 9th over, and they really are struggling. It's 31 for 7.
I can't see them getting out of the 30s here, honestly. And we still just stuck on the one boundary, right? And look, to be fair to Clone CC, most of the guys have come out and, well, the ones they've got out at least trying to play shots most of the time. It just hasn't come off. So, I mean, it's easy to criticise here. But, I mean, I suppose the good thing here is this one looks like a total disaster, but they'll still have another chance to square the scores at 0 in the second game. This will help as Ahmedzai, remember, he bowled the second over. Now he's coming and bowling the 10th. And that's the other thing. They've had to deal with a swinging ball all through this 10 overs. Even that one, that went a long way from Majid.
Captain Ahmedzai giving an extra away. The thing is here, I mean, we already know that just the Black Caps are sitting pretty at the top. But this, I mean, the way you're looking at this should really boost their net run rate. Talking of net run rates, what about what happened in Group A? That was quite amazing at the end. I mean, you saw that.
It was like, it was a weekend at Bernie situation. You had the dead team still having a huge impact on the table.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as you know, they started the day at the foot of the table.
Yeah.
2 wins, including that massive win with the net run rate shot up, and they ended up finishing second. And the team that were second wanted to finish top, just managed to finish 4th. It was quite amazing.
Well, trying everything here. We've got Jay Patel asking me about a couple of players, Jamshid Khan and Venkat Ganesan. They're big players. How come in the T10 sometimes we don't see them featuring as much? But I think it's also horses for courses. You know, I think they'd be the first to say, probably particularly Venkat, he's maybe not out and out hitter. He's more of a builder in innings. So I think, you know, this is a format where you can try a few things, and that's what they'll do. Try and find their right combination. Not to say that those kind of players can't be successful. That's really good from Raheel. Has no idea where it is. But this is really how to deal with an unpredictable bounce. He puts everything behind it. He's willing to sacrifice his body a little bit, takes it on the shoulder. Look, does concede a second, but doesn't concede the boundary. Yeah,
that's the key thing, though, isn't it? Even in this stage where he probably knows that the 4, it's not going to hurt him too much. But look, does everything right. The ball bubbling around, gets his body behind it. That's not getting past me, he says. Yeah, the other interesting thing is that we don't see Venkat bowl here. I'm just wondering that they may have just given him an over to say, look, you didn't play the opening 2 games. Just have a bowl, get yourself in.
Yeah, but I think, again, we're talking horses for courses. This kind of bowling style of the right arm, or even the left arm, but the seamers have been really effective at moving the ball around. The ball is swinging. So, I mean, why? You still have 7 more games to get him bowl. He's such a good cricketer. You know, he's not gonna to bother him if he doesn't bowl in this particular match.
Yeah. Good morning to Maiden Waters.
Yeah. Hello, Maiden Waters. And I'll tell you in a second about your question after another dot ball. So, asking how Indoor cricket was. And I want to say a quick hello. My Western Australia team, they're playing in the National Championships without me, unfortunately. They're playing in Melbourne at the moment. And, yeah, it is the Indoor Cricket National Carnival at the moment. So, A big hello to those guys. I know they tune in from time to time, and I had a nice time. Actually, commentated my first indoor cricket match. I'd never done one before. And that is super quick. Anyway, this innings has gone super quick, and there hasn't been a lot to show for it. It's going to stay 34, and I think they'll now, well, I don't really know what's happened here, but it'll be a dot.
Yeah.
There won't be a run out, and Clone CC, you're not going to book him for speeding, are you? Because they're going to finish batting out the 10, but only putting 34 runs on the board for 7 wickets. Look, it's easy to focus on the batting, but I want to focus on the bowling. I think that they moved the ball around. They bowled very good areas, very few extras. They came up with brilliance in the field and were pretty alert at times. A couple of direct hits and catching the batters napping. But, Dusseldorf Black Caps, they've put down the marker, and it's not too far from where it started. Only 34 runs in the first innings of the week here in week 2 in Krefeld.
Yeah, it was a spectacular start from Raheel. He was getting that ball, the left-hander, to come right into the right-handers, into dangerous territory, and he was knocking the stumps over in all sorts of trouble. And this one went up in the air. It was the first, I think that's probably the only shot, I reckon, that was hit with any menace. But he went straight to the fielder, who took a very good catch out there, and that was Gupta. And Gupta, well, he played a massive part with the ball as well. It's another catch, and there it is, the man we're talking about, Gurov Gupta. So not only is the man who takes the catches, we know he can catch the ball pretty well. We saw a fantastic one-hander from him. And then he couldn't keep Raheel out of the action either. Not only did he take 3 wickets, he took that catch as well. And really, from here on, there was no coming back. They just couldn't get going. And every time they did try, they just found the safe hands of the Dusseldorf Black Cap fielders. They were on a high, but you've got to say, Cologne CC were on a low.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to see kind of the bottom of the trough, that was probably it, as one that he doesn't nick, but he finds a way to get stumped. I just think you've got to have a lot of things working in tandem to put together such a demolition job, and that was a great piece of fielding from Jamshed Khan, catching the batter napping. So it's one thing to have to deal with this bowling, the ball swinging, but you also have to bowl accurately. You also have to back it up in the field. And also, to be fair, you probably have to have a bit of luck as well. And yeah, just the batters couldn't get any luck at all. Maybe 1 or 2 got away from the fielders, but just the single boundary, even that came off an edge in the second over off Majid Ahmedzai. Only one batter reaching double figures, the Mayadesh Panda, who stuck around for 14 balls. But he was one of Gupta's victims who took 3 wickets in the innings, as did Mohammad Raheel. But you got to say that it was a pretty complete performance, just 3 wides in the innings. And so, yeah, you'd imagine that Dusseldorf Black Caps will come out and they'll be looking to knock these 35 off as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think they certainly will. I mean, what a good performance that has been in the field. Let's just have a look at some of those bowling figures. And as you said, 3 wickets from Mohammad Raheel. He certainly did the damage at the top part of the order, and when he knocked those 3 openers out, were really, and Gupta came on and just added to their misery. The other wicket was, of course, that run out. So, like I said, it's very similar to what we saw them do on day 1 of the Group B action on Saturday. They just went out there, they were in control all the time, and that's the thing, they're in control all the time, and they play the game with passion as a team. They back each other. You can see that how well the fielders back the bowlers to get the ball in the right places, and I'm impressed with the way they don't give away too many extras as well. So they're looking the team that they've got a mission, and that mission is to go all the way and get their hands on that trophy.
I told you, it might have been 15 months ago, but it's fresh, getting knocked out in the quarterfinals after topping the table. Just Black Caps have set the standard pretty high, and the target they chase will not be particularly high. 35 to victory when we return in just a few minutes. This is the second half of match 25, the first match of the second week. I'll see you shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. Back shortly with more FanCode, European Cricket Series Germany, Krefeld.
Hello and good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to this Bio-Ertingham Cricket Ground, where, well, we've seen a very slow start from Clone CC, a team that are making their first appearance in this 2022 European Cricket Series. And batting first, they have struggled big time, only managed to post 34 on the board, and they lost 7 wickets in doing so. But you can't take anything away from the Düsseldorf Black Caps. They were just absolutely spot on with the line and length. All the bowlers bowled very well, particularly the 2 bowlers that picked up 3 wickets apiece, and that was Gaurav Gupta, 3 for 3, and also Mohammad Raheel opening up the bowling. The left armer took 3 for 8, so made life very uncomfortable and very difficult for Clone CC. And now, well, they're up against it, aren't they? And I think this is really, I think for me, that no matter what Clone CC throw at the Black Caps, they are just thinking one thing, and that is knocking these runs off as quickly as possible, because they know that would really boost their net run rate. It's Rico Full here. I know one man will probably come in a moment and tell us what the quickest chase has been. I think it's something like 14 deliveries, but I'm sure that'll be confirmed as we see the first ball being bowled here. And it's, well, it's being respected. A slight short one. It's at the body of the batter. That's Jamshid Khan. That's out there. Let's place this one out. Oh, it's back to his mark. Shahzad is the man with the ball. Jamshid on strike. And he has Kashif Shahab out there as the non-striker. Shahzad comes from a long way. Certainly got a lovely action. Once again goes short, so he's getting a bit of reward from this deck. We do know that if you bend your back and you hit the seam, it's going to give you something. And at the moment, though he's bowled a little bit short, what he has managed to do is direct it straight at the batter. So Jamshid Khan has taken 2 short deliveries, not short enough to be called by the umpires in terms of over the shoulder, but well, certainly got the batter thinking a little bit. I wonder if this is short, if Khan will do the same, or whether he'll go for the big shot. Inside his crease now. It is short. He goes for the big shot. Is in the air. Is an opportunity. Who's going to take it? The fielder says, I want it. It's a mistake. Should have left it for the keeper. The keeper responded to him, though. He says, I want it. Does Tej Krishna. And the catch goes down. And Jamshid Khan could have gone for a duck of his 3rd delivery. He doesn't get to run. And, well, Tej Krishna said, I want it. He says, I want it. The wicketkeeper says, all right, then over to you. And then you look at that. His feet are planted in one place. He's not moving. Doesn't get underneath it. And it goes down. So, catch goes down. A fine time to welcome back into the commentary position here. It's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back. Chance, you've got to take him.
Yeah, well, especially considering how the day's gone so far. So we angled away. Still test the outfield as well. I think that's going to run down. We've got a new vortex here, haven't we, Rico? That's going to be 4. We only saw 1 boundary in the entire first half of this game. This one just angles that down. No 3rd man. That's
exactly where that 1 boundary came.
Yeah.
Because once again, it was a very similar shot, just guided down 4 runs. Yeah, it's so quick, Vinny. I mean, you haven't had a chance to see it at the moment. We haven't, and of course, not too many shots being played, but it is lightning quick. And as you said, there's a few Tortugas out there as well. Bowler would be very disappointed. He knows he should have had a wicket. And when you've had a performance like that with the bat, you get an early wicket. When it's 1 for 0, you think, okay, maybe. Pitches this one up. This is well played through the covers. Chases on. Fielder should be able to flip this back, and he does. Good bit of fielding. Bit of team relay there. Flicks it right back into the hands of Sansaka Saka, who then gets the throw in.
Yeah, a bit of positivity. That's maybe something that can just get Clone CC going a little bit. It was a perfectly placed flick, wasn't it?
Yeah, nice relay, bit of fielding between Ahmed.
Going back to that drop catch, though, you know, I always say the keeper should take anything that they can reach comfortably. And you did feel they're still pretty comfortable, even though he's running slightly with the flight of the ball. But again, the fielder called him off it, and then that's fine, but you better hold on to it if you do.
Plays this nicely in the gap, 4 more runs, just like that. That ball, the Kookaburra gets sucked into the boundary. This outfield is so quick. Look, this is just, it's just placement. And this, on this pitch, there is room for that. and you'll get rewarded as well, Vinny.
Yeah, I like the way he doesn't try and overhit that. So, yeah, Shazad not really moving off the straight in the first over. And so it's 11 with that loss after one. Well, it's safe to say that the golden ball count is probably going to tick over after this one. 63 matches without a golden ball. Well, I haven't had one now since March. So I'm on a golden ball drought, but that's okay. I'm just happy that we've had a few.
I want to know
lately.
I want you to work out how many matches. You personally.
Yeah, it'd be in the hundreds. It'd be probably 300-ish.
Yeah.
My favourite one, though, while I was away, Shetty.
Oh.
Shetty. It's Shetty. It's Shetty. It was you and Tyrone saying, it's Shetty. It's Shetty.
It's fantastic.
The one where
the
ball came in and it was basically a bad throw and ate up the bowler, and then Shetty took it and threw it kind of as he was falling over through the stumps down. And the game on the line, as we see Ahmed Salim bowling over number 2. Well, there's a bit of action in the chat. Maiden Waters has probably missed this morning the fact that Vinny's wife has created an account, and Vinny's wife said this match will end soon so Vinny can come to lunch. I made you lobster. And Maiden Waters has blocked her straight away.
Really?
So, yeah, she blocked her.
Well,
I guess fake news.
Well, because of lobster?
And now there's a new account called Vinny's X. What have you done to me, Maiden Waters?
Tries to get it through the gap. No run. Having a go. I like that. You need wickets. You need things to happen. Why not?
This will be a classic match for Clancy C. You need to draw a line under it and move on mentally and start again. And we know a lot of things can change match to match. They've had pretty much nothing going their way.
Well, you got your wives on there and the exes. What about the kids? Might as well get the kids on there as well. Come on, kids, don't be shy. This is out of here. It's the first one of this match. Balle, Kinnasona, Shakal again. Is that a little bit of Fletch in the action there
It was.
as well?
Fletch didn't spring out of his chair to field it, did he? Well, Jamshed, the first one went super high. The second one goes super far. So he Maximos Sadran. That's Salim actually out of the ground.
Well, Maximo, you're back. We had to wait a long time for the Maximo. It didn't happen in the first innings. No sixes there at all, just the 1-4. And in this one already, we saw 2 4s in the first over. Just a beautifully timed shot. And then we saw the big hit, the one where you need a little bit of muscle. And that's what exactly Jamshed Khan gave to that one. Big hit, 6 runs.
That was right off the middle, wasn't it?
Zadran once more. Goes wide. And this time just played out into the offside. They'll take the single.
Well, normally I wouldn't give so much attention to what's happening in the chat because it's very soap opera style. But considering the state of this match, don't mind highlighting it. Vinny's wife not happy with the Vinny's X account. What's going on? I better come home right now. Well, I'm homeless. You should know that if you're married to me.
Oh, beauty. Well, where's that one come from? Well, that's the sort of line that was bowled to them continuously, which made it so difficult for Cologne CC to get any runs. Look at this. He's right up there and then moves late.
You're exactly right. And how good's the bounce in this pitch? It really,
love it.
It really goes
You know,
through.
they've done some work to the pitch. You may not know this.
Yeah.
But the pitch you saw here last year, it's well bowled right into him. No run there. I'm liking the energy from the bowler there as well from Zadran. Yeah, I mean, during the winter, it was picked up. And they got rid of one of the underlay that was on there because they felt that the ball wasn't coming on. I mean, you'd know you were here.
It was a bit springy tennis ball.
Yeah, so they put a new bit of underlay, if you want to call it that, and then put the pitch back. So it's playing much better. You can see that. And I think as a result of that, with the ball coming on, that's another reason why we're seeing just a few more runs.
Yeah, that could be something. Could be something to that. Well, Black Caps, they're going to entrench themselves at the top of the order. And Clancy C, it's only their first game, so they've got games in hand. They'll be hoping just for a much better performance, ideally winning the second match this morning and opening their account. Only 2 teams did have wins on Saturday. The Black Caps winning both their matches. And, well, Lemgo, TV and TBV Lemgo, which is a bit of a mouthful, but, geez, weren't they impressive on debut against Gelsenkirchen?
They were very good. They really did entertain us, winning by 6 wickets and by 4 runs. And that second one was quite an amazing game, actually, 126 to 122. So, but they're definitely a team that's going to entertain us. I'll tell you that now. They're going to entertain us. Loved what they brought to the party, the fiesta. Back to the action here. It's an edge, and it goes past the fielder. That'll be 4 runs. Nobody is stopping that. And this is just, as you said, this is one that you want to forget. Swings hard, and down it goes. And once it gets past that fielder there at short third, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, for sure. Some of these bowlers do have a bit of pace on them, and that just means those edges are going to fly further. And Jamshid enjoying the fact that he had a life in the very first over. Hello to Shrug, who's in the chat as well, and to Maya. Well, Maya will be loving having ECS cricket in Germany. That's for sure. Been very entertaining. I've not been lurking. I haven't been completely missing.
Same area again, but this time that man has been pushed back on the boundary. He doesn't allow it to go through. Take the single.
Finally decided to put an outfielder back there. Of course, you've got the power play still. Don't think this game will take, maybe even survive the power play the way things are going. But yeah, it makes sense to have that third man. I think at least make them play a better shot to get a boundary. That's Shrug saying Finney is home. He belongs in the cube with Rico. It's nice to be back in the cube. Cube's held up pretty well.
It's done well. It's been hit a few times as well. This one has been well fielded. Nice work. Yeah, it's been bombarded.
So, well, what do you think? Do you think that Clone CC can turn it around in the second game? It's a long way back. They've got to start somewhere. At least they'll be able to reset the scores.
Pitched up, slower delivery, nicely bowled. What they've done with the ball has been pretty good so far. Don't forget they should have had that wicket. And
yeah.
As you know, Jamshid, he should have gone for 0. He was dropped by Krishnan. But they haven't bowled badly. I like the pace and the bounce from Shazad earlier on. So they have got something there with the bowling. I expect to see good things for them in the field, but maybe that's just a blip. Sometimes you get those teams, they just lost those early wickets to the great bowling of Rahil and never were able to recover. This is down the ground though. This will go all the way, and it does. And I think it doesn't miss the production van by much. It's 6 runs. He's given this on Welly, and he goes all the way. Boom. Shakalugya.
Director Martin's almost got an unwelcome knock at the door. This goes straight over the production van. That was kind of straight over where the cube was, and the cube would have been safe on that occasion. That one is smacked out of the ground. And I think there's still a ball to go here. 30 without loss. And so 5 required for victory. This is a very comprehensive performance from the Black Caps.
He goes for it again, and where's this one going? I think just goes over, does it? The umpires want to check this. The ball is dipping, it's going manos arriba, arriba, it's 6 carreras, and just like that, this match is done, and is done right on the end of the power play. And what a victory that is. So they 36 come off the first 3 overs, but of course the key thing is they go past the target that they required, and they do it comprehensively.
Yeah, quick game's a good game, as they say. Yeah, that will be 6 in the end. So they do it in 3 overs. We never get out of the power play. It was the Black Caps bringing the power on a Monday morning. Not only with the bat, but they set that up with a very comprehensive bowling and fielding performance. It's about as complete of a performance as you could have, I think, in one of these games. Look, Clone CC, they will get the chance to turn it around. I suppose that is what they need to take away from this. And, yeah, I mean, they just never really were given any oxygen to breathe in that game. And you can see that the openers walk off, and they're feeling pretty good about themselves. And why not? We didn't get to see a fair bit of their batting order, actually. No Ganesi. We didn't get to see Rahil either with the bat. But you can see that the Düsseldorf Black Caps, they've decided to do the same again. They won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. They'll be hoping to do much the same. They'll be hoping they get a similar kind of kookaburra, because that one was swinging around, and that's where a lot of the problems actually came from. If you want to trace the actual cause, I think, is yes, they bowled well, but they had some assistance with some sideways movement as well. And Clone CC just lost those early wickets, never recovered. So join us. The games are all delayed by 30 minutes today. So that one, a bit of a break, about 45 minutes away from the first ball. And let's have a look at the highlights package. Well, it's pretty quick. It might be about as long as the innings took itself. I mean, this was the chance, wasn't it? You see, the keeper called for it early, but then the fielder said, don't worry, I've got this. He didn't. And then, well, it wouldn't be too long before this game was over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw there the first couple of boundaries. That was the second one. It's all about timing. And then he thought, well, forget about hitting it along the ground. I'm going for the big hits. And you saw the Maximos coming as well. This one was a nice one. And it was a 6 to finish it off as well. And there we go. Job done. It's done quickly. And a chance for them to just get together as a team, talk about all the pluses and talk about doing it all over again. But also Clone CC, I mean, they'll appreciate this bit of time because they've got time now to look back, regroup, and just talk about how they're going to go about taking on the attack of the Dusseldorf Black Cap bowlers, because that's what took them out of this game. They've got to find another way to play them. And my suggestion, my recommendation will be just look at your guard, guys. You know what the bowler's going to do. They're going to get that ball to nip away from you. So just change your guard a little bit. Go outside your crease, bat outside the crease to try and to compensate that swing. Let's see if they do that.
Yeah, well, we're talking about positives. I suppose they had a clean innings, no extras. Although the negatives, the innings only went 3 overs. You can see the openers doing the job for the Black Caps, and well, yeah, Slim's over wasn't the worst in the world, only went for 7. But yeah, I mean, you're never going to defend 35, really, are you? Or maybe you will, who knows, one day on ECN, but yeah, it wasn't to be. Clone CC, now let's put a lot more on the board when we return in around about 45 minutes for the second match of the day, rematch between Clone CC and the Dusseldorf Black Caps. Until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full with me as well. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action excitement. Have a little break, but then join us because we are back. I need to sort my affairs in order. That's what I'm going to do in my 40 minutes. In my 40 minutes off, I'm going to have to try and sort out all the new people in the chat. Well, it was a quick one, my first game back. But
can I just say,
yeah.
if there's a marriage counsellor that's around in Krefeld at the moment, this guy could do with one. What have you started? What have you started? You come back and you've started a storm.
Yeah, well, you know, I just hope the storm comes from out here and out into the middle, I think, for the rest of this day. Hopefully a much close contest coming up. But great to have your company once again for a new week of cricket. We are ready for more action when we return in 40 minutes right here on ECN.
Good to have you back.
Good to be back with you. Hopefully, well, famous last words, hopefully the next time lasts a bit longer. We'll see you shortly for more cricket. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld, just outside of Dusseldorf in Germany. Vinny Sander here with you, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And we are getting ready for the second match of the week. It's week 2 here of 2 in Krefeld. I'm here with Rico Full. Rico had a pretty exciting start to the day, especially if you're a Dusseldorf Black Cap supporter. We are heading into match 26 now. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. Rob Kemming was with the 2 captains.
Heads is called. It is tails. We are going to ball first again.
Well, there's a man that looks pretty happy about bowling first, and you can imagine why. So you saw Majid Ahmedsai, the Black Cap skipper, winning the toss, electing to bowl. Yeah. Last time, Cologne CC could only manage 35. What can they do differently to turn things around?
Well, they've got to be just a bit more positive. I think that's going to be in the back of their mind. I think they've had plenty of time to have a bit of a team talk there. I think what they'd be saying to each other is, look, we know we're better than this. We know that. So when you're out there, be positive, attack. I think that's going to be just go out there and attack. Because the other thing is, all right, they ended up with a low score, but it wasn't that they were all out. Yeah, so they have had a batters there. I think it's going to be the case of attack. You also know that the ball is going to move around, so be prepared for that. Bat outside the crease and attack, go for the big shots. They want a good power play, and I just get the feeling that the score that they got, I don't know, it's that sort of feeling got. The score that they got in the whole total, they might just get that in the power play.
Yeah, I mean, this could happen, and little things can make a big difference. You need one of those top order guys to get a couple away. Of course, there's pretty good batting conditions here. I think it's just getting faster and faster. Yep. But yeah, I think you know what you're going to have to deal with. You're potentially going to have to deal with a swinging ball. I do think the ball that they got first up did seem to be doing everything, and it was still swinging the 8th, 9th, 10th over. So I think just technically the lower order weren't really equipped to deal with it. But, you know, you've got to say the Black Caps, they really executed, and really there's also a bit of pressure on them to be able to do that again. Often you can come out a little bit flat after a performance where you've completely blown a team away, expecting it just to happen. But I think, you know, Cologne CC, they were no easy beats last year. They were 5-2, and they finished second in their group, and they'll be really wanting to show a much better account of themselves here in match 26.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way they'll be looking at this match, Cologne CC, they've got nothing to lose, because really it can't get any worse than what's happened already. So they're going to go out there fighting. The Black Caps, well, I mean, they're on a high at the moment, 3 out of 3. And most importantly, Vinny, is the way they won that one. That net run rate is going to be right up there. So I think if they can do the double here, they will be able to take it just a little bit more easier for the remaining matches in this group, and maybe be able to just rotate that squad a little bit.
And we didn't really even see a lot of their batting order, well, most of their batting order, because they won with 10 wickets to spare. But Venkat Ganesan, the national team player, has come in today, was not required to bat or bowl in that first inning. I think their seamers did the job, and so they decided to stick with that. Also, Mohammad Rahil was brilliant, taking 3 wickets in this morning's game to go with his 4 off the last game. You can see there's plenty of players to watch out for on both of these sides. And, well, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if Cologne can turn things around.
Just let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard here, look at some of those key players. And as we said, we know that Dusseldorf Black Caps, they're starting to shine through, aren't they? With the likes of Jamshid Khan has been brilliant, Mohammad Rahil, and then also don't forget the bowling of Gaurav Gupta. He picked up 3 along with Rahil, and that really did the damage. But like you say, there's plenty of players that we haven't seen there yet. I mean, Vetikan, Ganesan, we haven't even seen him bowl yet, and we know what a great cricketer he is. But really, it's about how Cologne come back and fight back as we have a look at the bat versus Walpole. And it's saying there that the Black Caps, 88-82.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that close last time. Irfan Ahmed's one guy I think needs to stand up for me for Cologne CC. He was their top scorer last year with 222 runs, averaging around about 25, striking at 180 odd, and with a high score of 55. I often go to who hit the most sixes as a sign of who to watch out for. He hit 16 sixes last year. Their next best in their entire team was 5. So it shows you that he is one guy that they're going to want to get a bit more out of this time around. He's the non-strikers end at the moment. Sasanka Sanka will face up. And Mohammad Rahil, well, he has been brilliant. He's taken 7 wickets in his last 2 games, and he has been swinging the ball around corners, Rico.
Yeah, it's getting the ball to do a bit. Hey, look, we've got a bit of time here. And I'm going to mention the 2 umpires. I'm going to mention umpire Arun, and I'm going to mention this name, Ayush Sharma. What do you know about umpire Ayush Sharma?
What do I know about him?
Yeah. What does that name tell you?
We've had a couple of Ayush Sharmas in ECN, and we have one that plays in the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
We also had one here last year.
You had one here last year, and you remember what happened when he bowled?
Oh, I know where you're going with this. Yeah.
Ayush Sharma,
do you want to remind him?
He's the umpire at the bowler's end here now, and when he was playing for the...
Well, he didn't have a good time at that end last year.
He
that
didn't.
way.
He was playing for the Challengers. He
Yeah.
came on to bowl in a match number 17 it was, and with the score at 24 for 3 after 4, they were doing well at the Challengers.
I know what
to
happened.
see this delivery.
He's
So-
Raheel. He's right on the money straight away, isn't he?
Yes, but so yeah, it was 24 for 3 was the Bayer Udingham boosters, and then Ayush Sharma came on to bowl, and it went 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Yeah.
Yep. Aritaran Vasikaran, who, yeah, he did play on Saturday, didn't he, for the boosters, but didn't quite hit his straps. Raheel, one swings into middle and leg, and eventually it's fielded by Kashif. So the first run of this contest, and Clone CC, they'll want to turn it around. Yeah, so the 6 6s, I think it might have been the only time we saw the genuine 6 6s
6
last
6
year.
6, yeah. So
In
he
an
was
over.
hit for 6 6s, and right after that he retired. He hasn't played a game since.
Is that right?
That's
I
what
did not know that.
He is now an umpire, and there he is out there at the moment at the bowler's end. So Ayush Sharma, it's great to have you as one of the men in blacks.
Oh, that's well bowled again by Raheel, coming back a long way. Well, I'm glad he's still enjoying his cricket. You know, it's a tough thing. It's going to happen to everyone. And
Yeah.
at any, and maybe not the 6 6s happen to everyone, but you're going to have moments where you hate the game. I think there's no other way to say it. But I mean, it's making you feel things. You can't have the highs without the lows. I think that's something you have to realise.
Yeah, but the thing about it was, look, they lost that match, 115 to, I think it was a low score. They won it by 52 runs, but they came back and won the next. And the point I'm trying to make there is that, okay, he had that one bad game, but they did come back victorious, and that's exactly really what Clone CC are trying to do here. They've had their one bad game, but that's the thing with these back-to-back games. It can change in an instant. It did back then in match 17, where they got well beaten, 6 6s off and over against the umpire out there with Sharma. But when they came back, they won it, and that's what the point I'm trying to make here is, just because these back-to-back games doesn't mean that the results are going to be the same. We've seen that so many times. Look at Group A, what we saw in Group A.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a much more confident-looking start. Like I say, you know what you're going to get from Raheel, and he bowled some really good balls earlier, but I think the top order are more equipped to deal with them. So if they don't get a ball with their name on it early, if they can at least get off to a decent start without losing those wickets and exposing the middle and lower order, then maybe they are in the position to put that 100 on the board that you feel will test the Black Caps. This one's a little bit shorter. This is the other danger, I suppose. The ones that don't really move in are dangerous as well because you play for a little bit. End of the first over, Raheel doesn't take a wicket, but he doesn't go for many either. It's 4 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, but right away you see there much more positive batting from the batters. They're actually moving around, they're moving the feet. As we have a look at this schedule.
Let's have a look. So you can see Group A matches in that order. That's how they qualified. The Arkan Rising Stars, Golden Star, they were pretty impressive. Golden Star Bond. And then we had the Spartans and Clone Challengers that you were just talking about. The big surprise out of Group A, Bond Blue Stars, the defending champions, eliminated in bottom place. They look a lot better than the team that finished 5th in their group. That's why you can't take any competition lightly. These are the 5 teams in Group B. That's where we're into the thick of things now, into match 26. And of course, Friday, we'll have quarterfinals Friday. You can be our QFF, and then finals day on Saturday. Before we take off the day, Sunday, you'll have a bit of a break, and I'll head to Belgium, where I'll meet up with Charlie Hunt. And this one almost takes the bowler's head off. That's really well fielded by Kashif. And it wasn't just their bowling, was it, earlier, that put the pressure on. They also fielded really well, backing up their bowlers.
Yeah, this is a good example of that. Shahibi's a very, very good fielder out there. That ball is bubbling away, but he keeps his eye on it, takes it clean, he gets the throw in.
Says Majid Ahmedzai, the skipper. This one tests him a little bit. It's just dabbed away, and well, once the ball gets past the fielder, he was never going to catch up with it. Kartik Suresh, he doesn't get off his feet and try and dive to stop this. He thinks he can chase it down. He was wrong, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, you're not going to chase him. If you don't get down, well, you can chase it. Chase karo, par ball nahi far honi. Outful bahut jaldi jandi the. So chokka lag gaya, 4 more. Yeah, got to get down. You got to get dirty. You got to try and stop it before it gets past you. If you don't, forget it.
Minifang on the chat asking, will Venkat Ganesan bowl in this one? Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I think the reason he didn't bowl in the first one, because the seamers were all doing the job, getting wickets, keeping things tight, so sticking with what was working. Also, they had the ball swinging. I think maybe they didn't want the scrambled seam that the spinner would provide. Here's Ahmedzai. All block and run already. You can see it's a lot more of a composed start from Clone CC this time around.
Yeah, it's better, isn't it? They've got that, got the boundary earlier. They've been running better. They're getting in line with the ball. They're moving the feet. So, yep, they've used the time well. motivated themselves as they come out there. Captain Majid, though, will be looking for that breakthrough.
Ahmed's searching for that first breakthrough. Now it's just a slightly less composed shot this time from Irfan Ahmed.
I don't mind it though, Vinny, because what he's basically trying to say is it's the power play. If he gets a bit of bat on this, he's going to fly over somewhere, hopefully to safety. They haven't got mid-wicket back.
I suppose my issue there is where he's trying to hit it. He's trying to hit off mid-wicket. He also got gaps over the offside. I mean, it's a very tough one to go and fetch. So I just don't think that's a percentage play. For a guy who was their top run scorer last year with 222, including 16 Maximos. I mentioned their next best was 5, I think, by Amaya Deshpande. We'll probably see bat in the top 4 today again. Yeah, but Ahmed's he knows where he's putting it, isn't he? He's not going to go too straight. He's going to put it outside off, especially after seeing a shot like that. Once again, you see, you don't want to become too much of a one-trick pony. Ahmed tries to hit that one into the car park. And I did hear there was a bit of an incident with one of the sixers that went over the shrubbery on the leg side. So did you know about that?
There certainly was. It went all the way over, and well, we had pictures of it as well. Windscreen smashed. The alarms were going. We knew there was trouble because the alarms were going off straight away. And yeah, absolutely, smashed windscreen.
Do you know the backstory to that as well? Now this time he does get it, and he's going to get it pretty good. Well, that's straight over the scorers. Not quite into the car park, but well, the scoreboard pressure as that ball bangs into the scoreboard. Maximo! And Irfan goes deep for the first time, and it also takes us to the end of the over. 16 without loss after 2.
Yeah, that's the only one that you saw Majid Ahmedzai. He actually attacks the stump, so he gets it closer. He puts it in the zone, and well, it's in there, and he takes it. It's a jump shot. Well, nice shot. Gets what he wants.
Talk about a net run rate booster. When you knock off the runs in the power play, you see Black Caps net run rate heading over 5 now. So that's almost as good as another win if it came down to a tiebreaker. As for Cologne CC, they find themselves rooted to the bottom of the ladder, although 3 teams still without points. So that presents a bit of an opportunity for them if they can get a result in this one to go into 3rd place. Here's Raheel. Back to bowl. The last over of the power play. That's the off cutter, a little bit short in the air, but it's going to get away from the fielders, and this is going to be 4. Nice shot. Sasanka gets a little bit of length here, and he picks the cutter, I think. It's not going to swing, and he hits all the way through at 4 runs.
Yeah, this is better. This one I like to see. I mean, it was slightly shorter. It wasn't that full Yorking delivery that he's trying to get in between the bat and the pad, and he chances his arm, smashes it away. This is the confidence that they needed. Both batters now up and running.
He's going to go back to seam up here now. Let's see if there is any swing for him. That's another one that kind of threatens to come back, but doesn't really. Dot ball. Yeah, so I think it's been roped off in that area so that cars shouldn't park there. So you know all this, right?
Yes, yeah. we noticed that when we come in now. They've got the old tape.
But
there.
It was already done, but someone has said, well, I don't need to follow instructions. I'm going to park my car here anyway. It seems like a good parking spot. Yeah. They found out the hard way it wasn't a good parking spot. Might have been close to the gate, but they had to fetch a new windscreen, I think. This one's driven away, and Svenkat Ganesan, man, we've talked about it a little bit today already, doing the fielding around to his left. But I'm having a good time back here in Krefeld. Sun's out, the weather's been pretty good for us. Currently 23, heading up to high 20s, I think. Summer's still hanging around.
Weather's been very kind to us in Germany, it has to be said. Slower delivery, nicely dug out. Yeah, we had great weather in Dresden, and had a fantastic time there at the RC Dresden Cricket and Rugby Ground, and that was absolutely amazing to be there. And really now we go from there to this, the National Performance Centre ground in Krefeld. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, cricket is certainly something which is growing massively here in Germany.
Thriving in Germany. It's been for the last few years. This is another ball that is not really trying to swing him anymore. This is Raheel adapting to the conditions. This ball is not going the way that the early morning ball did. So he is rolling his fingers on a lot more here, and he's almost, giving up on trying to swing the ball and bowling a lot more of these cutters. So just adapting to the situation and the ball condition. There's another one. This is hit down the ground. It could be trouble. It will be trouble. What a catch. Well, just when they thought they were getting away, Kashif Shahab, he stops the run, and, well, I think that one could have gone all the way. So Raheel does get that wicket in the end. It's the first one to fall, and it comes off the last ball of the power play. Clone CC lose Sanka for 12. It's 22 for 1.
He doesn't drop him, Vinny. He's got such a good pair of hands, and he sees the ball early. Look how well he gets into position, takes the catch. It's not a bad shot, you got to say. He goes for it, just not able to clear it. And as you said, if he doesn't take that catch, it's 6 runs.
Oh, that's so frustrating for Clone CC because you've navigated Rahir all the way through. You've had the better of the duel, really, even though you haven't really taken him for big runs. And that's actually a good field positioning, I think, by the captain, Ahmedzai, who had Shahab pretty straight because he doesn't really drag that far to the leg side. It's a very, very alert piece of outfielding, anticipates it, makes his way around. He's got some pretty long legs there, Kashif Shahab, and he made it look very, very easy. So we've talked about as well, we see disproportionately a large amount of wickets in the third over because batters, they know that it won't be so easy to get those gaps in the outfield after the 3 over mark. So I think he takes that down. Just needed to go a little bit more offside because the long on was back. He was pretty straight. There was no one that was back at mid-off. Anyway, presents an opportunity for Mayadesh Pandey, player I mentioned a little while ago. He was their second biggest 6-hitter last year. Irfan Ahmed, though, becomes even more crucial now. They're going with the same strategy. Gupta bowling over number 4. Once again, Irfan wants to go leg side. And, well, it will be stopped. Bit of a hands-free stop from Jalili out there. He uses the kneecaps to smother this one.
Well, Jalili, he says, I don't need me fingers. And he gets pretty lucky because that could have caused problems.
Wow, that is a risky strategy. Tell you that much. I'm saying he's showing the full face. Well, he was showing something at the ball there. He did make the stop. It's pretty well bowled by Gupta. That's the thing. It was a team bowling effort, wasn't it, for the Black Caps earlier? I mean, Gupta took 3 for 3. He was brilliant. But no one really ever gave the Clone CC batting lineup a chance to breathe. Often we'll see at least someone go for runs and they end up scoring something like 60 odd. But it's quite unusual the way that all of the bowlers were able to keep that pressure on. This time into the slot, and that's exactly where Irfan likes it. This one goes deep. Maximo 6 to Clone CC.
Lovely shot from Ahmed here. Boom, shakalage. It's what he's waiting for, and you can see there the difference. When that ball is not outside the off, when it's not moving around, when it's in at the body or straight down the leg side, these batters will put it away. They just never had that opportunity in the first match, but they're getting a few stray ones in this one, and they are putting the ball to the boundary.
The other thing is the ball's not really moving sideways. I think conditions not as conducive for swing bowling.
Yeah.
Sun's out now, and you can see it looks completely different game. That's the kind of ball that might have swung and missed the outside edge of the bat before, but it was Irfan Ahmed who was swinging, and that one was out of the ground.
Yeah, 2 sixes already in this one. Weren't able to manage one in the first match, so that's the change. And they've coming off the bat of Irfan Ahmed, so he really is up and running at the moment.
Overcorrection that time. He's outside the off stump. So Gupta, he's already gone for 3 times as many as he went for in his entire spell last time. But again, just when the run was coming in the power play, it got stopped. Can they find something here, Black Caps? Well, this is a great shot, really good shot. 1 bounce 4, and he pretty much just goes back and slashes this one pirate style over point. It's going to be 4 more.
This is classy. This is what I like. And this is exactly what I was saying. Look, I said I reckon they'll get to the score they got in 10 overs inside the power play. Well, I weren't that far off because they're doing it in this over. They've already got to that score. That's the difference. That's what I'm talking about. These matches, that's why I like them so much, these back-to-back matches. Anything can happen, and normally we sometimes see a vicious change, and maybe we're going to see one here.
And Irfan's showing he's no one-trick pony. Remember we were talking about him trying to go leg side, everything. That he should learn a lot from that shot.
Yeah.
Because that makes him way more difficult to bowl to. And he's showing he's prepared to take on the offside as well. This time he doesn't have to. He drifts in a leg stump. This will be a tough stop. I think he does stop this in the end. To check his foot here, Jamshed Khan, who pulled out off a remarkable bit of outfielding earlier. With a direct hit run out. This time he's able to keep it to 2.
Yeah, it does well. This is what you call good rope management, I think. Look, gets the hand in there. The ball is away from his feet. And even at that point, if the foot does make contact, it doesn't matter anymore.
It's just that last step I wanted to check. Make sure he didn't come off from the rope, but it was well inside. So Gupta, again, you see, often talk about in a cricket match, someone's in charge. Either the batters or the bowlers. And if you're not in charge, it means your opponent is. And you can see now it's Gupta that suddenly is on the back foot. Looks completely different game to this morning.
Yeah, I mean, once you're under attack, once you know the batter has put you away for a few, you're trying to do things. Whereas before, he didn't have to do anything. He just had to. He thought this is an easy game. I walk to my mark, turn around, in I come, and it's all going my way. All of a sudden, he's gone for 16. Just this is his first over. It could go magical. Boundary here.
He tries to be careful. It turns out to be a bit of a nothing shot in the end. He's beaten outside the off stump, but still the damage was done. Gupta goes for 16 in the fourth, and it's 38 for 1. Very, very good morning. Good evening, wherever you are watching from in the world. That's a nice bit of bowling sneaking in.
It's all about shape, isn't it?
Yeah.
Loses shape, loses his balance, and with that, he's falling over. Ball's going into the keeper's gloves. So just got to get that foot out there, get into a good balance, get a good stride.
Real opportunity, though, for Clone CC, but I think their top order has to fire. We know that maybe don't have the depth that they would have had last time, where they did get 5 wins out of their 7 completed games in the group stage. So they didn't have a bad tournament at all. A few questions in the chat, some of them about Corey, because asking is Corey coming back? He will be coming back, but the next time we'll see Corey on ECN will be actually when he's coaching Spain in the first week of the ECC. That's looking forward to seeing him then. There's just a little glance. They may think of 2 here. Go slowly to the fielder, but they'll just settle for 1. Yeah, so Corey will maybe help out with a game or 2 in week 1. He can be a bit of a special guest, but then Corey will be commentating with us, actually, myself and Rico, through the Kartima adventure, which includes a fair bit of cricket on the weekends as well, because we'll have the domestic Spanish T10 on Saturdays and Sundays during that 5 weeks. This is trouble. It's a false shot. It should be caught. Gupta, didn't have too much luck with the ball, but he has no problems with this one at all. And this one does shape a little bit from Oscaroni Ahmed, and it just forces a slight leading edge, and the chance given, chance taken. And Black Caps have fielded very, very well today. 2 wickets down now. Both openers back in the shed, 39 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good time to pick up a wicket, because Ifran Ahmed was just starting to play a few shots, and we saw him not just playing out on the onside, saw him play a lovely shot out on the off as well. So they needed to get that wicket just there and then, and they do. And once again, it's that multitude of seamers that they have. We saw that on day 1 when we saw them on Saturday. It's something that myself and Ujjwal were talking about, that we didn't see any spin from them at all. And I'm just wondering at the time whether that was going to perhaps be a disadvantage to them as this series goes on. But as you've seen here today, you got the likes of Venkat Ganesan that comes into the side. Haven't used him yet, and the reason why they haven't, because the seamers, they're doing the job.
I think we'll see him in the middle overs here. This is the risk also when you go aerial. When you're trying to go aerial, if you get it slightly wrong, he tries to adjust, he sees it's moving away from him, but all he can really do is poke it up in the air. So, well bowled by Oscaroni Ahmed. Like I say, they've got a few different threats as well, so they might not give up on the seam just yet, especially if they're taking wickets. They've got 2 freshies at the crease now. Manav Panwar has come out to join Amayadesh Pandey. Here's Oscaroni Ahmed, and he does get this one through the defences of Panwar. Yeah, it's not like there's been 0 swing. I just think it hasn't really been bending the way it was early. You can see Oscaroni Ahmed certainly getting the ball to move away from the right-hander slightly. Hello to Tarek Sandhu. Nice to have you in the chat as well. To Helix as well. And Kai Bay watching from Australia. Hope you're well. Yes, a better shot. Just leans on this, uses the pace. They should get 2 here. They'll do it fairly comfortably. So, it's Manav Panwar off the mark. Nice shot.
Yeah, nicely played, doesn't he? Gets to the pitch of the ball nicely. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Just strokes it away. It's a good opportunity for him also to get in the runs here. They've got plenty of time to bat. That's the other thing. Get a partnership going.
So I've got some breaking ECL news. Not ECC, which is coming up next month, but might have some breaking ECL news for next year coming up. This has just leaned on for 1. Looking a lot more confident. Now he's just happy to use the pace of the ball. It's probably not a bad shout early. Ahmed's hitting his spots at the moment. Yeah, so the ECL is the Champions League. Was won by Pacaquer Badalona from Spain this year. Breaking news coming in. And, well, this is a couple of nice stories coming up. I'll tell you at the end of this ball. Pitched up, driven, and wow, he didn't have a hope of fielding that, but the ball almost fielded him as it hits a proper Tortuga. It almost knocks him out, but in the end it'll be out of the ground. 4 runs to finish, and at the end of 5, it's 46 for 2.
Well, look at the bounce on that. Well, Gupta, he's looking one way, and the ball decides he's going to jump up and go at him.
What you can't tell from that is that the ball actually comes back towards him. It doesn't just bounce up. We had a perfect angle on that. It bounced back and he almost headbutted it. Either way, I think it was heading across the rope, 46-2. Yeah, so a couple of teams that should have played ECL cricket, but in the pandemic ones that were cancelled, they've actually qualified for ECL 23. And I'm talking about Forfarshire from Scotland.
That's right.
They have qualified as the Scottish champions for ECL 23. And CIYMS from Ireland, who didn't qualify this year, but they qualified for previous years where the tournament couldn't be held. They have also qualified for ECL 23. So that's really nice that those clubs will get that opportunity.
Congratulations to those teams there from Scotland and from Ireland. Yeah, I saw something on the older social media with regards to the team from Ireland.
But yeah, it's tough for me as well when it means we won't see certain teams. So I mean, Carlton, they had such a good tournament that they actually went undefeated through their group and lost the final to Brescia CC. So unfortunately, won't see them this year. And also Brigade, who made it all the way to the finals week.
I think that just goes to show just how competitive that some of the cricket is in these countries for teams to try and get through. I mean, big teams not making it through, you know.
That's true. Well, Shahab comes in and he departs pretty quickly. That one almost hits the sight screen. Maximo Panwa gets something in the slot. Had to kind of place this well as well, although he didn't have to worry about it in the end because it had the distance, the yardage to go for 6, and that's the 50 up now for Clone CC.
Yeah, that's a beauty. A beautiful shot from Panwa. Nice and straight, gets plenty of timing into it. And as I say, that comes sweet out of the middle of that bat like a bolt of glove jumbo. Lovely shot.
So, yeah, I was just saying, it's a shame when we don't see some teams that obviously we have enjoyed watching, like MSC Frankfurt, who we won't see next year. And Albi Zalmi, for example. But I also think it creates an opportunity for other clubs to write their own stories in ECL cricket. So I think that's exciting. Okay, this is trouble. It's in the air. And, well, the bowler wants it. It's a tough one for him, and he'll take it. Well, Shahab's got a good pair of hands, but it was kind of cricket zombie style as he turned around looking for it. Lucky he found it just in time. So 6 and out for Panwa. Shahab has the last laugh. And the score now, 52 for 3.
Well, we know he ain't going to drop him. He's just such a good catcher of the ball. And he's normally catching off other bowlers. So when he gets a chance here, look, he goes round, all the way around, does the 360 to catch it. But he don't get dizzy. He takes it, caught and bowled, nicely done. And he says, well, you can hit me over my head for a big 6, but I will get you in the end. I think Panwa will be a little bit disappointed there. He just played a beautiful shot. Like I said, sweet out the middle of his bat. He had a lot more time to bat than he had, and goes for the big shot, gets it up in the air. And one thing I'm noticing is when they have got themselves out, they really have got themselves to blame. They've given their wickets away. This is another not a very good shot. Loses
to be fair, it's a similar kind of shot he hit for 6, but whether he had to try and repeat it straight away, I mean, hindsight's 2020. Pretty good catch by Kashif. I actually would have thought
very good catch.
Perhaps the fielder coming in might have had a better angle on that, but he said, out the way. I'm going to take care of it, and he did. So, yeah, question from Helix asking where does the Irish team come from? Well, CIYMS stands for Church of Ireland Young Men's Society, and they're based in Belfast, Northern Ireland. So another Northern Irish team qualifying as the All-Ireland champions. Normally it's through an All-Ireland final against the Republic of Ireland winner. This is driven, and should just be one. New batter out there, Aman Salim. It'll just be a single here. Yeah, so in Forfarshire, I mean, Forfs, actually, some of my old teammates have played some cricket for Forfs back when they were the international player. A chance for them to write their own story. And even, for example, PCC Kings not qualifying from Czech Republic. So we won't see the Beast there, won't see Aaron Ashokan. But it gives Burno an opportunity with some of their players like Dylan Stain. Gives them an opportunity to take the big stage. So I think you've got to look for positives in these things. Even though, for me, it's always a shame thinking of some of the clubs we won't see. We will get to see it's a brand new set of clubs put to the test.
Yeah, but again, it just touches on what I said. It just shows you just how competitive it is out there. You've got a lot of big clubs that are not making it through this time around. And that's a good sign. That's a good sign for the growth of cricket in those countries. For Sweden, you talk about Sweden.
Because you don't want clubs being too big in their own country and not fostering that competition.
Absolutely. This is why I know it's a Gundy one. It's going to go all the way. This will be 5, and what a bonus that is. And they've been pretty tidy, haven't they, so far? But this one, big time wide, and the wicket keeper there, Niraj, he throws one one glove at it, but I can't get anything on it.
Well, this one was so wide, you almost had to change the channel to see where it ended up. I mean, that's gone a long way, and the keeper, Niraj Patel, didn't have a hope of stopping that. So, yeah, once again, I think this ball is just not moving the way the first one did. So I think that's the kind of ball that Kashif thinks is going to straighten down the line towards the stumps. It just keeps going. So Cologne CC will take the bonus runs. Still 2 to come in this over. Well, takes on a slightly dicey one, but gets away with it. Just a single.
Been quite a few singles in exactly that area, and I know they're not exactly motoring, and I suppose at the moment maybe the captain is Majidi just thinking about trying to stop boundaries, but I think they could quite easily afford to push one man in there, just cut out a lot of these singles that they're giving away unnecessarily. 60 on the board here now with the ball to go in this this one. I mean, you can see that 100's looking on here.
It is, but they need to avoid some sort of cataclysmic collapse like we had in the first innings of the day. Into 6 overs then, 61 for 3. Yeah, I mean, some of it was their own doing though. I mean,
yeah.
I've been bigging up the Black Caps and the way they've played. For sure, they played very well this morning. But just a couple of that spring to mind are very avoidable ones. The stumping where he just didn't have his heel down, and the run out from the outfield where he pretty much stopped in the middle of the pitch to have a cup of tea. I mean, they are completely avoidable. So, yeah, right now they do have the wickets in hand, and yeah, they'll be hoping for that 100 plus. And it looks like we are going to get some spin for the first time with Venkat Ganesan coming to the attack in the 7th over.
Yeah, a lot of people were asking, are we going to see it? Well, there you go. So if you've stayed tuned, which of course you had, you can watch Venkat now have a bowl. He's a very talented player, and I've seen him play a number of times. I've seen him play here last year when me and Uji were here, when Germany were playing against France and Norway, and he certainly is a good performer, and very handy with the bat as well.
Yeah, pretty experienced, isn't he? Smart cricketer. That's what I think. Even if players aren't probably natural T10 players, I think the better players, they find a way to adapt and use their skills. So here is Venkat Ganesan. Starts with the ball that's right on line. He's the only Ganesan in the 11 with his brother Praveen, 12th man for this game. Got the standard issue off spinner's sunglasses. Over pitches this one slightly. It just forces the batters to a slightly different
that's poor
bit of timing. Yeah, that was a rare bit of slack work. It actually comes from the captain, Majid Ahmedzai, who was quick to put his hand up to apologise.
Yeah, there was no need for this at all. It's a horrible throw, and you can see that Venkat is nowhere near it.
I wasn't expecting him to throw that at all. But Cologne CC, like I say, they'll take it. A little edge this time, and fielder goes with the boot. Gets a bit of boot on it. Think of a second, but it's not quite there. So I guess that's good fielding from Suresh. 1 run. At least he gets something down.
Listen,
this time.
there was other big news while you were away. We had the robot was particularly on one day pretty active with getting a few polls out there. One of it was to do with foot fielding.
Yeah.
Straight back at him, no run. Yeah, it was about, do you like to see foot fielding or not? And you know what? About 68% of our viewers said yes. So
well, I mean, it provides a talking point. It provides entertainment, right? This is one that Corey says that he would like to see an automatic 2-run penalty added for any time you field with your foot. But my argument is this. You don't need a penalty for it because it is its own penalty. Because it's just not the best way to do it most of the time, right?
It isn't. But the thing is, though, and we go to that point after this delivery from Venkat.
Once again, low full toss.
Thing is about it is we've travelled to a lot of places now in Europe, and we've seen some of the grounds. And on some grounds, you have to admit, you're not going to dive and slide to try and stop the ball.
Well, that's the end of 7. I'll come back to that in a second. 66 for 3 is the score after 7 overs. Speaking of the European Cricket Championship, so this is for international teams coming up in just about 3 weeks' time now. You can see the 4 groups there. And yeah, Ireland 11 was released. I saw it, what looks like their team. It looks pretty young, to be honest. I mean, I think obviously it won't be their first choice team, Ireland, with some of the obligations they've got internationally. But, you know, Spain, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal all sense that they'll have a chance of qualifying. And as we know, in these groups, anything can happen. It will be the standard format. They'll play each other twice. So 8 matches for each team and then a finals day with the top team in every group going through to the championship week, where England 11 will join the party. And I haven't seen the England 11 squad yet. Still a little bit of time before it comes out, but I'd be interested to see if we players like Harrison Ward and Dan Lincoln in there again. I know they're all very keen to play. But yeah, join us for the ECC. Believe it or not, Rico, it starts 3 weeks today.
Can't believe it. And of course, don't forget the big news, day night.
Yeah, of course.
Under floodlights, those last couple of games. That's going to be amazing. I just cannot wait. Cartermania is going to take the world by storm again. I'll tell you that now.
That's great. Gets a bit of extra bounce here. Unfortunately, Despando can't deal with it. Yeah, so talk about foot fielding. Yeah, having said that, some fields are difficult to dive on, but that field in Split in Croatia, I've actually also seen someone dive face first into basically a gravel footpath. As entertaining.
Where was that?
It was in Croatia last year. Don't think we'll be at that ground again this year, but yeah, that was an interesting ground. It had a footpath on the field at pretty much level with the left-hand side of the circle.
Yeah. And
also had a footpath that went behind the keeper, but in front of the boundary. But people kept fielding behind the footpath, and it would hit the footpath and go over their head every time. So that's one. It was about 2 metres off the boundary, this quite long footpath. But we lost a lot of balls there as well. Left-handers, there was just a wall that you were never going to get balls back from.
Oh,
wow, is this gone?
Beauty.
He's gone, yeah. And, well, he's walked and he's looked back and he said, well, you better keep walking. So Oscaroni Ahmed has bowled really well. He's one guy that has still swung this cricket ball here in match 26. And he gets a little feather from Deshpande, who departs for a dozen. That's 4 wickets down now with a quarter of the innings left in hand. Cologne CC are 66 for 4.
That's such a beautiful delivery. You said it. He's still getting this ball to shape away. This is what caused all the problems in the first round. Look at that. That's just an absolute beauty. What a peach of a ball that is, and a straightforward catch taken there behind the stance by Niraj Patel.
Definitely moves. I mean, this is the risk of trying to hit against that movement, trying to go across the line of a ball, which is on, off stump or outside. Is that it's going to get even tougher. It's tough to start with. It's even tougher when the ball moves away from you, and that's exactly what Deshpande finds out there. Nice catch behind the stumps as well. You see, no problems for Niraj Patel. Yeah, Ascaroni. We knew that there was a little feather on that, as did the batter. I think he turned to walk straight away and had a little glance back. He saw, and he might as well keep walking.
Yeah, so we've seen a bit of the old viewers' curse there. They're saying they're looking good, and then next thing you know, a wicket goes. So it's not just us commentators that put the curses on the teams. Wide ball, they'll take that.
Yeah, this one doesn't swing. So I mean, the swing's been a bit more inconsistent. Is what I would say. This innings, still the odd one has gone. A lot of people liking the kits. The black cap's going for more of a predominantly red strip. Last year they had the black, but there's quite a few black and dark strips. So I think it's nice to see the change.
Yeah, I mean the best kit for me. I mean it's got to be
Star.
Yeah, Golden Star. I'm just loving it.
There's a lot going on there.
The old purple. I know you like the purple.
I mean I could have worn their strip just to work.
Yeah. And with that big Golden Star in front, they look absolutely dashing.
It was like you had a galaxy of stars to deal with.
Yeah,
you had Arc and Rising Stars, one blue stars, you had golden stars.
Yeah.
Jeez, plenty of them. Like in most 2020 franchises this year, there's Kings, Super Kings, Hyper Duper Super Kings, Kings 11.
But let's just say in we had Group A, it was an all-star cast. It definitely was. And they all played really well, and it just goes to show just how well contested that was with the champions, the reigning champions being knocked out upon Blue Star, and they got knocked out after playing some amazing cricket as well. I mean, sometimes they were poor, they let themselves down the field, but what about that run chase?
When they were good, they were really good.
Yeah.
I think I was at the airport watching that, and I had the sound down, but I just saw the score keep climbing. I don't think the reception was that good. That's why I was watching the scorecard, and it just kept climbing and climbing and climbing. Well, Vinny's wife in the chat asking where the TV remote is. We don't need a remote in our house because it's always locked on to ECN. You should know that. All right, this is hit leg side, and well, this is...
He's taken it, hasn't
I think he's dropped it the last moment. He gets 2 hands to it, Gupta. This would have been a great catch because it always stayed about knee-high to a grasshopper, and he does get the hands under it. He's just saying it rolled up his arms and bounced out. So, yeah, very, very good effort. And it'll be the end of the over as well. Watch this. Yeah, well, yeah, I think it just pops up, that's what he's saying, and then just popped down. Well, there you go. He gave us a replay of his own.
He said, I know you couldn't see it. I'll tell you. That dive, Marina. हत्ता दे विच जाके फिर बामा दे विचों निकल गई. Unlucky. It's nice to see him throwing himself around for it. I reckon, top of my head, he's got to be the leading catcher in this series so far. He's taken so many, including that one-handed wonder that we saw on Saturday. What a great... We saw two great ones. One from Gupta, and one, of course, from Rubesh, right on the boundary. They were sensational. Some of the catching here has been great.
Yeah, for sure. That was a good effort as well. Wasn't an easy one. Ganesa gets the second over. This one, will it have the legs? It does not. Well, you've picked the wrong guy. You've absolutely picked the wrong guy because it might as well have been Shaquille O'Neal down there. This is 6 almost any other time, but Kashif Shahab, he says, not on my watch. And so it's going to be a wicket instead of a 6, and Cologne CC. Well, Zadran, unluckiest guy in Germany right now. He goes for 4. The score is 70 for 5.
Right on cue, Vinny. I'm telling you, we've seen some sensational catches. And here we go. Look, Shahab, you're right. He don't drop him. And he's probably the tallest man on the pitch as well. That's not getting past him. And there you go. That's the old Bizaway celebration. He's off. And he's running. What a catch. And, well, Vankat gets his first wicket as well. What a good catch that is. It's all about management, isn't it? Management of the boundary. He knows exactly where he is. He's not going to stray. He goes up, gets the perfect landing. So, what, 10 out of 10 of the catch. And also, 10 out of 10 for the landing.
He might need altitude sickness pills after that because he was high. His head was in the clouds here, Shahab. And what he does well here is he knows, like you say, he knows where the boundary is. He knows he can jump straight up and straight down, and he can do that because he's understanding start. He's not really moving sideways. So he knows he can go straight up, straight down. You're right, sticks the landing. Wow, how unlucky though. You hit that pretty well. I thought even with Shahab it was going to get over, but he proved me wrong. That's another one that goes aerial, but it won't carry to the outfielder this time. Into the ninth. You'll say it all happens in the ninth. What a way to start it.
Yeah, what a bit of action there. Another fantastic catch that we're seeing here. There's a National Performance Centre in Krefeld by Urdugan Cricket Ground. Looking absolutely dashing in the sunshine.
Oh, this one. Oh. Let's have a look at this because batter looked like he's going to overbalance. I don't know if he always keeps that toe down. I think he feels pretty confident, and even the keeper, Patel, you can just tell with his body language he thinks that probably this isn't out. He's done well not to overbalance out of his crease.
Does he have it though? That's the question. Does he have it cleanly?
Oh, there we go. I think he does. And the foot's just back. Yeah, really good shot by our crew at Spring Productions. Yeah, you could just tell the batter did lurch out of his crease slightly.
Yeah, I'm liking that from Niraj Patel as well, because those are the ones that, as the wicket keeper, you almost go forward. And you end up, we've seen that a few times here, it ends up being a no ball because you want it early. He waits for it, but is not able to.
Did everything right. I think the batter deserves the credit for knowing. He doesn't turn around, try and get his bat back in. He knows the quickest way is to try and stretch his back foot back, twister style, and he does. And this is a little jink shot, chip down the ground for 1. Raheel does the fielding.
Tidy stuff here from the bowler.
A few people mentioning that. Much improved performance from Cologne CC. We always had to improve after the first game of the day. Let's push through a bit more. It takes it on. And it's hanging in the air a long time. But Bermuda triangle situation. Now we could have a run out. The throw's no good though. Bit of misunderstanding between the batters there. And Shazad wanted a second. Saker sent him back and it'll just be a single.
Yeah, I think that's one where both the batters have to be on the same page. One of them wanted it. The other wasn't interested. I think if they had gone straight away, there was a possibility, but at this stage, I think you'd go for those if you can get a run.
Yeah, true. They would have got away with it in hindsight, but a good throw also, I think, would have been a run out regardless. Last ball for Ganesan. It's conceded 8. And I think it'll finish at 9, although we see a misfield, so it might be a 10th run off the bowling of Ganesan. And well, this is, I think this is Suresh. And wasn't it Suresh earlier that was run out?
It was the car last time.
Okay, because this car's out there. But have a look here. He seems to take forever, and even though the keeper had to go get it, he ends up making it in by a step. So it will be 2 to finish the over. And at the end of 9, it's 75 for 5.
Yes, so people are saying much better performance, but you still have to say that it looks like the little Black Caps have got everything under control here. They seem to be on top. They're not, as I said before, it seems to be a very polished outfit. They don't look panicked. They've got things under control. There's been a few little incidents in the field that they can tidy up on, but in general, they've been good. Of course, there was those 5 wides as well, which they gave away, but it looked like they got this under control.
Here's the captain back, Ahmed Zai, to bowl the 10th. Uses that angle, swings and misses. Shahzad. Yeah, just got to make sure he gets off the pitch the right way, otherwise he'll probably get a word from the umpire. Not doing himself any favours for getting a decision. Yeah, so let's see if they can drag themselves up in the grade 80s. Okay, look, the way that the Black Caps batted earlier, they'd say they should chase this regardless, but we know that they did create an opportunity, gave an opportunity earlier. Jamshid Khan skied the first ball. That was dropped. Okay, this is a pretty good shot. Gets a fair piece of this. This is gone. Maximo Shahzad, he swings and misses first ball, swings and hits the second, and that's half a dozen that takes him into the 80s.
You beauty. This has come right out the middle. He uses the pace of the bowler, and look at the contact. The contact is sweet. He's hitting it on the up, and it goes all the way. We haven't seen too many of those, but that is what you need. Your pace is on the ball. Put it away.
Sharafullah Shahzad was the bowler that created that opportunity earlier. He's likely to open the bowling in the second half, but he's showing that he's going to have a bit to say with the bat first. 4 balls remaining. He gets a little inside edge on this, and this will probably run away for 4 as well. It does. So Shahzad swinging for the fences and just gets a little bit of a deflection on that. It's the old French cut, but it's effective and 4 more to the score.
Hay suerte, y míralo. Ahora pasa de 80, Eso está bien. That's what they want. You need a little bit of luck, and they get a bit of luck, and they've gone into the 80s here. So just like that, we're into sort of scores where we've seen teams have a bit of a fumble. So the Black Caps, they're going to have to work a bit harder here, and this over ain't done yet.
Well, again, he gets a bit of it, but this is high, and this is a catch. It's not an easy one. It makes it look easy, though. So the Shahzad show's over for now anyway, and that's Gupta, who couldn't keep a worm burner in his hand earlier, but this time he had plenty of time to look at it. Does well. He had to raffle it, really. I think Shahab was hunting it as well, but Gupta was the man that took it and took it well. It's another wicket, 85 for 6 now with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, once again, it's that combination of Gupta and Shahab that take all the catches out there. Gupta, there was one, as you mentioned, that went the difficult one, which he wasn't able to hold on to. But just another one that he adds to his tally. But look, well done to the batter there. I'm liking that. I mean, he goes out there, he's positive. He doesn't use up too many deliveries. A quick fire 12 of just 6. And that's what they could do with here now. Look, with a couple of balls to go here, send one more to the boundary or a couple, get to the 90s. You've got to score. Scores on the board. And all of a sudden, it means that batters have got a bit of work to do here.
Yeah, so let's see if they can move the needle. Yeah, they would love even just one more boundary. Probably get that 90 target. Won't be easy. So they completely swings and misses around this one. So, look, it's better. It's 50 more than they got last time already. Plus whatever this one is. And so, we'll see some action for sure. This last ball, they'll be running for anything. Ahmed Zai, interesting that he's going for that round the wicket angle. I think that's also because the ball's not swinging out for him anymore. I think he's given up on that. All right, strap yourselves in. Let's go. Gets a bit of bat on it. This probably should just be one. Ganesan will clean up, and they're probably not even going to try for a second in the end. So they will finish with 86 runs on the board, 86 for 6. Something does get a run in the end. Ahmed Zai concedes 23. So it's a score in the grady 80s. Look, the Black Caps, they'll fancy themselves, but at least Cologne CC will feel like they are in with a chance to register their first points in this series here in match 26.
Yeah, I mean, they've done much better. It's been much more positive. I like the way that Irfan Ahmed batted. He got 23 of 13 before he was caught by Gupta. Well, who else? But yeah, it's better. They've given themselves something. They've given themselves hope. But what they need to do, they need to do exactly what the Düsseldorf Black Caps did to them in the first match. And let's take early wickets in the power play. But these are some of those shots far more positive. They just looked like a different team early on, didn't they? But that was unfortunate. And that man there, well, watch out for him. He takes some good catches along with Gupta. And Shahab and Gupta, they just are the 2 key men to have out there in those catching positions. And at the moment, for Düsseldorf Black Caps, they're doing all of the damage. And it's another catch easily taken. And that was the end of Irfan Ahmed. He did bat well, but look, the good thing was, even though when he was gone, there were other batters that were prepared to play some shots. That was an absolute beauty down the ground for Manav Panwar. But unfortunately, he went for 2 and 2. He wasn't able to do it. And a straightforward caught and bowled there. And, this was the Gundy ball that went all the way for 5 wides, and the extras certainly would have helped them get into this score. The swing though there from Oscar Ahmed, he was still able to get the ball to talk, and the batters had a bit of trouble. This is one that went down, unfortunate from Gupta. He said, look, this is what happened. I like the way that he gives us the old demonstration as well. But then they went back to what they do. That is a great catch. And Kashif Shahab makes no mistakes, and he gets Venkat Ganesan his first wicket. This one was launched, absolutely launched. Big hit. And then we got the old Chinese cut, which took it to 4 as well. But that was going to be that, because in comes one man, Gupta. They were all queuing up to take it. But Gupta says, leave it to me. Good up, Gupta. Good bit of fielding from them. So once again, just like that, although there was just one or two few mishaps there in the field, a couple of misfields which allowed a few extra runs, and I think a few extras as well. You'll have a look at the extras, especially the wides 9, 5 of them came in one ball. But a better performance from Cologne CC as well, and they needed that after the way they were blown away in the first match. But I'm liking what Irfan Ahmed did there as well. I think Sanka, he was a little bit unlucky. He played some nice shots too. And we also saw a little bit from Deshpande, what he could do. And Panwar as well, playing one big hit and then getting himself out. So you can see this better from Cologne CC still to come, with the bowling front there from the Düsseldorf Black Caps. I mean, they had most things under control, didn't they? Just it was the captain himself, Majid Ahmadzai, was a little bit expensive, mainly down to that last over where he got pumped for that big 6 down the ground, but all nice and tidy. And Oscar Ahmed showing that though one or two of the others, like Raheel and also Gupta, weren't able to get the ball to swing around, he was still able to. 2 for 12 from him, well bowled. But Raheel, he's there again, taking a wicket. And also nice to see that when they do take the pace off, that the talented Venkat Ganesan can come out there and take a wicket as well. Well, you all wanted to see what he could do. Well, we see now. He's a nice tidy bowler, and he's a top class player. I wonder if we're going to see him with the bat in this one. Will they change it around slightly? Will they go with the same? Well, you're going to stay tuned to find out. What we do know is that the Düsseldorf Black Caps, if they're to keep their 100% record intact and make it 4 out of 4, they need to chase down 87. Join me, Rico Full. And yes, he's back, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, as we return for the conclusion of match number 26. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Krefeld at this beautiful National Performance Centre in Krefeld, the Bio-Uerdingen Cricket Ground. And well, it's nice to see that Clone CC, after their early hiccup in match 1 where they only managed to post 34, that they've been able to put a few more on the board against the same opposition, Düsseldorf Black Caps. 86 they managed to get to this time around. Far more confident knock. I think the main contributor there was Irfan Ahmed with 23 off 14, but you still would think that the very strong and powerful Düsseldorf Black Caps should knock this off. And there is a change in the batting order. I was wondering whether we were going to see Venkat Gunnarshan go out there and have a bat, and he is. He's going to be opening up with Jamshid Khan, so he's looking to open his account in this series. As I said, he's a very talented and competent cricketer, and he performs well with bat and with ball. I think this is the right sort of innings for him to open the batting, because he's not an explosive batter. So he's not a big hitter in terms of he'll go out there and he'll blast the ball to the boundaries, but he'll play the ball around. And don't get me wrong, if it's a bad ball, he will put it away. It's the man that we're talking about there. So Gunnarshan is going to get an opportunity to get some runs on the board. He certainly would like to take it. Remember this man, though, with the ball. I think he was very unlucky. Was Sharfullah Shahzad. Could have had a wicket and should have had a wicket off his first ball. He should have had the opener sent back early, but the catch was dropped. Can he make amends? Can he come good for his team in this match? Starts well, good pace, good line, right on the money. I'm liking that. I think that shows quality when a bowler, when he's bowling to, in this case, a left-hander, is able to get the line right straight away. Some bowlers do struggle, but Shahzad showing that he also himself is quite an experienced, knowledgeable player. Did like what he did with the bat as well. He got runs quickly for his team and helped them to excel into the 80s. We have seen matches won in this sort of score, and also, dare I say it, we've seen a few go to the golden ball in the 80s as well. Fuller delivery. Oh, it's a inside edge. Could have been smashing it back onto his own stumps. They will take 2. Gets a bit lucky. Ay suerte ahí. Look at that. Oh, that is so close to playing this back onto his stumps. But, luck on his side at the moment. Venkat gets 2 to his name. Shahzad, once again, just wondering why the luck is not going his way today. Sun's just gone behind a couple of clouds. It will break through again pretty soon, I'm sure. Gives the players a bit of a respite. Shahzad once more. Down the ground, chance taken, and this is a very good catch actually, because this is at that uncomfortable height where the ball is coming straight at your face, and Smith Nandu makes no mistake. Well, if anybody can, Nandu can. So they get the wicket, and it's a big wicket. Venkat Gunnarshan, after getting a streaky inside edge which gets 2 to his name, the next ball is blasted straight at the fielder. And a very good catch taken by Nandu. So they get the breakthrough, and they get one earlier to go into a huddle. And this is all about them saying, come on, we can do this. You can see the bowler, Shahzad, is absolutely delighted about it as he fist pumps the air, knowing that they've got one of the big guns back already. So Gunnarshan goes for 2 of the 3 deliveries he faces. And Nandu is the man that takes quite a spicy catch. I mean, have a look at this. This is travelling. And look at the height he takes it. Those ones are really difficult, because obviously you need to make sure your hands are in position early. There's no room for error. You get that wrong, and that ball is coming through. And it's coming through to hit you in dangerous territory. So well done. Just like that. Bit of pressure. Now, this is what they weren't able to do in the first match. They weren't able to take the chance when it came. Here they've taken it. And that just means that you get the next batter now that comes in. A bit of pressure under him. Let's see how Raheel will handle it. He allows this one to go by. Mohammed Raheel. It's a key player in their side, isn't he? We know that he'll open the bowling for them. And now coming in at number 3 as well. These two are pretty aggressive as well. And Clone CC will know if they can get these two pretty cheaply, then they definitely do have a chance. When you get a low score, what do you do? What do you have to do? You keep it tight. Keep the runs low. Pick up wickets. And all of a sudden, you'll see that that score of around about 80 with the rate required looks more like a sort of 95, 100 score. That rate required per over at the moment is just hovering around 9. So they're doing the right thing, Arkalun CC. And all thanks to that man at the moment, Shazad. Got a lovely action. Just watch his action. Love his run. It's nice. It's steady. It's smooth. It's not like some of those where it just comes to a halt. Everything goes into the final delivery. Look, that's beautiful. Up in the air. Another opportunity. The same man. Can he make 2 catches out of 2? Oh, no, he can't. It goes down. Well, he took a spicy one that was right at him. But this one, Smith Nandu, well, he comes charging in. It hits his hands hard and falls out of his hands. Well, this one is important. This one could be the match, could it? Just doesn't get there. Does he get fingers to it at all? Let's see here. Does it go into his hands? I don't think it does, no. But it is a chance. The over ends with the score moving on to 3 for 1. But it's a good over. They do get 1 wicket, but so easily could have been 2. And as we have a look at matches without the golden ball, 64. It's time to welcome back into our commentary position here, the Ice Cube, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, nice to be back. That was actually Irfan Ahmed that went all the way from mid-off to try and catch that. And you're right, it just doesn't get there in the end. The other one was straight to him. Here is Aman Salim. He starts with a pretty high delivery. Yeah, this is an interesting one because just looked about waist height to me, just eyeballing it. Yeah, that's got to be called. Yeah, one more time. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, I'm annoyed if I'm not getting that call, to be honest. But, yeah, look at this one. Remember, it's waist high or above. This, to me, is probably actually above the waist. Yeah, so... all right, got away with that. Anyway. Would have been a free hit. It's not. Don't think it'll matter because it'll still go to the boundary. So, yeah, nice shot. This first one. Jamshed can't. He's had an interesting start to his innings a couple of times. This time it just works away nicely. Angles that one behind square and 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just a little paddle. And like you say, you know that this outfield is pretty quick. You don't have to put too much oomph into the shot. Timing will do.
I was going back to the archives, and these two actually met on day 7 last year in Group B. It was the afternoon session on that occasion. Black Caps and Clone CC. Well bowled. Played back to the bowler. Yeah, so on that occasion, Düsseldorf Black Caps won the first game 111 to 64, but it was Duckworth-Lewis. It was actually only 19 runs between them on Duckworth-Lewis method. But in match 28 last year, Clone CC knocked them off, chasing off 92. As we see this one go down, another full toss. This one's not quite as high, so that'll be okay. It'll just be a single. Yeah, so actually won off the very last ball, Clone CC, but they were chasing. But you can see, I mean, not as much between these two teams as you would imagine just after watching the first game today. This one is going to be called wide, plus they'll get an extra. And Krishna eventually fields it. Yeah, it was a pretty exciting last ball. They needed 1 to tie, 2 to win, and they did get 2. So, yeah, not without precedent, a Clone CC victory over the Black Caps. And already we've seen the dangerous Venkat Ganesan depart. This is hit straight to the fielder as well, and this is going to be gone. Well, he swallows this one up. And, well, same teams, same day, very different looking cricket matches in matches 25 and 26. That was well caught by Deshpande down at a very straight long on. And a second wicket has fallen now, 11 for 2, and it's the Black Caps on the back foot.
Yeah, well, you've seen there that a couple of times, even though you look like the big shot is coming, and it looks like maybe you're going to find the boundary. Here's another one. You think that he's done enough to get that to the boundary, but look how short it falls. Very good catch. Deshpande says, that is mine, and he's all over that one. It's another wicket goes down, and all of a sudden, they do believe. And Cologne CC sent another big wicket back, and that's a good one to get, because we all know about the talents of Jamshed Khan. He's a good hitter. He can certainly score runs quickly, but not on this occasion. Went for it, just doesn't get the power in the shot, Vinny.
Yeah, and this is what can happen. You get those top order batters. Looks like a very, very different contest, and it does right now. I think that's another time the long on's been pretty straight. Right? I think it's a good fielding position because batters are kind of trained to hit straight as a fairly safe option.
Yeah.
Askrani Ahmed comes and watches one sneak inside. It's the end of the over. And the score after 2 is 11 for 2.
Yeah, looking very different as we have a chance to have a look at the standings here. And you can see that the Düsseldorf Black Cats, they're right up there at the top. I mean, they're the unbeaten team at the moment. They're looking to get another win under their name and try and make it a 100% record. But they've got a fight on their hands here now.
Yeah, they sure do. Well, the test of resolve, but Raheel was in really good form on Saturday, wasn't he, as well? Don't forget about that. You see, Clone TC rooted to the bottom with a net run rate that they won't want to look at too often after getting thrashed in the first game within 3 overs. But what I will say is if with a win here, they could jump up to 3rd because the 2 teams without any victories so far we haven't seen today, Gelsenkirchen and Bayer Boosters, will play each other in this afternoon session. Lemgo with a day off today. Question in the chat, how many games since I've commentated a golden ball? I think it's around about 280 or so. So I'm due one. But I'm not selfish. I'm happy to, I like watching golden balls. Maybe a helicopter can drop off a couple of golden balls here to Krefeld. Haven't seen one here yet. Can't have those ones in Dresden. I've got to say, told you my favourite, the Shetty one, my favourite.
Yeah.
They're all, I like any golden ball that gets hit to the outfield where any result's possible. I think that for me, they're the most exciting ones. And if the bowlers and fielders can execute, then they'll win the game. If they don't, they won't. Simple as that. Raheel on strike. Oh, and, I feel like there was a little something on this. He's saying it's off his arm. Maybe he's right.
I think it might have been bat onto arm, you know. I think
a
there's a little bit of bat on this.
I'm not so sure after that. I don't think it hit 2 things. Might have just clipped his elbow, but I think he could have been in trouble anyway. I'm not sure if the umpire saw it that way. Definitely took a deflection as it went past him. So remember back in the old days being 2 years ago. Wait for this ball. It's another one through Raheel. He's not having all his own way. He's 2 off 7 now. Yeah, people were saying back in when batters won the first 5 golden balls, and quite a few of those, I think it was 7-3 after 10, quite a few of those went to the outfield and said, oh, the players at this level, they're just not good enough to execute run-outs going back for the second. They're just not good enough to do that. Maybe we should make it 3 runs.
Yeah, I remember those days, yeah.
And everyone's all up in arms about that. This has just worked away straight to the fielder. And yeah, this will just be a single. Yeah, so it's been very different since then. After 20 golden balls, it was batters 110, bowlers 110 after 20. Now, since then, the bowlers have been on a really good run, but I still don't think it's necessarily weighted towards the bowlers. That's just what's happened. I don't think it's a fairly even contest. This is just knocked away over the leg side. Gets just enough bat off this to get off the mark with the boundary. Askrani Ahmed just picks up the length pretty quickly. Gets back deep in his crease and he gets another valuable boundary for the Black Caps.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit fortunate though here. I'm not sure why he's not playing this harder. He just puts the bat in the way. He doesn't follow through in the shot. I think if he hits this, it stays hit. It goes all the way. But by playing, it's a little dabble. And by dabbling like that, he gives those fielders a chance if he doesn't find the right placement.
Knocked back down the pitch end of the power play. It's the Black Caps with a fairly lean-looking power play after 3 overs. They are 16 for 2.
Yeah, and like we say, how do you make a sort of low-pass score look better? Well, what you do is you come out there, you bowl well, tidy overs. That's a good power play. That power play belongs to Cologne CC, and just like that, you see that rate is just under the 10 here at the moment. So, well, they're keeping themselves in it, and they're putting a bit of pressure on the Black Caps. We've seen a few play and misses. We see that they're struggling to make clinical contact with the ball. So pressure is on.
Yeah, you can see despite losing wickets throughout their innings, they never seem to slow down too much, Cologne CC, and that's probably the clear difference between their second match today and the first match today. We're given no oxygen. Aman Salim will bowl over number 4.
Just wants to get his field set. Just having a look at this field here. Seems like they don't want to put somebody back on the point boundary. Extra cover is what they're going with.
Oh, he's gone. And he swung all across this. Raheel never looked on today. We had a classic case of the Mondays with the bat at least. And so he'll depart. Salim's right on target, and Black Caps fall behind in this game now. No doubt about it. It's 16 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is a shot of a guy who's just decided, okay, it's just not happening for me. I'm going to swing hard. And if I hit, it stays hit. If I miss, it goes. I'm not on form. Somebody else maybe is better off coming in. And that's exactly what happens. It's not the best of knocks from him. He's a much better batter than that. But sometimes it just doesn't go your way. He'll go for 3 of the 9 deliveries that he's faced. And I think he's just made up his mind there, Vinny, to say, look, it's not happening for me. I'm chewing up too many deliveries. I'm just going to have a go. If it don't work out, at least somebody else comes in and gets a chance.
Yeah, I still think you could probably find a better option than this if you want to attack. It wasn't really a percentage play, was it? Look where he's trying to hit this ball. Crashes into off stump, and he's trying to hoik it. And so, yeah, Raheel, disappointment for him. It just wasn't his day.
If you're talking about hoiking, the captain comes in now. It didn't quite click the second time we saw him on Saturday. But the first time, I tell you, Vinny, this guy can hit a ball. And he hit a bit. It still remains the biggest 6 that we've seen here at this National Performance Centre in Krefeld. I mean, if you put it in his arc, it will disappear. So this is going to be interesting. And also, the left-hander, Salim here, has to get the line right straight away.
Yeah, it's a slight adjustment, but yeah, Clean CC, like I said, they're no easy beats. They were second in their group only to the Black Caps last time. They had 5 wins out of 7 completed games because they had a washout in there. So, yeah, and they split their fixtures with the Black Caps last time. So, you know, they'll believe that they can do this. So it might be a surprise to those of you that might be seeing Clone CC for the first time after watching him in the first game, but it's no surprise to them. And the Black Caps, obviously, they're going to have to work really hard if they're going to come out with the result here. Here's the captain, Ahmed Zai, facing up for the first time. And he's pretty careful. Just knocks it away for a single. Good bit of running. Yeah, so I had a question from Shrug, saying he now knows, because we had something that we'd never seen before in Dresden. It was a golden ball with a team that were all out. They had lost 10 wickets, right? So,
yes.
And so he said now he knows that because a not-out batter has to face it, that the not-out batter from the innings has to face. It was number 11 in this case.
Yep.
And that was the one where the ball, I think, from Ehsan Latif,
the first
when it
one
slipped out. It
yeah.
slipped out and rolled down the pitch. That was crazy. Oh, that's asking for trouble, and he's going to find it. So, yeah, not the ball you want to bowl when you feel like you're on top. And this is where Dusseldorf Black Caps were so good this morning. They didn't give the batting team any room to breathe when they were on top. But, yeah, that was a gift, and that's put away by Oscaroni. Yeah,
Oscaroni is that might make him feel a lot better. Certainly will help his captain at the other end, Ahmed Zai, who knows that they need a bit of a partnership. And if they're going to get fed those sort of deliveries, they will get punished. So let himself down there, really. Salim, he's bowled very well up until then. Picked up 2 wickets. So needs to finish the over well.
Back over the wicket. Still drifts into the pads, but this time will just be a single. Yeah, Shrug's question was, so he knows that the not-out batter has to face, but who is the non-striker's end? The regulations state that it should be the last guy that was dismissed or act as the non-striker. But there is some provision, for example, if there was an injury, that it could be replaced so that there is a non-striker. But, I mean, that's pretty rare. Pretty rare you get a golden ball. Pretty rare it's 10 wickets out, and pretty rare that person is injured in the process of getting out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you could have like a retired hurt situation or something like that, I suppose, at the end. A couple coming this over. Slim's back around the wicket. Yeah, he's running straight in front of the umpire there. One of my pet hates. But, yeah, any other questions you've got, throw them in. I'm happy to be back and putting in a bit of a stint, I think. I'll be taking you through these 3 weeks of ECS and then the whole of the ECC, of course, which includes the EC T10 in Khartoum as well. Another one drifting into the pads. Well, right-hander or left-hander, it doesn't matter. And if you're going to serve those up, you're going to go the journey. So a couple of boundaries. Ahmed Zai says, thank you very much. And so real mixed bag that over. And, still a ball to go. Yeah, so I'll do, I think, 8 weeks in a row. And then Croatia, I've got you and Corey to do that one together. So play nice with Corey.
I'll always play nice with Corey, don't worry.
Of course, we'll all work together at the ECC.
We'll have plenty to talk about actually with Corey.
We'll have a great time, all 3 of us at the ECC. There's a lot of games to go around. 160 matches in total over that 5 weeks at Khartoum. I hear the ground's looking fantastic as well. So 27 on the board. Oh, it does swing in a bit. Also pretty well played by Ahmedzai. So, I mean, these two, you can already see they're both very, very capable. And Cologne CC, although they've probably got the upper hand at the moment, I would say. That's they're still going to have to play well if they're going to get these points. It's 28 for 3 after 4 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me in the commentary cube is Rico Full. Great to have you with us once again. And yeah, no matter where you're tuning in from, it's great to be back. Now, Rico, we're talking a little bit about the golden ball timeline, if you like, that started very batting heavy, and you know, this is why you can't make your decisions on too small of a data set, because we have seen the bowlers on a barnstorming run since then, haven't we?
It can change so much. But one of the surprising things to me that we haven't seen in all those golden balls yet is an extra.
Yeah, we haven't
seen a wide. We haven't seen a no ball. It's quite.
So we've had 33 golden balls, which is basically 5.5 overs, and we have never had a wide or a no ball. And yeah, you can see how the batters, they won 7 of the first 9, but since then, yeah, the bowlers have been on a heater. I think a lot of these golden balls lately, in the last couple of years, the batting teams have lost a lot of wickets. This is trouble.
It's got to be a no ball, surely.
Well, either way, it's going to be 5. It's been called a wide on the field. I just feel like this had to be high.
Yeah, it looks high to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least waist high. I know he's tall. Sometimes the umpire's a bit unsighted with that. Yeah, I mean, it'll be called wide and 4 byes. It's pretty harsh on. Well, actually, it's fine for the keeper because it won't go against them. But
has it been called a no ball?
I think it's been called 5 wides. So it means it won't be a free hit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's actually fine for the keeper.
Oh, he's got away. There's a couple I think they've got away with.
That's
here.
why, I mean, you could argue that's waist high, but that's why the playing condition has been amended so that it is waist high or above, because that's really not a fair kind of delivery. But it's a bonus 5. This is one of Panwa. Avoids a free hit, but still, he's gone for 5 off none. That's worse for him because all 5 runs go against his bowling. If it was a no ball and 4 byes, it'd only be 1. Not that players care about their stats, or do they? Well, free hit or no free hit, this one's going to go. It's going to go a long way. Well, bring your compass because that one's in the bush. Maximo has 11 come off the first ball of this over, and well, it's looking troublesome, isn't it, at the moment for Cologne CC?
Yeah, you don't bowl there to this man. I mean, I told you that before, that Majid Ahmedzai, if he starts to get into the groove, he's going to be smashing these balls big. And that's in his arc. That's what he's going to do. He's going to swing, and if he makes contact, it's gone, and it goes in those nettles. So watch out, boys, because you can come back itching pretty ferociously, because the stinging nettles out there are, well, they're lethal.
Last time I had to deal with a wasp sting, which still is bothering me. I think a bit of it might have got stuck inside.
Ooh,
back in.
That didn't look that bad when you were bit, actually.
Yeah,
what do you mean? You've been picking at it, haven't you?
No, just try not to. This one gets through the bat, but yeah, I think with that angle and that movement that he's getting, it's going to be pretty hard to get 3 green lights on this. Although
bat on that, yeah,
lucky did perhaps in the end. Yes, a game at the crossroads now, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah, any questions you've got for me? Or Rico, of course. Throw them in the chat.
Yeah. Good morning to you, Archie. Nice to have you with us again.
Yes,
and Helix is there as well. Loving the chat. The chat has been, look, while you've been away, the chat has been fantastic. This is well, he's missed out on this one, hasn't he? It's a full toss, swing and miss. And the bowler, well,
as you know, I've been doing a fair bit of lurking. I've been in the chat when I can. That's why I tend to kind of spam it pretty hard when I'm at a keyboard. But I was also trying to get away a little bit, and depended where I was going. If I was out somewhere, like I said, I'd get them to put the ECN on the TV.
You're very good at that.
You can do that
I must
now.
admit. And
I sent you a couple of photos, didn't I?
That's another way to get a few more people interested in
Yeah.
following us and subscribing. Those numbers, by the way, just keep on going up as well.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. All right, it's after this, but into a gap. And I'll just get one. It's a good bit of defensive work from Deshpande to keep it to 1. Yeah, that's a challenge that I can give all of you. There's lots of sports bars, or just bars, if you go around the world, or restaurants, where they say they're sports bars, but during the day, there's often, especially during the week, there's not a lot of live sport on.
Yeah.
So rather than showing these panel shows, even with the sound down, okay, fine, tell them about ECN, because almost all of them, they'll have the YouTube app.
Yeah, get it casted up there.
Get it casted up there, or your TV might have YouTube built in. So that's something that yeah, like you say, it gets more people watching, and yeah, it also just it's live sport to watch. So if you are having lunch somewhere, like Monday lunch or something, you can actually watch something that's happening right now, rather than a replay of something that you probably already know the result, or a bunch of people on mute just talking about a game on the weekend. So there's a challenge for some of you guys. Last ball of the first half here. It's not a good one, but it's, oh well, it's a good result for the batter. It's always going to be a tough bounce to deal with. Ended up just kind of poking up the right hand, but again, not a good delivery. Probably should have been fielded, you'd have to say that, but still, Black Caps have counter-attacked well at the halfway point. They're back on the rate required. It's 45 for 3 after 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's once again, it's not a good delivery. It's on the legs to Ahmed Zai. You know the captain, he's going to put that away. He'd be a bit frustrated if that hadn't gone to the boundary. You see again, he's clipping it rather than hitting it. And we know for a fact if he hits it, it stays hit. But at the moment, they're where they want to be. 45, 3 wickets down. And that rate, as I said, it was climbing up to around about 10. They brought it back down to about 8.5.
Yeah, you can see, well, double 45, that's 90. And they're only chasing 87. So yeah, a few loose deliveries. I just think costing Clone CC haven't been as consistent as they would have wanted to have been in the first half.
Maybe we can start a thing, you know, wherever you are, if you get the cricket casted, send us a photo.
That's exactly, you know, I was literally about to say that. That's a challenge. That's a challenge I'm putting out there. As we see Zadran coming in, getting too short and getting punished. This is out of here. Well, watch out. I think you're enjoying your practice. Oh, there's some uninvited balls over there. Maximo. And that one brings up the 50 for the Black Caps off the first ball of the 6th over.
Beautiful shot. Lovely to see that. He's been executed so well. And well, there's the bio boosters out there. Well, they're getting this one boosted at them. Beautiful shot.
Yeah. It's a pretty short boundary on the leg side just because of the dimensions of this ground. Well, fair enough. Leaves that alone. Realises he's not really going to do too much except get himself in trouble. They are certainly the team, I think, now with the upper hand with this partnership flourishing. Yeah, so there's a bit of a challenge. If you can get the ECN on at your local pub or restaurant or some public place, send us a picture of it and send it to my Instagram at Mr. Maximo. And I might even think of a special prize if someone can organise that. Have to think of it first. Ahmed just showing some intelligence here. I think both these batters really, I think they're happy to keep the good ball out and punish the bad ball. At the moment, they're getting 1 or 2 quite bad balls and over. Yeah,
Oscarani, I'm liking the way that he's batting here at the moment. He's batting very straight, very correct. It's a good ball, like we saw the one ball before, which outside the off that beat. He's happy to let it go. He says, yeah, okay. He knows the match situation, doesn't have to play at everything, but if it's there for the taking, I mean, like that short one he pulled, he'll take it on. This man, he wants to go big. And he tries, he gets lucky, and this is going to race away for 4 runs. And the wicketkeeper there, well, he almost ends up doing the splits. And, well, fortunately, he stays on his feet.
Takes a big deflection, doesn't it? And, well, the keeper, certainly the foot method was probably not the way to go here. Again, yeah, he's coming from quite high. There's a bit of the old risky business Tom Cruise about that, wasn't it? But unfortunately, it's a bad result for Cologne CC. It might be even crueler to have themselves in a winning position than get blown away by the Black Caps. At least they were never in the game this morning. But right now, and they're a long way behind, 31 off 26 required now. Hello to Neville Russ in the chat as well. Nice to see you in there. Ooh. Oh, another one moves in. Able to get a glove to this. And the keeper, Dwarak Sekar. At least he's going with the hands there, so that's a slight improvement. Still with the right footstep.
Okay, you better sort things out with the missus, because she's getting a bit cranky on the chat, mate.
Well, you can't lose an argument that you're not participating in. That's all I'm going to say about that.
What did you do? Did you not finish off any business before you came to the cricket, you know?
Can you imagine me ever giving anyone the silent treatment? Wide. Oh, yeah, a little noise. That should get a couple of extras here, and they will. So, yeah, here's the difference between what I'll say was a wicket-taking performance from Zuzov Black Caps this morning versus this, is there's been a lot more inconsistency with these bowlers. They've taken some wickets, but they've also let the Black Caps off the hook with some bad deliveries, and that's something that Black Caps didn't do this morning. So that'll be 3 wides to the total.
Thank you to Housey, Andy House, saying welcome back to you.
Hello,
saying hello to us.
House team in Belgium, looking forward to it. Yeah, it's probably a wide. I think it is. They just step towards the ball to play it, but it definitely goes straight over the tram line. It's because he's tall. It doesn't seem that wide, but I think it's got to be called.
Yeah, and
The step comes
and
after
it's the
the
back
ball's
foot
delivered.
as well.
Yeah,
The back foot as well.
yeah,
So
no, it's a good decision.
and with that, the umpire's been very consistent here. And Ayush Sharma and Arun led very well by Sir Rob Kemin. Been absolutely brilliant.
The thing about Vinny's wife, if she does divorce me, she can't get the Vinny's ex account name because that's already taken this morning. Just saying. Down the leg side. Well, again, not able to get too much glove on this. It'll be a wide, I'm pretty sure, yep.
Yeah, wide's been cool. I mean, he's definitely got some wheels here, Zadran. He's bowling with a bit more zip, but unfortunately just losing the line a little. And he's got to be careful because with this pace that he's bowling at, I mean, if Majid gets hold of one, it's going to go. It is not coming back. He's going to disappear to the lake.
Yeah, you got to say Black Caps middle order doing what Clone CC couldn't do earlier, which is mount a rescue job. Right now, they're in the box seat. This one hits the pad. It hit pretty high and it was climbing. Will be the end of the over, so Zadran does get a good one to finish. Yeah, you see here, it's pretty close, but I always had a feeling it was a couple of things wrong with it. One, it did hit the top of the pad. It looked like it may have been touch and go on height. Anyway, end of the over is 61 for 3. 6 overs down, 4 remaining. They still need 26.
Yeah, I mean, Zadran there just a little bit guilty of the extras that he gave away really in that over. I liked his pace, I liked what he did, but just losing his line. And that's a frustrating thing for the captain as well because he knows that it needs to be good.
Big fat 13 wides sticks out like a sore thumb to me there.
Doesn't it?
And they've still got Sharifullah Shazad to bowl another over. Haven't used a fifth bowler yet either. So
I would go from now. This is the partnership you've got to try and break. These two are starting to build that partnership. They're looking pretty comfortable out there. Need to try and break it.
The issue you've got here is if you do bowl him now, then you're forcing the fifth bowler to bowl overs 8 and 10. So yeah, I think they are going to go for Irfan Ahmed to bowl now, which I think probably strategically it's the way to go. But yeah, you don't want it to go badly. But I suppose to win this game, you do need to get 2 overs out of your fifth bowler.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, goodbye. That one is gone. Adios, Palota. Well, a bit like my golf. That one's in the bushes, never to be found. Maximo asked to be hit, and it got what it wanted. Nice shot by Oscar Oni, who's had a very good game here.
Yeah, put him up in the air like you just don't care, Albitros. Because that's 6 runs. It's a Gandhi ball, gets smashed. And he's lucky that he doesn't get called a no ball as well. Probably just dipping as that's been smashed for a big 6. So that's not the way you want to start your over because now you're under the cosh right from the beginning.
Better. I think it's just sneaking down.
Yeah, missing leg stick. And a cheeky run out attempted there. Well, this would have been interesting. I think if this hits, he could have been out.
You think so?
I think he could have been out.
Firstly, we'll have a look at the LBW. It's coming wide of the crease, right? And it never really straightens. So I think even though it hits him maybe marginally in line, I think it's heading down the leg side.
Yeah,
have a look at this.
Yeah. Oh,
jeez.
We'll go back to it maybe. This will be a wide. Good take there from the keeper.
Yeah. Was he actually napping? I've got a feeling he wasn't out.
What do you mean? Have a look at this.
Look.
Ooh.
Back.
Holy just. Well, the wide ball, the next one from Irfan.
Couldn't be that asleep, could he? Sling action. Irfan Ahmed. We'll say hello to Lily Panda, who apparently made a humorous typo. Now I'm going to have to go looking for it. But hello to you, Lily. Hope you're well in New Zealand. Nice to have you with us. Did you spot it yet?
Lily, now you got Vinny checking it out. You shouldn't have said nothing, Lily. You know what Vinny's like. Now he's having a look. Nice to see you with us as well, Lily. Oh, well, there's a big grunt there. I don't know. You've got to be careful.
She once said,
what?
Everyone's asking who my wife is, and according to a typo Lily made in the past, apparently it's you.
Well,
I know you're a good cook. I'm not saying that's your only role, but I know that I'm a bad cook. So I think we could be very happy together. Speaking of that, lunch can't be too far away. Yeah, well bowled. That's a better location. See that bounce again. So you just got to hang on here now. These two take nothing away from the way they've batted. They batted really well, but also, yeah, you will say that they haven't been put under a lot of pressure by some of the bowling. And once again, another wide.
What do you think the time situation is here like, Vinny? Because I'm just having a look at these wides racking up. I'm coming up to over two overs being bowled on wide.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a lot of them have short run-ups, which is handy. I think they've got about 12 minutes left to bowl 2 overs. So I think they're okay on that. But Yeah. I think that's the biggest problem they've got right now. Because it is slingy action. It does get on you a little bit quicker than you think. Sometimes I think Irfan Ahmed. So 11 come off that over. 7 overs down. The score is 72 for 3. 15 required off the last 3 overs of this match, which will finish up the morning session. Coming up this afternoon, VfB Gelsenkirchen versus the Bayer Boosters. These are two teams that did not register any points on Saturday despite playing 2 matches. And you can see the news from the toss is that Gelsenkirchen have won the toss, elected to bat first. Good confident move from them, I think. Just looking at their lineup, I think that they'll see a few new players. 5 changes from Saturday, and I think Rubesh Palaniapan, he's always one to watch, I think, for them. Bayer Boosters, though, Mahintha Mahendran, he's one of the coolest dudes in cricket, I think. And Paki Prabha, I think he's always a good bowler to watch out for. Vasi Karan, can he find some of his mojo? Because he just looked a little bit out of sorts, didn't he, on Saturday. Anyway, it's a new week, so they can write a new story, and one team will register points for the first time in match 27. Here we go with over number 8, and it's in the air. Shazad comes back, and well, this one is a real teaser. It was a good effort on the boundary, but it's going to go the distance. Maximo Moskroni Ahmed, well, he's my player of the match. I think he bowled really well, and he's had a very, very important role in working the Black Caps back into this contest. And although it was a good effort on the boundary, well, you needed Kashif Shahab back, didn't you, with the extra height to have any chance. So now it's only 9 required off 17.
Yeah, good hit. I mean, that's the difference. The extra pace that Shazad gives you means that the ball, if you get it right, just goes that little bit further.
And this is what you can afford to do at this stage. A good ball. Just knock it down, even for 1.
He's batted really well, hasn't he?
Yeah,
I've been very
he's
impressed.
batted intelligently. And what I like about him, he hasn't really premeditated at all, and he hasn't had to in this innings because he's got a few loose deliveries. And after he's hit a big shot, he hasn't looked determined to hit the next one for 6 no matter what.
Absolutely.
He's been happy to just knock it for 1, get to the other end. And when you consider that they were in a lot of trouble at one point, these two have really, really batted well. And again, wasn't a bad ball, but Black Caps, they bat deep. I mean, they want to win this whole thing. I think there's no doubt about it. They would have seen, okay, Ark and Rising Stars had a pretty good time in Group A, no doubt about that, but the Black Caps will feel they've got the squad to do this, and they can rely on more people, I think, to win them cricket matches. And you're seeing here, even though the top order failed here, that these two have really got them out of a tight spot.
Yeah, and I think that'll be the thing that will impress the captain, Majid, more than anything else, that they were in a spot of bother, but they got the partnership going just when they needed. And Oscarani has been fantastic. Majid goes for a big hard hit down the ground, bit of a Tortuga bounce, but the fielder keeps his eye on it. Does well there.
Yeah, that's well fielded. That's well fielded. There's a slightly different technique you need on some of these outfields, and it's all about reading that bounce. If it bounces once, you have to be prepared to pretty much do anything. So it's almost like slips catching, right?
Yeah.
But when it bounces, you need to be able to go up, go down, get yourself in a kind of neutral position, and don't overcommit one way. So he did that very well. Still running out of time. Clone CC. This will just be another single. Now they can win this game with 1 swing of the bat.
Yeah, it's intelligent, isn't it? Intelligent batting. This is what you expect to see from a team like the Black Caps. Like I said, they just seemed to be, they were dominant on Saturday. They had everything under control. They look like a team that have depth in their squad as well. And Rankat coming into their side makes the difference with the extra option of the spin. And that's one thing that we haven't seen here from Clone CC. Maybe a spinner is an option that they could have tried just to break up the monotony of the seamers.
Last ball of the over. Potentially last ball of the game. Oh, and it might be, because this is gone. Maximo! Game, set, match, and the captain has the final word. Majid Ahmedzai will finish on 29 of 15. He lifts Shazad out of the ground. And so, Düsseldorf Black Caps, they found themselves in a bit of trouble early, but they navigated their way out of it. And what a comprehensive performance. Remember, they were 16 for 3 when those two came together, and they ended up putting on a partnership of 71 in pretty quick time as well. Aided by some wayward bowling, but really they played good shots. They batted intelligently. They ended up winning this game with 12 balls to spare, and a very successful start to this tournament. Well, now the Black Caps, they've won 4 out of 4.
Yeah, they're looking strong. They're looking the part. They're looking the business. I mean, credit to Clone CC. They made them work a lot harder. A lot of people thought this was going to be all one-way traffic. It wasn't. They got those wickets early, and they were key wickets as well. They got FanCode early for 2, and then Jamshad Khan, we know how dangerous he can be. He fell for 5, and even Muhammad Rahil couldn't get going. But it's all about partnerships. We'll harp on about partnerships and how important they are and how crucial they are. And these two, well, that $50 partnership got them going. Well, that was how it started. A good catch there from Irfan. That was travelling. But he had an opportunity for a second, didn't he? Which he just didn't get there. What a difference that could have made.
But this is what I'll say. If you're going to beat the Black Caps, you better not give them a chance to get back into the game. I think that was the situation here. Jamshad Khan, we know how good a striker he is. We ended up holding out. Again, that straight long on has been a pretty good fielding position this morning.
Yep.
But, well, and they lost a 3rd wicket. And, yeah, it just wasn't Rahil's game with the bat, wasn't it? He swung all around that one. But I suppose they had the confidence. They had a middle order. That could potentially get them out of a jam. And, well, these two sure did. 71 runs they put on for the 4th wicket. And it was Askrani Ahmed and Majid Ahmedzai that would ultimately steer the Black Caps to a 2nd consecutive victory of the morning.
Yeah, and that was for the captain, showing what he can do if you put the ball on his legs. You saw the big 6 and then the 4 there, and that was a cracking shot for Askrani. Shot of the day for me, that one, the hook shot. And, well, there was no looking back. After that, there was no danger. They never gave another chance. And, well, they did it in flamboyant and destructive style.
Yeah, they really did. And they pounced on anything loose. And they had a fair bit to pounce on, actually, through those middle overs. And you can see it means a lot to them. Black Caps, like I said, it'll still be fresh to qualify top of the group, but then go out to the boosters on a golden ball finish last year. It's you can see the aerial shots of this ground. Black Caps are back, and they're announcing that they're back with a vengeance. Not too much from the top 3, who only were able to gather 10 runs between them, but they didn't waste too much time, and there was plenty of time for Askrani Ahmed and Majid Ahmedzai, the captain, to come in and steer them to safety. We didn't even see someone like Gaurav Gupta or Shahab as well, so it just shows they've got a lot of depth. And although they weren't winning, I think, after 3 overs, they would ultimately do it in just 8. 2 for 20 for Salim, who I think bowled pretty well. Shahzad as well, 1 for 18, went for a few in his 2nd over. But, yeah, ultimately, you know, no one was really able to cash in on a winning opportunity for Cologne CC. And unfortunately for them, they start their tournament the same way that VFB Gelsenkirchen and the Boosters had, with no points out of their first 2 matches.
Yeah, very different that we've seen the start of Group B to what we saw in A. And A, the teams were very tightly sort of compact and congested together, and they were sharing the spoils a lot. But this one, well, it seems like we certainly got a runaway leaders here at the moment. But we're going to see 2 teams that weren't able to register a win on Saturday. They come back. Which one of those 2 will be successful, or will they share the spoils, as we have a look at the match summary there? So, well, a better performance from Cologne CC. They managed to get some runs on the board, but still, the Düsseldorf Black Caps, as most people suspected, knocking those off with 12 balls to go. And it was all thanks to a great partnership between Askrani Ahmed and their captain, Majid Ahmedzai, who, like you say, Vinny, I think he's on a mission to go all the way.
Yeah, and look, we saw them tested a bit, the Black Caps, and they're up to the test, but also shows that they're not invincible as well. And I think maybe some of the other teams should sit up and take notice about exactly how that game played out. We'll be back in about 20 minutes, and when we do, it'll be the afternoon session. 2 teams still to register any points, but one of them will come up with a win in the very, very next match, starting in around about 20 minutes' time. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Great to be back with you. Thanks for your company today on Day 7. Rico Full with me, and no matter where you're watching from around the world, hope you're having a great start to your week. We'll be back shortly on the European Cricket Network with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Krefeld here in Germany, and we're heading into the afternoon session now. First day of week 2, it's day 7 of play, and we've had a great Monday of action so far. So we head into match 27 now, and these are two teams that are yet to open their account despite playing 2 matches each on Saturday. They were not able to register a win along the way. It's VfB Gelsenkirchen versus the Bayer Boosters. Let's see what happens. Rob Kemming is with the two captains for the coin toss.
So he's called, right? He's calling, yeah. You're cool. And just stay seated back, okay?
2.
Tails is called. It is heads.
We are going to bat first.
So it's VfB Gelsenkirchen that have won the toss, elected to bat first. Good confident move for me, I think, to put the Bayer Boosters under pressure. And look, VfB Gelsenkirchen didn't have the worst time last time. They were 4-4 at the group stage. There were no easy beats, that's for sure. I think they'll want to build a healthy total and put the Boosters under a bit of pressure. We know the Boosters are capable of springing a surprise, but their batting just hasn't clicked yet, has it? And Vasi Karan, I think he is one guy. If he gets a lot of confidence, he can go like the Clappers, hit 6 sixes in and over last year. But yeah, not quite hitting his touch on Saturday. But I mean, it's a good opportunity for these two teams. Just start again. It's a new week. They're both starting on 0 points, but they'll want to obviously turn that around. And one of these teams will register a win here for the first time in this ECS in match 27. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of the afternoon session. The news from the toss is that Gelsenkirchen have won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get this one going.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, and isn't it good to have him back and just giving us a bit of an insight to both these two teams. So, Gelsenkirchen, they're a team that looking to bounce back. I did like some of the play that they had. They've got some good players in that side from batters and from bowlers, but they just weren't able to excel where they had to. And the same thing could be said about the Bayern Boosters. And the Boosters to have I mean, look out for the wicketkeeper batter Indran. He was absolutely fantastic, and Tanesh as well. Those are the two men I'm looking to see out there again with the bat, and I think Arithran, he bowled very well as well. And on the other side, Gelsenkirchen, they had somebody like Wakar, a big hitter, and also Serena Vass. So if they can get going, I mean, I think both two teams have got like-for-like all-round big hitters, but at the same time, it's all about the consistency. It's about staying there. It's about saying to those guys, we're not looking for you to go out, hit a few shots, and stay in the teens. You've got to go bigger. You've got to try and get those scores around about 30 plus on the board. If they're able to do that, it'll be interesting. And in terms of the bowling, I think we saw good bowling from Rubesh and the captain, Balanapani. But also, don't forget that marvellous catchy to it. This is what the bat versus ball wall says, 93 to 85 in favour of Gelsenkirchen. So Boosters no doubt will want to make a say on that as the players make their way out there. The men in black are out there too. It will be umpire Nikhil who will be on strike, and the bowler's end, and Ayush will take square leg. We saw Rob Kemming out there in the middle there with the two captains doing the old coin toss. So Rob Kemming doing a great job as the tournament referee, and also assisting in the third umpire role as we get ready to start. Conditions here, I mean, it's getting very muggy. I mean, temperatures, I think we're in the high 20s, but very little breeze at the moment. The sun is behind some hazy cloud that we have, but it's trying to burn them away. But one thing I do expect to see here, once again, perhaps that ball moving around a little bit under these conditions. So we see the batters taking guard out there in the middle, and it will be Rohit who will be facing the first ball, Satapathy, and the non-striker will be Owais, Mohammed Owais. Bowler marked his run up will be Vignesh, Sanjeevan. Vignesh is going to be starting off with the new ball, and let's see if we do see any movement from him early on. You can see the captain, Manitan Mahindran, moving his troops around. He's not wearing his cap today. Normally has a nice cap. You can identify him quite easily in the field. He seems to be happy with his field at the moment. It's quite attacking. I like that. He hasn't got he hasn't got everybody right back on the ring. He's got players that are sort of encroaching on the batters. Get ready to go. The official timekeeper, proud partner of ECN, Frederic Constant, will give us the go-ahead. Frederic Constant, nice to have you on board, as well as all our partners, Kookaburra and Spring Productions, Locker Lifestyles, and also Bizway Travel, responsible for getting us here. And of course, thank you to Bizway for returning Vinny Sandhu safe and well back to us as well. I know a lot of people excited to see Vinny back in action again. And also, very, very good morning, afternoon or evening to all of you that are on the chat. Namaste, salam alaikum, sassari akal, I'm one to everybody watching via FanCode as well as we get ready for the action to start. What do you think? Come on, 2 teams. Haven't registered a win yet. Played 2, lost 2. Which way do you think this is going? And why? Why do you think that? Why don't you let us know on the chat? And let's see if at the end of this match we can go back to your predictions and your thoughts and say, yeah, you were right or you were wrong. Slight delay, just making sure that everything does start on time. Remember, the matches have all been pushed back just slightly later today because of that late start, because of the technical issues. So all starting sort of every 2 hours. There we go, we're ready to go. English, slingy action and makes a good start. Gets the ball in the right area. And by that I mean sort of that off-stump corridor. He's got a smile on his face, he likes to start. Must see 1 or 2 bowlers that have been slinging that ball in. So it's Ronit. I think I called him Rohit, so apologies, it's not Rohit. R-O-N-I-T, so Ronit Sapathi is the batter. Captain wants to make a little adjustment in the field, he does so. Short, oh wow, this one's got some wheels. A little bit of chin music. And that one will be called the one for the over. There you go, the umpire. Nikhil just letting the bowler know. Oh, that was rapido. There we go. Sniff this, he says. Have a sniff of that one. Well bowled. And Indran doing the job behind the stumps. So, what's the reply going to be from the batter? In the air. Oh, well, this goes through the fingers off the fielder. That went pretty quickly as well. And I think that was Prabha, the man in sort of backward point. Goes quite quickly to it, but he gets fingertips to it. Maybe just a little bit slow reacting. And the ball goes to the boundary. 4 runs. Sneaky 4 runs. And just having a look at his fingers. Satapathy living dangerously. I don't think he was quite expecting that. I think having the bowler being warm for the short stuff, but that was okay. It wasn't over the shoulder. This one is one that he thinks that he needs to get to. Doesn't really get that foot across. Takes a walk back to his mark. Vignesh. Just that one scoring shot from the 4 balls that he's bowled so far. This one is piercing the gap again, chases on, feeling the coffee, cautious Kitty, but Joka, Lagya, well, give it up, Dinushan, give it up, because once that gets past you, well, if you don't stop it before it gets past you, it's 4 runs. And nicely timed, good amount of weight on the shot, 4 more runs. See the batter, Sapathi saying, hang on a minute. Just waits to see how that field stays. No, there is some movement, so they are going to go with Dinushan, who chased it all the way to the boundary. Now gets pushed back, so that means that the 2 men that were straight, or one of them that was out, comes in. Both inside now. Oh, that's a beaut. Turns him inside out. What a peach, what a seed. The battle is on between the bowler and the batter here. I'm liking this. Really whizzes it through. And this one, wow, it looks like it's coming in, then cuts away at the last moment. What a great delivery that is. What a contest we have between Sapathi And the bowler there, Vignesh, 8 on the board, 2 boundaries, 1 quite streaky. As we have a look at the top batters and the top bowlers here. And for me, let's have a quick look at Glenn Sukurshan, who are out there at the moment. Srinivas, he's right up there, and Wakar as well, who's saying that they're just big hitters. They went out and took the ball as hard as they could, and with the boosters, with Anish, Indran and Mahindran are the main ones. Mahindran, I mean, hasn't really got going yet at the moment, but Indran, we saw an innings from him. When he got going, we thought he could have finished it off just himself. But the thing is like I said, and I think the same could be said with both these teams, once you get in, you've got to make it count. Too many of them were getting in and getting out. And you saw that a lot with the top 3 and 4 batters. One of them has to go big. And a nice time to welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. Let's get ready for over number 2. Paki Prabha will be the bowler.
Good start. He draws the batter out. Plays a false shot. Goes for the fuller length delivery. A lazy looking shot. It's like a batter who hasn't quite woken up yet this morning. Muhammad Awais. That's the first one that he has to contend with.
Went under the bat pretty much in the end, didn't it? And maybe the bat just hitting the ground. Yeah, look, both these teams, they had some success last year, but they both had something in common, which is they kind of struggled with the bat. Even when they won, they were kind of scraping through. They never really were able to put big runs on the board.
Slightly short. Tries to work it around. Oh, well, this could be trouble, and he's not able to control. Look, one thing I noticed here, Vinny, is when Prabha bowled that first delivery and he was walking back, he's shaking his hand. That hand, well, those fingers are still not right from the catch he tries to take. And look here, he's in the wrong position for a start, but he just doesn't take this at all. And then straight away, he's looking at his fingers again.
I actually think they did everything right there, except he doesn't hold on to it, because I don't think he's going to be able to get back all the way to the stump straight away, because it happened so quickly. And the fielder was really smart throwing it straight to him.
Yeah.
He just wasn't able to hold on, because he still had time to gather that, and it was a fairly easy little 2-metre throw, little dart shot. But yeah, he just wasn't able to hold it in the first place.
Up in the air, but would drop short of the fielder coming in.
Because the fielder had to first be alert to what end to throw, but then how to throw it, and rather just go for glory and try and hit the stumps and have him direct. I think going to the bowler was the smart option, but yeah, wasn't able to gather it, unfortunately, Prabha. But yeah, I mean, these two teams met last year. They both played in Group A. They played in the first 2 matches of day 2, matches 5 and matches 6 last year, and they split their fixtures against each other. More about that in a second. Oh, this is a little edge, and this is going to fly, and it's going to go for 4. Well, no surprises there with the pace that Prabha's putting on the ball. Awais gets a little bit lucky. It's the very, very late pull shot. So late, in fact, that it goes behind him for 4.
Yeah, 4 more. I mean, one thing we saw, Prabha was bowling pretty sharp on Saturday. He strayed with his line slightly in the first match, but he came back well in the second, bowled very tidily. He's got some good support out there this time around with Vignesh. The 2 opening bowlers are pretty quick, but the thing with quick is the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes, especially if the batters have a little bit of luck. And you can see there, Aipoko de suerte por Awais. He's certainly going to be swinging. Doesn't matter what. Prabha, what's going to be his reply?
Yeah, well, I think his reply will be fast.
In the air, gets it just over the fielder, which is unfortunate. And even though the ball slows down slightly, still ends up being 4 runs. And this is where, I mean, we saw the captain make that move earlier, Mahindran, the skipper, where he put a man out on to sweep the offside boundary, and that meant bringing Long on up. Now in hindsight, he's probably thinking, I should have left it. So he's gone back to what he had before.
Yeah,
You've got to pick and choose, though, haven't you?
The power play almost creates a wicket. I mean, it just got over the mid-on. Last ball of the over coming up for Prabha.
So mid-on now goes back. The sweeper on the offside comes back in. Prabha, good pace, good energy, good delivery, and a swing and a miss. Liking the energy. I was liking this on Saturday. I'm liking it today. I think we didn't see any out-and-out quick-pace bowlers in Group A. We've certainly seen 1 or 2 in Group B.
Yeah, a couple of good ones to start off, but no reward yet for the boosters after 2 overs. VFB Gelsenkirchen are 18 without loss. They're going back to those matches last year. They met in match 5, and the Boosters batted first, could only put 75 on the board. Gelsenkirchen chased it in the 8th over. Second game, Gelsenkirchen bat first, and they could only put 67 on the board.
Yeah.
And the Boosters chased it in the 8th over. So, yeah, the 2 matches between these 2 teams last year looking pretty similar, with teams batting first who struggling to put runs on the board. Despite that, Gelsenkirchen make the confident move to bat first. Here's Vignesh, who gets just clipped away, and this one will be for really nice batting. Wasn't a well-directed delivery, and it was Satapathy who just very daintily clicks that over the leg side. See a little front foot, little flourish on that. Nice shot to start the over.
Yeah, when you know there's nobody there, you've got that big gap, and Ronnet was on it. 4 more to him.
Yeah, nice shot. Question from Helix. Has it become overcast now? A bit more cloud cover, but we can still see some blue sky. You can probably tell right now we don't have the direct sunlight. Nash, he's an awkward customer. Short one up, but really loads up and swings it. The old Jeff Thompson style about him.
This one, he's trying to work it in the gap, but doesn't. It goes to the man at mid-wicket. So, yeah, they're keeping with this field at the moment where there's nobody deep on the leg side. So they've got third man back and the man at point on the boundary. So, basically, I think you can see that the bowler, Vignesh, is being asked to get that ball quick and fast outside the off stump.
And that's what he needs to do. He's getting a bit straight at the moment.
Better.
Have a look at little game within a game here. Awais tries to get clever with his feet. He looks like he's going to charge and goes really deep, really far back. In the end, I think he messes himself up more than anything, especially at this stage of the innings. The bowler's just going to come and bowl you a stock ball. See if you're good enough to catch up with it. He wasn't on that occasion.
Sanju Vignesh. Oh, that's a beauty again. Lovely bit of bowling. Isn't it interesting? We've seen him bowl a couple that have really shot off, the shorter ones. But majority of the time, they're skidding through. I'm just reckoning that he's holding the ball slightly different when he's banging the shorter one in. And talking of that, I reckon he's thinking about that now already here, because I think the batter is thinking, okay, if this is where it's going to be, maybe I need to attack, come forward. I wonder if he's going to bang the short one in. No, he sticks with the same, asking the question, and this time he's gone. He's got his wicket. Well, he was close to the ball before, but this time there's the sneak, and the batter knows it. He starts walking straight away. So Mohammed Wais, he goes for 9 off his 8th delivery. Well bowled, and his persistence pays off.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy ball to pull. It was on the full side to pull. I think it was just kind of a genuine length delivery, and a little bottom edge, I think, in the end. And you see, he knows straight away Wais, and he's off. He knows. And he's nicked it, and he's quick to walk. So, yeah, fantastic, kind of fiery opening spell this from Sanjeev Vignesh.
Yeah.
And that is the first wicket of match number 27, 23 for 1.
Yeah, I'm liking it. 2 quick bowlers, genuine pace, firing the ball in, asking questions of the batters, sometimes short, sometimes just a bit of width away. Got the Yorker deliveries going as well. That's exactly what you expect to see. And, well, these two looking pretty classy at the moment. A new batter comes in, and I'm pretty sure he's... few words have been said to him. What's he got on? What's he?
Alam Dali,
Yeah.
2008.
Yeah.
Another pin code.
On the back. Another pin code, yeah.
Had a few lately. I remember pin code Kumar in Italy. Then we had Randy pin code in Dresden, right?
Yeah.
All
Randy.
4-digit numbers. I'll try and get to the bottom why Alam Daly is wearing 2008. Right now he's there with number 8. Facing up, swings and misses the first ball that he faces. It'll be the end of the over.
Yeah, but I was more thinking about what he's got under his lid. What is that all about?
He's got the bandana, the Chris Gale style. Well, if he hits him like Chris Gale, this score could move pretty quickly. Right now, fairly even power play, I think, in the end between these two teams. 23 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, nicely bowled. So Vignesh finishes with 1 for 13 of his spell. I'm liking that. Nice and fiery. Got the batters to sort of... duck a couple as well, so he certainly did bring a bit of fire to the equation. I'm just wondering if they're gonna. No, they're not. Doesn't look like they're going to finish with Prabhat, so they're going to hold him back.
Yeah, with Vasi Karan here in over number 4. Or will they? He's getting the ball. Trades a hat for a ball. Reminds me a bit, Vasi Karan, of when some people have. I don't want to say one-hit wonder, because really he's a 6-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks of that moment. And it takes away from the fact that he's actually a pretty handy cricketer.
It's a reputation. But look, when you talked about these two matches that they played, match number 5 and 6 it was in 2021.
Yeah.
But this guy, Vassie Curran, he had a sensational day, didn't he? I mean, he was the one who got them the victory. He made 37 of 14, and then he was pretty good in the second match as well, 33 of 13. So
Yeah.
he was consistent, so he's a man that they know can hurt them.
Yeah, so he got 70 runs off 27 balls in that doubleheader.
Yeah.
So I mean, that also when you've had success against this particular opposition, you play them again, you normally feel a bit more confident.
You do, yeah.
Just didn't really seem to have his wits about him on Saturday, but that's another opportunity for him.
Yeah, didn't start well there though. So let's see if he can get this right straight away. Better in the right areas, hit up in the air, but this is going to go all the way. Balle, Ginnasona, boom, Shaka. Well, it's a gentle full toss, which the batter, credit to him, hits straight back down the ground, gets a 6. Well, started with a 4 and now smashes the big 6 down the ground as well. And Ronit Sapathi starting to look dangerous. 10 off the first 2 balls from Vassie Curran.
Well, here's something that he won't want to remember. He bowled 4 overs in that doubleheader as well. His overs went for 3, 4 and 4 and 26.
Ooh.
And he got taken down Vassie Curran style.
Ooh.
And right now, it's getting more of the same. Well, this is slightly mishit. Might pull up here. Be a little teaser for the fielder. Kind of gets a back heel on it. And it'll be 2 runs. Satapathi, he knows it's the end of the power play. Doesn't care. He's still going over the top. Gets away with that one. Moves to 26. So, Curran bowling that kind of a length that you can kind of take it on, but it is a risky proposition.
So, here we go. Good reply. That's more like it.
Yeah.
It's almost like he thinks, okay, I'm under attack. I just need to step up a notch. And he does. He goes from 3rd gear into 4th and gets a good ball in.
Yeah, it's good comeback, isn't it? It's not quite as full, so I think it's not as easy to drive. Quick hello to Shoaib Hussain, who's watching. Saying he's a big fan. Hello to you. Hopefully you're well. And we're really excited that you're watching ECN. I have been watching ECN, even though I've been away from the microphone for 3 weeks, but it allowed me to get that spectator experience.
This one will be called a wide. Good wheels from Vassie Curran, but doesn't get the ball in right. You can see a big effort now being made to just keep that inside that guideline for the wides there. He doesn't want to put the ball anywhere into the slot to Satapathi. He is
for sure
looking to take him on. Oh, overcommits, in trouble. Oh, it's
gone.
Whew, he's got to be out here.
Yeah, hits direct.
Direct hit, bails come off. I think he's gone.
He knows he's gone as well, I think. Darley's going to be run out for a duck. They're going to go upstairs. Yeah. And, well, you see the bandana. It was flapping in the wind. He had to make a quick U-turn. But this is a really, really good piece of fielding. And I think this is Mahinda Mahendran, the captain.
It is.
That grabs it. And we'll see it on the replay.
Direct hit, watch.
Yeah, he's gone. He's not even close.
Adios. Adios. It kisses the bells. And, well, he's going to have to use that towel under his helmet to wipe away his tears as he walks back, because he will go for a... And he's run out on 0.
Tell you what, Vassie Curran does very well not to get in the way. There's sometimes you see bowlers messing it up. Just look at his arms. He sees it's a chance to hit, so he just backs off, makes sure he gets out the way, doesn't disturb the furniture. And, well, that's really, really good fielding. And really had to be direct, I think. I mean, it would have had to be a really quick bit of work from Vassie Curran if he was to gather it and knock the bails off. So Darley goes without scoring. And it was a classic one where Darley just went because the ball was hit well.
Yeah.
He just kind of overreacted to the ball being hit well. He didn't realise the ball was hit really well straight to a fielder. And I don't think that's a case of Satapathi really teasing his partner or anything like that, looking like he wants to run. He knew that he hit his centre back straight away. But it's just a classic case of overcommitment. Well, I've had my own commitment issues in the chat this morning. And Darley overcommits. He's gone. 4 up. Duck. I've been working on that one as well.
You've been working on that one while you've been away?
That was close.
I can imagine that. You're sitting around the pool and you're going...
Do you know
and
how
everybody walking past you thinking, what's this guy
on? Do you know when you practice that and the people around, they think it's quite strange. Anyway, I won't be doing the baby voice. You don't have to worry about that.
Have a go. Go on.
No.
Go on. Have a go.
Yeah, we'll be waiting a long time. Anyway, it's the end of the over as well. 36 for 2 after 4. And, well, hopefully you are enjoying your Monday as much as we are. I won't say that everyone's enjoying it here. I know that Collins CC, they won't be too happy with their performance this morning, especially the first game, and still have no points after 4 matches. But both these two, they have an opportunity, don't they? They have an opportunity to get some points on the board. Now, my first day back, I guess, after a bit of a vacation. I think we better do this, right? There's been a lot happening in the chat right now, but if you have not been getting involved, we'd love for you to come at us here. It's a lurker call out, the first one, since I'm back. Okay, get in the chat. And I know a lot of people can't really, they can't chat and watch at the same time because they might be working or lurking while working or whatever. All you lurkers, come out and just say hello. And I'd love to hear from you and say thanks for supporting the European Cricket Network.
Let's have you on, hey, listen, do that. You know what that means? Just one. There's another beer. Remember that. Don't give your thumbs up at the bar because they'll keep you bringing you beers.
Let's get started on, this is more of a match 4 chat, but I can tell you the story of myself and German beer is a long and complicated one.
Well, as long as the glasses they come in, as this one, single gets taken.
They're big muss glasses. And you know muss in Spanish means more, right? Well,
mas.
These are huge. They're 1 litre glasses. And so they don't really have sizes here at some of these festivals. I went to one of these festivals in Bavaria a couple of years ago. Oh, carries. And he's not able to hold on to it. They'll scramble through for a single. This will be an interesting replay. I think he gets his fingers under this, but just doesn't stick.
It's the same man again, Prabha, who had the spicy chance earlier. Yeah.
Almost yorks himself, but my instinct is that it kind of hits the top of his fingers on the full.
Good effort.
Well placed, at least, because the fielder does stop the boundary. Yeah, so you just go up and they have all these 1 litre beers everywhere and you just say a number and that's how many you walk away with. There's no what sort of beer is this, what size I want. It was just beers as far as the eye could see.
Hits hard down the ground and we'll split the 2 fielders. Well, that's the beauty of hitting straight and dead straight. He hits it pretty well and, well, once this starts racing along that deck, it gets it perfectly in between the 2.
Beautiful shot from Syed Wako. Not easy ball to put away, the low full toss. And that is kind of the straight mid-on region where we have seen fielders fielding a lot of the time, but they've got their long on, Tholakonda, a little bit wider. And they've got a very straight long off, almost a straight hit. That one perfectly bisected them. Nice shot.
Yeah, Syed Wako. And then he shows the maker's name.
So here's the thing about this beer festival that I went to with Phil Buckshot, who I did commentary with back in 2019 ECL. He dropped me there because he had to go do his TV show. So I said, I should be fine. They didn't tell me that the beer was 6-point-something% either.
Flicked up. Fielder's out there. Does pretty well.
He's all right.
Yeah, he watches the bounce. He palms it down. And then, well, it's all happening there. Great pick up there from Mahindran, the captain.
Yeah. Mahindran, who backed that up and had to climb the ladder. But yeah, just a long single. Oh, he's lucky to get away with this.
Swinging and missing.
How much does this miss by? I'll have to see it on the replay. The answer is maybe a couple of stumps, but a good length again. That's pretty much a Yorker. You can't do much about that. Halfway through this first innings, VFB Velsenkirchen, 43 for 2 after 5 overs. Yeah, so after number 1, the beer, 1 beer being a litre, and it's heavy to start with. If you drink it quickly, then it's a bit less heavy, but still the glasses are really heavy. I think I was found in a bush. Some very, very friendly German.
I do remember this because when we saw you the next day, you had like scratches and bruises.
No, this is pre.
This is pre that.
Yes, this is after ECL.
But aren't you supposed to play a bit of isn't it supposed to be a bit of a challenge with those glasses? You're supposed to like hold them up and see you can keep them up the longest.
Yeah,
or something?
it's not easy. Anyway, here's Vasi Current. Good bowling. Up in the block hole. Anyway, tell us where you're lurking from as well, if you're going to take part in the lurker call out. Nice to see some lurkers. We've got some converted lurkers like Kai Bay. I've noticed Kai Bay's been in the chat a bit more.
Kai Bay's been. Look, Charlie's there. Hello, Charlie. Charlie did a fantastic job in Portugal, and we're going to see a lot more of Charlie as well. Looking forward to that, Charlie. Well, this is just scooped up in the air. Could have gone anywhere.
Looking forward to working with Charlie next week. Charlie, what's it going to be like? I was trying to work out how many games you've done. Probably the equivalent of around 70 games alone. So, it's almost like you're taking in a kind of youngster. It's been raised by wolves, essentially, trying to convert them. No, Charlie, it'll be great to spend some time with you.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That's where to get a bit of bat onto this, but I think he's banged this into his foot. He's hobbling. That's exactly what he's done. Yeah, Charlie, just making a little reference there to the weather that they've had in Spain. I know my family is constantly telling me how hot it's been out there. It's still baking in Spain. So I know Andy Howes knows all about that. Andy, how's the AC working?
Oh, wow.
Full toss in the air. Where's this going? Somewhere near us. And, well, the fielder gets a hand to it. One hand pick up. There you go. Thank you very much.
There you go. Look at there we go. That's taken a few little deflections. I just lifted my leg on that one. And it's going to be called a no ball as well for height.
Yeah,
so it wouldn't have been
call.
caught anyway. And this one, it's got deflected away and ended up in our cube. Rico, you've been practicing or something. That was very clean hands.
In the slips, nothing gets past.
I mean, I saw a fair bit of you trying to avoid the ball in the cube in Dresden.
Did you see Tyrone? Did you see Tyrone's? Oh,
yeah.
My word. He's a lucky man to still have those good looks, I tell you. Up in the air, this should be taken. Caught and bowled opportunity. And down it goes. So that's the end.
So that's a free hit. And I can't believe that you fell for that one.
Oh.
Because you got distracted thinking about Tyrone's good looks.
Because of Tyrone's good looks.
Even none of the players fell for it. You were the only man at this facility.
I was about to say, I don't understand why the wicketkeeper's not screaming and wanting it. Well, there you go. You're just thinking, I'm not wasting my energy. Oh, that's a Gundy ball. Well, that's a free hit as well, isn't it? It's on the legs, it's full, it's on the pad, and it just gets put away. Thank you very much. And that is as sweet as a bowl of rasmalai.
Shot. I mean, again, it's too full, isn't it? And it's one thing to go for the Yorker, but if you overdo it, and we're talking knee high or above, you're going to have a bad time. Waka's come out on a mission, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Andy House is saying, what AC? Exactly, Andy. I don't know how you're surviving. Oh, well, that's a drop. There's
Guess who?
Mahendran, the captain.
Mahendran is a one-man highlight reel.
How has he dropped this?
Yeah, it came. Actually, genuinely think it came slower than he thought. And yeah, well, hopefully he's not happy with that. The man I called Mr. T last year because of the look that he was rocking. Anyway,
actually, that's not bad, you know.
Yeah,
that's a good shout.
Yeah, I know it is. Anyway, 59 for 2 after 6. I'm a big fan of him though. He's just a cool cat. Anyway, let's go to some of these lurkers. And I want to say, where should I start? I'll start with the top. It's probably a good place to start. And I did notice that Ian Johns is there. Also Maiden Waters, of course. But we have some genuine lurkers like Jack Ewens, who says Rico loves the beers. Well, that's true, in moderation, of course. Monica Loveday. Hello, Monica. How are you? It's really nice to see you in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the action.
Oh, this could be pretty close. It depends on the umpire saying it's gone. Umpire to decide if he reckons it's going to go on a hit or maybe just squeeze past the leg step. But when I'm watching this live, I'm thinking, yeah, I think that's out. Let's see the replay of this. I think it would just confirm what we saw. It was full, it was straight, and the batter is a little bit lazy getting down onto this. Let's see, it goes right across. Yeah, that's got to go.
Yeah, I don't think that's missing. It is angling in. He's got that the kind of action that kind of comes almost hyperextending to his left of his actual body, so it's going to accentuate that angle, but I still think that's hitting in line and going on to hit. So, a nice piece of bowling. And that is the third wicket to fall.
The Thor, that's the Thor. Well, Thor throws the hammer and gets the wicket.
Yeah, that'll do. 59 for 3. So, yeah, hello to Monica. Hello to Omar Malik, who said he missed our combo. Well, it's nice to be back together with Rico, even though it's only for a week now, because you have deserved your break, that you'll have 2 weeks off. And Charlie will cover for you before we hit the ECC. Looking forward to that. So, yeah, hello to Charlie Hunt. He mentioned has been lurking. He's put a different kind of emoji, not just the lurker emoji. He's put the little hand up, I'm here emoji. Hello to Vinny Fangirl as well. And anyone else that would like to say hello, please do.
Good delivery, good line. I'm liking this from Thor Ilkonda. We call him Thor. I think we like Thor. Anaconda could also be in there. Well, maybe he, if he bowls really well, we can say he's got the squeeze on the batters like an anaconda. But, yeah, Thor. I like Thor.
Yeah, it's right there in front of you.
Oh, that's a beauty. This one comes in a long way. Look where the keeper takes this. Well done to Indran as well.
Yeah.
But this moves late, Vinny. This moves late.
Good bit of sideways. Yeah, look at that seam. That's gone a long way off the seam. It's angling in, but it really does dart. And so, yeah, hello to Andy House, who you mentioned. And I think Vinny Vangold's just teasing us that Charlie has more golden balls in 70 games than us put together. That's true.
But he has more than you. I can still claim, oh, this would have been out, I think. I think if this is a direct hit, it would have been very, very close.
Yeah, it just seems slow to get going. And yeah, it would have been gone by some distance.
Yep.
About a metre or so. But that's one that you really should take more often than not. You shouldn't be missing underarm when you've got 3 stumps to aim at there, even though Thor had to change direction slightly. Question in the chat from Fantasy Evolution. I might mention that in a second.
Ronit. He's got to now start to pick up the pace slightly. Full toss, so this should help, but he misses out on it. And, well, he's trying to hit this on the onside, but really, you're looking to hit this straight or through the covers. It's not a good shot. He could have got himself in a bit of bother as well.
Yeah, true. See, it wasn't a great position to back up there, Pavaluru. But, yeah, they sneak through. So Fantasy Evolution was asking about the tournament in September, which is the European Cricket Championship. It's an international T10 event. So it's the same format you're watching right now, but it's European national cricket teams, and there's 21 of them.
Yeah, it's the Euros. It's the Euros of cricket.
It's the Euros
That's what
of
it
cricket.
is.
Yep.
Launched. And this goes. And it goes. And it goes. Gaya. Shaka. Lagya. Adios, Pelota. He times this beautifully. Not only does it go high up in the air, but it has the distance as well. 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot. This just angles in. He kind of rides the angle this time. So 7 overs down. The score is 67 for 3. Well, Gelsenkirchen getting pretty close to what they were able to keep boosted to last time. They kept them to 75. So, yeah, just a reminder that while I was away, we had Frederica Constant come on as our official timekeeper, and that's very exciting, of course, with the ECC just around the corner.
Absolutely fantastic.
So, yeah, big thank you for them. Of course, time is important, isn't it? Because we're always talking about the importance.
You didn't get the memo, by the way. I just tell you, they were asking wrist sizes for watches for us, but you weren't here. But I got a nice one coming. Thank you to Frederica Constant.
Amazing stuff. They do some amazing stuff.
You're going to miss out, though.
Yeah, perhaps. I know that... Perhaps
you know what I like to see?
We'll get a look at them at the ECC.
You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a big clock. Digital clock, which when the match starts, it goes, it goes, it starts, and then it's ticking down all the time. That's what we need.
And
can we get one of those?
Maybe you can have an alarm, like when tournament referee Rob's alarm goes off in the morning at breakfast, that just comes on a really inopportune time, perhaps.
And also, when there's a wicket, I want it to start counting down for 90 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see that.
Jeez, you're all right on top of this.
I want to see that. And the batter knows he's got to get there, take his guard. Otherwise, everybody go, how's that?
Good call. Here's our Darren. It bowled pretty well on Saturday. He starts with a low full toss. This one should be handled, and it is. So, you remember last time these two teams met last year, it was the Boosters batting first, made 75. Gelsenkirchen chased it down. And the second time they played, the Gelsenkirchen guys batted first. They made 67, got chased down. So it looks like it should be a fair few more than that, although it has been a higher scoring tournament in general. Well, this is high and it's in the air, and guess who? It's Mahendran, and he will catch this. Well, Mr. T is back in business, and we saw him drop one that he shouldn't have dropped. This time he got the chance, and he wasn't going to let it go. Pavaluru goes for 7, 68 for 4.
Yeah, they needed that wicket. Just started to get the acceleration in, but taking the wicket there will mean that it will slow things down slightly once more, and another batter will have to try and come in and give the support to Ronit Naresh. He's going to make his departure. And he just needs somebody who could come in and just maybe hit sort of 3 or 4 quick boundaries and really just get the acceleration in. That would try and get them to maybe that score about 105, 110. They love that, but they need somebody who can hit the ball big right now to go in there and also give some valued support to Ronit Sapathi, who's been there right from the start. Hasn't probably had as much as a strike as he would like. 34 of 22 he is.
Yeah, that's true. It's a nice catch by Mahendran. Just cushioned it. A nice soft landing. He's back in form. All smiles, the Boosters. Geez, they had such an interesting time last time. I mentioned one of the games they made 30 with the bat. But then they're the same team that later go forward a week and a half and they were knocking off the Black Caps on golden balls. So yeah, the 6-6s, of course, in there as well. Some more lurkers. Hello, guys. And Yuvraj Singh says he's lurking from Papua New Guinea. I'm going to have to ask you more about Papua New Guinea in a moment. But also, hello to Mike Seal. Hope you're well. To Lost in Saigon, lurking in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Hello to you. I hope you're well. And I know we've got viewers from all around the world. So big hello to all of you. And thanks for your company on a Monday.
Ritharan picks up his first wicket. 4 more deliveries to go in this over. And he comes. And this one will be called a wide.
So Shamil is watching. He was playing for Bayer Spartans last week. Yeah, Shamil Nias. And he's watching from work. Well, I'm sure you're lurking while you're working, and you'll be watching with a lot of interest. And so, yeah, a lot of people enjoying this tournament, and it's only going to get hotter and hotter, even though we're heading out of the depths of summer. Well, speaking of hot, it's pretty hot in the kitchen, and Subramanian couldn't handle the heat. And Anatharan will get a second wicket, just swings across the ball in the off stump. So Satapathi's been good, but he hasn't had a lot of help in the last couple of overs. It's been a revolving door of partners. And Gelsenkirchen now 69 for 5.
Yeah, Surya, big swing, gets nothing on it, gets his stumps knocked over. So Dande chug the fatte style, and that's another one of those. Come on, give us a duck.
Yeah. That's actually all right.
Yeah,
I've been working on it.
It's not bad. It's not bad. What do you reckon? Out of 10, folks, with Vinny's duck sounds there.
I just thought that I know you're having a couple of weeks off, right?
Yes.
So someone has to cover the duck noise. So this is what I'm thinking. Anyway, hello to Zaid Aziz as well. Happy to see you in there
Charlie,
as well.
what are your duck sounds like, Charlie? Come and practice the duck sounds because you might need to call upon them.
Well, as you know, they have actual ducks at Sporting Alphas where Charlie must have played there once or twice.
I think he's played a few matches there, yeah.
For sure.
We need to get one of those box of tricks that we can press and it has all the sound
I got
effects on
attacked
it.
by a duck during a toss.
It wasn't a duck, it was a swan, wasn't it?
Well, that's what we say, that they're the ducks. I don't really know. I'm not an ornithologist.
69 for 5.
They've hit the skids here a bit, haven't they? And Satapathy has just got a case of being a wallflower at the moment. He's stuck.
You see, this is what I'm
22
talking
yards away
about.
from the action.
If we had Frederica Constant's clock here now, it would be ticking down and the fielders will be getting ready to go 10, 9, 8, blah, 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 blah. And when it gets to 0, appeal, how's that? Because the batter, remember, has 90 seconds from when the wicket is gone to get out there, take guard, and be ready to face the first ball. He's not.
Yeah.
I mean, that should be done before he's out there.
One thing I would say, 90 seconds is a bit longer than you think it is.
That's been more than 90 seconds.
This has been longer.
Shall we appeal?
But then one of the issues is sometimes with the equipment, if the guy's trying to get his helmet on, you don't want to force him to try and face up holding his helmet in his hands, right? But I mean, the point being, he should be ready to go, right? Arif Jamal.
That was rude. I see where you're going there. I see where you're going there.
Don't get caught holding your helmet. That's true.
Okay. Okay, what was that?
That was just 2 minutes gone
How's
past.
that? I didn't appeal. Don't appeal.
But imagine, now it's going to waste even more time if he has to walk off. I'll tell you seriously, because we've never seen a batter timed out in like 2,500 matches.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
What's that about? Do it, folks. Do it.
I'll tell you.
What
I think. Anyway. Uh-oh.
This is Gundy. It's called a wide, but I think that's pretty high as well, isn't it?
Might be thigh high. Let's have a look on the replay. Certainly wasn't expecting it. This one is...
that's high.
Yeah, that's waist high. Should have been no ball. We had 3 or 4 of those missed today. I don't think it should be time. I think we should bring in a playing edition that instead of being out, it's just an automatic 5-run penalty, and you don't have to appeal. The umpires just give a 5-run.
There's that.
I'll tell you why, though. Well, first watch a French Cup for 4. So it took a while to get there, but Jamal, making up for lost time, he just scrapes a boundary to fly and leg off the inside edge.
You could do that. I get where you're coming from. Or the other thing you could do, I think I mentioned this to you before, as soon as the clock goes to 0, the bowler just runs up the bowl, and if you're not ready...
But then it's awkward if you are not... You're meant to be the non-strikers end or whatever. The reason I say that is, how do we penalise fielding teams for being slow? We do runs, don't we? If you don't bowl your overs in time, then you have a 5-run penalty at the start of the 10th over. So I think if we do that for the fielding team, slowing the game down, we should also do that for the batting team. And then it takes out this awkwardness of appealing, because I think timed out would be received worse than a man-cad. And we'll talk about that a second as well. Wow, how about this for a bit of fielding? See on spin and run.
Oh, they can as well run again. Well, no, the bowler does well. He recovers. Good job he doesn't throw this too far. Yeah, this was sort of a bit of ballerina style fielding. I like it.
This is very elegant.
Here we go.
He's,
Look,
he's
bit of
already
ballerina.
He's
Don't
setting
mess.
he's setting that right foot to throw, and that's why he ends up there. And look, again, there's a pretty concerned looking back at glancing up. I think it probably had to be direct to be out.
That was a bit of don't mess with my 2-2 there. Back to the action. Shorter. They'll go again. They're hustling. They're trying to get these runs from somewhere.
Yeah, so end of the over. 76 for 5. Lots of action happening at the moment. Satapathy moves to 35. He'll retain the strike. Yeah, so I just think that's a simple one because, like I say, can you imagine a fielding team appealing for timed out? It's if it ever happens, which I don't think it has. It's going to go down like a lead balloon. And they're going to be the bad guys because they'll be the guy like, well, I'm here now. Like, well, it'll become a thing.
Okay.
I'd say take it out of the players' hands because you never say to the batting team at the start of the 10th over, hey, guys, just so you know, you're entitled to 5-run penalty. Would you like to take it? It's a rule.
No.
So I think if the batting team, if the batter's not ready, and the other thing is, I think it's a big penalty to be out, right? At least if you get pinged 5 runs, you can still make it up in a shot. So you can come back from it. You're not kind of ruining a guy's game. It's an annoyance.
Mayur Patel, he likes where you're coming from. Yeah, it makes sense.
Look who's back. This is Thor dropping the hammer in the night.
Yeah.
But then the main thing is someone has to remember to start the clock.
Yeah.
This is the thing.
Yeah, I mean,
If you're going to do it, you need to be. And I often wonder if there is an appeal. Is someone's checking the clock? You can always go back and check.
It's what the third
right?
umpires do.
Yeah,
they make a note of when the wicket falls, so there is that there. Oh, this has been clobbered, but how far has it gone? The fielder, he takes it, swallows it. It doesn't go as far as I think. It hits hard, but well, Rithran Vasikaran takes the catch. There's another one that has to go back.
Yeah, nice catch. I mean, I actually think he comes in thinking he's not going to carry and has to double back there. Vase takes it, and you see he's still on the move heading back after slightly misjudging it, but he did very, very well to hold it.
Big wicket, that one, because the man that's held everything together, he departs at a crucial point, and that's Ronit Satapathy. He goes for 35 or 25. So now you start to wonder where these runs are going to come from if they are going to get to that sort of 90 to 100 score.
Yeah, so nicely held. Did look okay off the bat, didn't it? He's having a bad time of it out there now. Satapathy drops his gloves on the way off the field as well. I want to say a quick hello to Saga Kataria. Well, you saw him in Dresden, of course, but he actually played for the Ark and Rising Stars last year in this Krefeld tournament.
He did,
hello, Saga. I hope you're well. And he said, the batting team sometimes deliberately takes too much time. So bring that in. Yeah, I think it's because people say the fielding things are harsh, but it works, doesn't it? We rarely see teams going over. So I think maybe that's the way to do it. This is going to be wide for sure. And 90 seconds is plenty of time. You should be ready to go straight away. And if you're not, it might seem harsh, but that's it. You've lost 5 runs, but you're not out. So you're not going to then think of the logistics of a timed out. So you're going to tell that batter who's now ready to walk off and get a new batter who wasn't expecting it to come out. You're just going to have even more time wasted.
Oh, this is so close to going through. Yeah, but I think you're absolutely right. We would need to have a clock on display so there could be no issues.
Yeah, and I think the clock would have, just raise more consciousness about it. I have heard of a timed out. I've told this story before, but I might tell you about it now, if you like. Don't know if I was with you when we talked about this before. I actually saw 4 timed out in innings once.
4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, Thorn out
I didn't see it. No, you'll be right.
Yeah.
I didn't see this, but it's something that happened in Perth in a club game. I think it's Bayswater Posties in a fairly social competition, but still pretty competitive.
Yeah.
And they bowled a team out for 35, a bit like we saw this morning, and they were cruising. So 4 of them jumped in the car to go down to the shops to grab pizza and a few beers.
You have told me, I remember now.
Do you remember this one?
I remember.
So then they lost a bunch of wickets and they ran out of batters. They were like 20 for 6 or 20-something for 6. And every 2 minutes, or 3 minutes, right?
Batter out,
they'd appeal and the umpire would give it out. Then they'd start the clock again. And they couldn't make it back in time and they ended up losing the game. What a cricket. I wonder who had the pizza and beers then. Do you give them to the other team? But, well, that's quite a humorous one, I suppose. But I know no one in Test cricket has ever been given timed out. I think it was in the 1980 revisions to the code. There have been some times, I think, in first-class cricket, but there's normally some sort of a reason. It's not that anyone just didn't make it in time. It's that someone wasn't there to bat, essentially.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily an absent injured situation or something like that. Last ball of the 9th from Thor. Well, will it be? Sneaks it in. The batter's saying, what are you talking about? I had a feeling this was straight over the tram line. You tell me what you think. Yeah, that's got to be a wide for me.
Catches the line a little bit. I think the batter doesn't help by trying to persuade the umpire to give it.
Well, you don't know if you don't ask. I found, even about under 12s level, I was very good at just some pretty direct eye contact with the umpire on one of those. And I found that they would often then maybe go, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
because the bowlers appeal for wickets, the batters should be able to appeal for ones.
My advice there to batters is don't forget, when you start to go down that route, the umpire is also the man that makes the call when the ball hits your pad. So it's probably good to be nice to the umpire and just say, all right, umpire, maybe the next one.
It just hurts you in 10-over cricket because there's not so many balls, so one ball can make all the difference. Hey, so could be an amendment to the playing conditions for the ECC. Last year, that's when we brought in the if you cross on a catch,
yep,
it doesn't matter. So there could be one coming in, which hopefully we don't have to use, but I think it's a sensible one. I'll get your thoughts in a minute. But first, let's have a look at Paki Prabha, who's going to bowl the last over. Gelsenkirchen 80 plus this.
He's got good pace, this man. If he gets the ball in the right area, he's so difficult to play.
It's good
taking him on, but not going to get there. Yeah. But I can understand it. Yeah. In the last over, he got wickets in hand. Try and do it. Try and hustle.
It's unselfish, and plus even though, Khan doesn't really get that one away, but at least he's seen Prabha now get another chance to face. There's a chance they can mess that up. I think with 4 wickets in hand, it was one of those ones that probably better than a 50-50 chance of a run out, but worth taking at this stage, trying to squeeze every run possible out of this innings. But yeah, it was pretty nice work by Vasikaran, who was a perfect throw to the bowler. But we have seen fielders kind of overthrow sometimes in those situations, and I think it's worth going for. So unselfish stuff, but it is the end of Arif Jamal. And the score now is 80 for 7, 5 balls remaining.
Yeah, been hit pretty well, but straight down the throat of the fielder. So 2 in 2, we got the run out, and now we got the call. And goes for the big shot. It doesn't happen, does Cameron Khan.
Well, so much for my theory of having the same batter on strike. But yeah, once again, Vasikaran features in a dismissal. It won't be a hat-trick situation because the run out is not credited to the bowler, but still, I'd say the boosters have done well to work themselves back into this innings. So now that is 8th wicket down. Score is 81 for 8. The change we were talking about.
Yeah.
Now, we've had this situation once or twice, and it's actually happened even in Big Bash cricket. It's happened in Test cricket. But if there is a 7-ball over by accident, so if there's a miscounting of deliveries and it is discovered before another ball's bowled, before it's starting you over, then whatever happened on that 7th ball will be cancelled.
Yeah, I like that. Okay,
and we had a situation in Italy where I think it was Kent Lanka that got a real rough one. The last ball went for 6 of an over, and it turns out that was the 7th ball, and the officials couldn't interject before the ball was bowled. And I think it wouldn't necessarily work in Test cricket or something like that, where the amount of balls isn't as critical. But I think in a 60-ball game, I think it is so important that they get the right amount of deliveries.
I think it's a very, very good call. I mean, like you say, chances are it may never happen, but
should
if
never
it
happen.
did happen.
And the 5-ball over, you can pick up and always bowl that extra ball, because normally it's picked up as the umpires are changing over, right?
That's correct.
So 7-ball overs, I think it's good that we've seen the last of our 7-ball overs. When you have thousands and thousands and thousands of overs a year, you're going to get something to miscounted. It's just going to happen, right? But it's a good, sensible way of dealing with it, I think. Here's Prabha.
It's played away. They'll take the single.
So now, in that situation we had in Italy, it would mean the 6 is taken off the score, and the correct batter faces up for the new over as if that ball never happened. We could see someone un-out, though. Someone dismissed off the 7th ball of the over, but that will be cancelled if it is found to be the 7th ball of an over. So yeah, I think it's sensible. I think Rob Kemming and his crew, they're always searching for ways you can improve, and because it is so innovative what we're doing, I think you need to make the necessary adjustments so that it's fair.
Well, Prabha just gets this one wrong. Got a lovely flowing rhythm.
Now this isn't an attempted run out before bowled, but Well, I've only left myself a couple of balls to talk about this. I've got to say, choked on my burger a couple of times when I was watching on the big screen at the Sports Bar.
Well, the Clone Challengers, they started it all, didn't they?
What goes around comes around, right? His brother.
Well bowled. So gets unlucky again. Loving this bowling. Gets the ball right up there on the block hole. Batter does well to get bat on it, in fairness. And now they're going to try, are they? No, they're not. Mahindra is right on it. There he is. Mr. Cool, Mr. T. Not to me, he says. Not to me.
Yeah, I'll take a couple there. Prabha's bowled a really good last over, though.
I love his rhythm. Look at the way he runs in. I mean, it's so smooth, and it all goes into his action.
I loved watching him last year as well.
Bowling.
Well, give us your thoughts in the chat as well about the 7-ball over thing, if it happens. I don't think there's too much to argue against it, though, to be honest. But let us know if you see any holes in that one.
Slower delivery, but he watches it well. Fielders, good attacking fielding. In comes the throw.
Yeah, but that's why you go anyway, right? It wasn't a particularly good throw. Didn't have the legs to get to the keeper Indran on the full. So that'll be 2. Yeah, so this is what you realise. Every time you tweak a rule, you need to really think about the drawbacks or potential drawbacks of a rule. So I don't... And the other thing you got to understand is that the cricket rules and laws, they've actually constantly been changing for hundreds of years. So when people say keep the game the same, I agree, unless there is something potentially unfair or problematic about the current situation or impractical. Like, you know how I feel about the back foot no ball rule. We've seen a few of those lately, but I feel there's no other sport where the umpire has to watch 2 feet and then quickly look up at the result. Anyway, some points of discussion over the break if you'd like to contribute in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Here's the last ball of the innings. Sahas Rahman has one more chance to score, and he won't. And I feel like the potential run out, but there's no real need for it because he's retreating. So they're going to finish right smack bang in the middle of the Grady 80s. Rico, VFB Gelsenkirchen scored 86 for 8 off their 10 overs. An interesting kind of an innings, wasn't it? Because they seem to be on track for more of that.
Well, it was even Stevens.
Yeah, but yeah, that's exactly right. So they're in a position, I think, with 59 after 6. You felt like they were going to maybe touch the 100, but some good bowling and good fielding from the boosters has them right back in this. But they'll still have to chase more than they've ever scored against Gelsenkirchen in an ECS match if they're to do it. But still, this game right in the balance, match 27.
Yeah, it certainly worse. They saw the opening bowlers bowling a very, very good tight line. I liking what Vingesh did, and Prabha. We saw Prabha finish it off there at the end. Good pace, good energy. And even though the batters did get lucky occasionally, there was always time that the quickest came back. There was the wicket earlier on. And just finding the edge. But the boundaries were coming as well, but one thing they missed, they just missed that one magical over. One over where if they went big, then that score all of a sudden would have been closer to 100. It never happened. This was brilliant for Mahindra. That was a run out and direct hit. And that slowed things up slightly. But like I said, the boundaries did also keep coming as well. That one went into our ice cube, and that one went into the DCB, Federation of German Banner. But they just, every time a partnership got started, they found a way to break it through.
Yeah, he had an interesting 10 overs as well. Mahinda Mahendran, the captain, the man I call Mr. T. I was able to hold on to that one after spinning one a bit earlier. And we saw Subramanian swinging all across that one. He had to go. And a bit of a lucky one for Jamal, who tried to make something happen. Say Satapathy, though, finally he fell after a long innings. And well, he dropped his wicket, dropped his glove as well, but just didn't have a lot of the strike through the critical overs. The things seem to be conspiring against Gelsenkirchen. Still, they have this kind of score on the board that I feel is quite defendable, knowing that these two teams, they have typically been a bit bowling heavy. But there's a few wild cards for me. I think about the fact that Vasi Karan's had a pretty good game so far, scored big runs twice against this opposition last year, and well, it would be a great opportunity for him to announce himself in 2022. Looking at the scorecards, Satapathy top scores in daylight second, 35 of 25 for him opening up. But like I say, he was a bit starved with the strike late in the inning. Said Waka, the only other player to reach double figures, as they end up with, something I think maybe a little bit short of par based on what we've seen this series, but I think when you look at these two teams, this is anyone's game.
Look, these two teams are so, I was saying before, when you look at their squads, when you look what they have, they all, both of them boost 3 very good batters that if they click, can really score big runs quickly. But if you get them early, then it's this sort of score. So that's exactly what I think Krefeld will be looking at. Try to get those early wickets and then take it down to the wire. This one could go all the way down to the last over here.
Yeah, it could do. Look, pretty good team bowling performance. Vasi Current got a bit of stick, but apart from that, everyone in single digits. 2 wickets for Tharan and Thor. They were the best of the bowlers. But also, got to say well done to Vignesh and Prabha, who both bowled well. Went for 13 and 16 respectively off their 2 overs, picked up a wicket each. So we'll have a quick break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes with the start of the second innings. The Boosters hoping for their first points in 2022. They'll need 87 victory. Will it be Gelsenkirchen that will open their account? Stay tuned to find out. Vinny Sander, him is to Maximo. Rico Full with me. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hola, buenas tardes, bienvenido a este campo there by Uringan Cricket Ground, and welcome to the conclusion of this match. It's going to be what we think is going to be an exciting one. Not too many runs on the board. We think it's probably a below par score. I reckon a par score on this ground on a day like today is probably around about 95, so about 10 behind where they would have liked to have been. Weren't able to get the acceleration in the second part of the innings were concentration, but they do get a score on the board, 86 for 8, so 89 is going to be required here by the Bio boosters. Are the boosters going to come out flying high? Is there going to be some booster shots, or are they also going to lose wickets at random and this one go all the way down to the wire? I've got a feeling it could be one that goes into the last. We'll have to wait and see. Batters are out there, both having a bit of a chat with each other, warming up. You see Indran is well, he's doing a few warming up exercises as he's jumping around, he's swinging the bat around in the air as well. Bowler marks up his mark. Sun's made an appearance again. It's burnt away some of the cloud cover that we've had. Been a very warm day. Once that sun comes out, you certainly do feel it. The captain, Rubesh, bowl the first ball, and just gets his right up there. Sort of no real pace on it. Wicket to wicket line. Dot ball to start with. Let's have a look at this field. 2 men back. Long on and mid wicket. Big swing, optimistic appeal. Was there for the shot actually, just trying to hit this one too hard. There's the captain, Mahindran. Went for the big shot, but you can see there it's a fair distance away from it. So Mahindran, the Mr. T lookalike, can't really tell that under his lid. Big swing, no runs. Same again, another swing, another miss. So all of these swings and all of these dots just put more pressure on the side. Sometimes you just feel that it's the smarter batters that the first ball, they just drop the bat on it, take the single, and starting off that way by getting something on the board, it seems to put you under less pressure than swing, miss, and then all of a sudden now with 3 balls gone, 3 dots to your name, the captain now certainly would be thinking, okay, if I don't get this one away, put my team under unnecessary pressure straight away. Captain to captain battle, and it's another miss. Well, he swings his bat around in his hand like he's a samurai warrior, like he's got a sword in hand, but that sword at the moment is not doing any damage. 4 dots to Mahindran. Rubesh, the captain, it's got him just where he wants at the moment. Gives him some width. Once again, it's another dot. Oh, we're going to start with a maiden here. 2 captains doing battle. And it's Palanapin, Rubesh, captain. Who's winning this battle? Mahindran, what can he do? Needs a boost, that's for sure. Can he give the boosters a boost? No, he can't. Well, this one, it just goes a little bit too wide. Wide called. Not very good from Indran there, the non-striker. This one is not taken by the keeper. As soon as it's not taken, you've got to go. You've got to call it. He doesn't. He just watches on. So an opportunity to double the score is not taken. The ball to go. 1 on the board, courtesy of that wide. Rubesh, can he finish? Well, better. And, well, they get bat onto ball as well. So 2 off the first over. 1 wide and 1 single. So Mahindran will put himself back on strike. But that's a perfect start. And once again, like I was saying in the match before, which was a match that was in the 80s. In fact, Clon CC scored exactly the same score. 86 for 6 they were. And this is where we are with the matches without a golden ball. 65. A lot of people were talking about this and asking Vinny how many matches he's had without a golden ball. Well, Vinny is coming back into the cube now. Vinny, you can answer that. How many it's been?
I think it's been about 280 matches without a golden ball for me. But I mean, I've enjoyed the golden balls. Doesn't matter if I'm here or not. I like to watch them. I told you, some of my favourites while I was away. But I would like to see the batters kind of just have a bit of a better time. Bit. That's all, folks.
What's up, Duck?
Yeah, exactly. No, I just think a lot of the golden balls we've had recently, the batting teams have been in a fair few wickets down, which is an advantage to the bowling team. And so, yeah, I think different proposition, isn't it? You've got a top order batter that's in like a high scoring match versus a tail ender or number 11 in worst case, having to face up to who the opposition thinks is their best option for restricting the batters below 2 runs. Anyway, geez, we were pretty close to a maiden then, weren't we? Maiden Waters would have been exciting. But, yeah, wide and then a single 2 off the over. And so, Mahendran will have to wait. Here's Mahendran facing up.
Well, goes back, plays this, but straight into the hands of the fielder. No run. Risky shot to play for nothing. He goes all the way back. If this hits the pads, I think everybody's going up.
It's Jamal who's bowling. But let's see what happens here. I think Indran wanted to go, but then was freaked out and the ball went straight to the fielder. I mean, Indran was actually the man that upstaged Vasikaran the other day. I think 4 sixes in his innings. And that was a kind of display of his power. All right, now it's Mahendran. He's going to face every ball so far, but this one will be a better result.
Yeah, he gets hold of this one, no problems. Again, it's ill-directed. He's down the leg side. And after hitting the first one straight to the fielder, he thinks, well, this one I'm going to absolutely clobber, and he does. And you can see it's not a good delivery from Jamal. He's got to keep it away from the legs. So finally, the big swinger Mahendran does get a bat onto ball. He gets his boundary.
Here's the thing: once you've decided that's your strategy, that you're going to swing from the bootlaces, and Mahendran's kind of tied to that now. So I think he'll feel just nudging a single now after he's 1 off 7 is not not an option. So he's kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. But yeah, but at the other end you've got Indran, who did clear the boundary a fair bit on Saturday. Hasn't had a chance to face yet. Yeah, Mahendran certainly never dies wondering. We know that. Pity the fool. That gets it wrong to him. That was not a good delivery from Jamal, really.
No, he's got to get this back outside the off stump where he had the captain Mahendran swinging and missing in the previous over. Let's see if he can. Well, it's at the stumps, which is better than being down the leg side, but still he gets it through the gap and he gets 4 runs. In this field, you've got to bowl to your field, and that field is set for the offside. There's not enough bodies to save these. And though he doesn't make clean contact, it's another boundary.
Yeah, it'll do. Shows you how quick the game can change, right? I mean, they were almost looking at maiden off the first over with 1 ball to go. But then they've exploded to life. Since then, we've seen 12 runs in effectively 4 balls. And suddenly, they're not in so much trouble after all. They're pretty much back on the rate.
Yeah, Jamal, let's see if you can get this right. 1 or 2 things. It wasn't a bad ball. It wasn't, but when somebody's swinging like the captain is here, you don't want to be putting it there. And that's another one that goes down towards that boundary. But this time the fielder is able to get to it. So the slight adjustment
good fielder.
has been made to the field.
Captain, I think, out there. Rubesh Palniappan did everything right. And also, you know, someone like Indran is not going to be that speedy. So, you know, you just block that, keep it in the field of play, and you're going to keep it to 1. So finally, Sakesh Indran will get a chance to face off this, the 11th ball of the innings.
Yeah, what do you think the field to him? I mean, they haven't put anybody. Well, hang on a minute. Here comes that change. I was going to say there was nobody on the leg side boundary. Well, there is now. So they do put the mid-wicket back. He will, I mean, look, some of these shots are going to look ugly. I'll tell you that now. But some of them are going to be blasted if he gets going. He hits the ball so well and so hard.
28 of 14 he scored against the Black Caps with 4 sixes. That tells me the other 10 balls he faced, he scored only 4 runs.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's a bit of hit or miss, but when he hits, well, they stay hit. Lovely shot. Oh, well, this is worn by the fielder. Really good work. I mean, this is what you call taking one for your team, and this is what you've got to do. Look, if you're going to shy away from this, it's 4 runs. There's that bounce, but he gets his body right behind it, takes it on the chest. It's going to leave a bruise, but he saved runs. If he doesn't stop that, that was going to be 4.
He scored 19 of his 28 runs on the leg side the other day as well, including 3 of his 4 sixes.
Yeah, you see there the umpire, that's umpire Ayush Sharma, just having a chat with the bowler there and say, hey, come on, no saliva on the ball. I think that's
right.
what's going on there.
Yeah, and that's taking a bit of adjusting, I think, for a lot of players.
Short, in the air, cuts it over the infielders. The desperate lunge upwards from the fielder, but he's got plenty of height on this. Good shot to play in the power play. Nicely hit, gets the power in it, and you see there, despite the efforts of the fielder, that's clean over in 4 more.
It's a subtle adjustment, but a good one. I think Mahendran just lets this ball come to him a little bit. He's not out chasing it, right? He's not trying to rush at the ball. And that was, because it was short, took a lot of pace out of the ball anyway. So after 2 overs, the score is 18 for no loss. I just think this has a thriller all over it. A score in the 80s. It's been a pretty good start, though. A good second over.
It's the second over. 16 came off that one. There was only 2 of the first.
Let's have a look at the boosters. Well, they're one of 3 teams without any points, as are Gelsenkirchen. Colin CC, we saw them for the first time this morning. But one of these 2 teams will jump ahead into 3rd place, 2 points ahead of the other 2. And well, we saw last week that absolutely anything can happen in these 5-team groups. I mean, if you told me Bond Blue Star would go from winning the tournament to not even making the top 4 of the 5 in their group, I would have said you have to get your head screwed on. But that's exactly what happened. I'm sure we've got a few twists and turns in store for Group B as well. Here's the captain, Palaniappan, who is going to bowl the next over. No surprises after he bowled so well in the first, only conceded the 2. Here he is in the last over of the power play. So jinxed him.
Yeah, starts with the wide. See what he's trying to do? He's still rubbing his chest, I think, with the ball that smashed him.
But it is left-hander, right? So this is why it's even more frustrating, I think, for someone like Mahendran, that he chewed up all those dot balls, where you want to make the most of the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. If you're not going to get a boundary, at least try and get one and force the batter to keep changing their angles, especially when the ball's moving around.
Ooh, wow.
Cool.
This is called a wide. I don't think this is a wide, Vinny.
I agree.
This is.
Where is it when it passes the crease?
I think that's a decent delivery.
But this umpires keep telling me this. Maybe because our perspective is different from so far back, but they can often find it difficult to find out where it went past the crease.
I'm not going to buy
That's what I hear from them anyway. But I mean, that for me, yeah, when it passes the popping crease, it's well inside the line.
In the air, and I think he's going to get lucky here. Is he? No, he's not. The catch has been taken. And just for a moment, I thought perhaps he's going to go over that man. He seemed to be planted and thought, I'm not moving, and he doesn't have to move. Takes the catch. And that's a good wicket to get, because that's Indran, and we know how dangerous he can be.
Yeah, just struggles to deal with the swing on this. It swings a long way left to right, and he's trying to elevate over the leg side, but just gets a big top edge. You see, he's out to meet it. Kind of over swings, doesn't he? And a solid catch taken in that short 3rd man position. Yeah, that's nicely done by Sahasranaman, who made no mistake. It's the first wicket of this one, 20 for 1. And, well, drum roll, here comes Vasikaran in the number 3 position. And what sort of Vasi will we see today? Remember, last year in the doubleheader, he scored 70 runs in the 2 matches. Will we see the best of him today, Rico?
Yeah, you know what? One thing I will say is out there in the field, he's looked very confident. He's bowled well as well. He's taken some very good catches. So, you know, he's probably feeling that today is a good day. He's been able to do well in 2 of the disciplines out there, the fielding and the bowling. Can he put it together with the bat as well? That's what his team will be looking for.
Probably a bit disappointed that he got whacked a little bit compared to some of the older bowlers. But anyway, here he is facing up.
Up in the air, it could be gone first ball. What a big moment this is. And he has gone first ball. The catch has been taken, so it's not going to be a good day for him. Kamran Khan has to come from a long way. He keeps his eyes on it. It takes a good catch. And just like that, well, Rubesh, the captain, is going to be on a hat-trick.
Can you believe it? Vasikaran is out of patience. And he knows he's got a few balls to play in the power play. He tries to go downtown first up. Instead, hits it uptown. And it was a pretty good catch. Had a long way to come in and to actually hit the ball at pace, but it did about as good as possible there, Kamran Khan. So it is a huge moment in the game. We've already seen several momentum swings in this inning so far. We're not even out of the 3rd over. It's 20 for 2. And suddenly, we've got a hat-trick opportunity. Palaniappan has a couple. And could he be hat-trick number 3 in Krefeld, hat-trick number 24 for the year.
Well, Rubesh Palani up and the captain. Well, is this going to be a moment for him to savour? As we saw that last one, look. Vasikaran went for the big shot, slices it up in the air, but look, take nothing away from that catch. He had a lot of ground to make up.
Replay doesn't really do it justice.
No.
Because he had to really get his skates on early. It was right back on the edge of the circle. And a quick 10 to 15 metres. So here's Aritharan, who's going to be facing the hat-trick ball. Of course, even though they cross, they've got to cross back. It's an epidemic of hat-tricks lately. Palani Appan with an opportunity for hat-trick number 24 of the season.
Well, he wastes this down the leg side. He'd be disappointed with himself with that. He's normally such a good wicket-to-wicket bowler. Gets this one down the leg side, so has an opportunity, but it goes. Gives a run away as well.
It does. And Prashant has a fair point in the chat about the umpires should be able to read which way a guy's swinging it. So to know how you might be fooled. If the keeper takes the ball very wide, you have to consider what it might have done after it passes the batter. That's a good point. He's getting some pretty consistent left to right swing, isn't he, Palani Appan? He's been brilliant so far. Remember last year, both these teams, well, the teams that batted first between these two teams, they lost. The targets were achieved every time. But the targets were a bit smaller. There's one in the 70s, one in the 60s. We haven't seen an 80s chase between these two teams as yet. All right, Tharan faces up.
Well bowled, well played. Not prepared to take the risk just yet. And, the rate isn't going to concern them at the moment. It's around about the 8, so though it did escalate up after that first over, a good second over has brought it back in touch where they want it to be. But this one is only going to take it back up again unless they're able to find some runs to the last couple of balls in the over. No, nothing there. This again is crept up on him pretty quickly.
I mean, kind of got the heebie-jeebies against Palani Appan at the moment. Fairly predictable movement he's getting, but this is where I think sometimes they're getting in trouble trying to hit inside out rather than go with the movement. If you step across, then you really open up a lot of scoring opportunities on the leg side. So, last ball, the power play.
Oh, well, how does this miss? You know what? I want to focus on this for a minute. And we were talking about this last week, me and Ujjwal. Have a look at this. If this hits the pads, everybody's going to go up and say, that has to be plumb. And the ball bounces over the stumps.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And how it goes over the stumps, I've got no idea. But you're exactly right. If that hits him on the pad, you'd say, well, it's not going over, is it?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what we're talking about. Game of fine margins. It's the end of the power play. The boost is 21 for 2. A little bit of this, a little bit of that so far in the second half of match 27.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we said, I think it's one that's going to go to the wire. You can look at it, you can see it. I mean, that rate has gone up, it goes down, and the power play tells you a story. Those 2 wickets there in that over from Palanapini, Rubesh, the man who took that outstanding catch on the boundary as well.
It looked a bit like a cowboy hat in the first 3 overs of the Manhattan there. So, well, middle over is going to become super important. 7 overs to go, so the middle overs, I normally call them overs 4, 5, 6 and 7. That's going to set up exactly what the boosters need to do in the last 3 overs. It looks like we're going to have a slight change of pace with Mohamed Awais coming in, and yeah, he bowled pretty well on Saturday, picking up 4 wickets. Let's see if he can do something here.
Yeah, liking that from Shrug. Good 2 overs. Rubesh certainly wasn't rubbish. No, he certainly wasn't. He was the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Like it when you're coming from there. Firmly struck. Work to be done by the fielder. Watches the bounce very well. Cameron has already taken one very good catch and then just gets the ball back in comfortably to the bowler.
Let's see how Mahendran bats now that we hit the middle overs and there's a few more sweepers to hit.
Gets a good delivery. Not too much you can do about this. And oh well, this is a dive fail. Fortunately, Cameron is the man to the rescue. Well, what happens here? I don't know if he slips or he
just...
Dali.
I think he might be weighed down by the amount of digits on his back. And he just hits the deck.
He's top heavy, isn't he? He's top heavy with all those numbers. But anyway.
It's like a 15-year-old New Year's Eve top that he's wearing.
It's called wide. Umpire's right on this one. That's a good call for me. Good umpiring from Ayush Sharma and Nikhil who are out there.
Yeah, fair enough. Mandarin on strike.
Oh, this one will be another wide, and the
Yeah.
bowlers can't understand it, but he's on that line all the time, and you can
Yeah.
see Mahendra's not moving before the ball's being bowled, so the line stays where it is.
If you want to avoid being called for a wide, you need to make sure the ball's inside the tram line. And this isn't inside. It grabs some of the tram line for sure.
Yep.
So that's the way they'll umpire. They'll be consistent with it. Yeah, it's good umpiring.
Yeah, they've been very good.
It rewards bowlers. I suppose it penalises bowlers that are overly defensive, always trying to bowl that wide one.
Cuts this away. Well, this is a bit of a lucky one-hand stop. He just sticks the hand out there, and luckily it plants itself in it. Otherwise, this is going to get past him.
Wow, this one takes a proper sideways bounce. The second one actually just jumps and pretty well done to negotiate that. Well, there's the 2008. Like I said, Happy New Year, 2008. It was a very different time back then. That would be what you'd wear. Where were you on the 31st of December 2007?
Now you're asking.
There you go.
I don't know,
There's
but wherever it was, I'm
question for you.
sure I was having fun. Where were you?
Before, that's like smartphones just breaking in around then. That's probably what I would say was going on. I think what I was doing. It's a long time ago now, isn't it? It's 15 years ago.
Strikes it well, but as you said, Vinny, that field now has been split. So you can see all of a sudden, especially with these balls being bowled sort of just outside the off stump, it's harder to find those boundaries. And so far, Mohammed Awais, it's not been a bad over from him as well. It's strayed a little bit outside the wide line where he's been called a few times. That one skids through. The umpire will call it byes, so it goes through the wicket keeper.
I'm still trying to think where I was. I've no idea. Probably an indication of how my 20s went. I think it was around then I hit the biggest six I ever hit and would ever hit, and I thought might be time to hang up the boots because I'll never hit one as well as that again. I think it was 2007.
He's never been able to get into a side after that. This is up in the air.
Speak of the devil.
And that is big. And what does that bash into? Well, Martins, are you all right there? We're going to see Martins coming out of his little cubby hole in a minute, thinking, what's going on here? Well, I'll tell you what, it's a big six. Boom. Shaka-lugya. And that crushes into the production team's camp.
Mr. T has just absolutely tattooed that one off the side screen. So, well, this has been an interesting innings already. It's 35 for 2 after 4 overs. And, well, if he gets going, well, anything's possible. They lost Vasikara in first ball. He'll be disappointed about that, but still the captain there and sending a message at the boosters. They want their first points of this ECS. But, Gelsenkirchen, they want the same thing.
They want the same thing. This is going to be interesting. And like you said, we fancy this one to go all the way down to the wire. I think it will do. That's the sort of thing there. That big six, though, keeps it interesting. Just keeps them up with the rate they want to be at.
Yeah, we're in the grady 80s, aren't we, in this game? And so, yeah, a lot to play for. But, yeah, thanks, everyone, for great first day back. What are some of the things that you miss when you're away from work? There's a question from the chat. If you do have vacation or whatever you want to call it, time away, what are the sort of things you miss? For me, I miss the people. It's nice to be back.
Yeah, miss them.
Even though we've been communicating, obviously, over the few weeks, mostly positive stuff. Thank you for that. But, this one's going to be 4 to start the over. Not a good delivery first up. And so the run continues. This time it's Harit Dharan with 4 off the first ball of the over.
Yeah, lovely shot. Look at the balance. Look at the way he gets into shape very quickly. Very quick onto it. Rocks back. Not trying to hit it too hard. You don't have to on this outfield. It's just all about placement. Rocks back. Gets the wrist right on top of it. So a nice looking classy shot.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, I miss the people. I do miss people just bringing me food all the time. Often when I'm not at work, I have to go find my own food like a caveman. So, still trying to manage myself. It's Cameron Khan.
They'll take the single out. Oh, well, this is not well done at all, is it, by 2008? Well, 2008 may have been the last time he was on the cricket field.
He would have been better off completely not existing then because it was going straight to the outfielder. But he boots it away from the outfielder who has a little smile on his face saying, this is how my day's going. Is your Monday going like this, guys?
Alam Dali. Doesn't do himself any favours or his teammates.
Premier League started again. So.
Nicely played out this time to the man at point. So I'm liking this. They're preparing to take the singles. No issues. They're taking on the field. But at the same time, every time there's a loose delivery, they're onto it like a flash. Just interesting to see. You've got this sweeper who's sort of in between the two men there, the man at point and sort of cover. So you could certainly afford to push one of them up slightly. I'm not sure why they're not doing that.
True.
They're just giving away an easy single. Short, hit hard, 4 runs. And this time he gets it in the gap between point and third man. And as soon as that goes past you, whether it's hit hard or not, it's going to be easy runs. So 4 more, just maybe giving it just a tad too much width is Cameron Khan. And, well, Mahindran at the moment is really starting just to open up. He was swinging and missing to start off with, but now he's starting to find his groove. And the captain is starting to look dangerous here. They need to remove him pretty quickly. Aritharan, the non-striker, is more than happy just to sit there and watch.
Once he gets in, he's hard to remove.
Edge gone, adios. Well, hard to remove him maybe. Vinny is back with a bang.
Yep, well, nothing's changed. He does throw the kitchen sink at this, doesn't he? Mr. T has a thick edge. Got to say, it was well held behind the stumps as well by Satapathy. He's having a good game. And so just when you feel the game's going one way, this one seems to take a turn, and it does as the captain departs for 28. But a handy knock from him. And seemed pretty upbeat with Aritharan, who gives a big fist bump on the way off and says, okay, keep going with it. But he does have to depart, and now the score, 46 for 3. The top 3 batters back in the shed.
Yeah, he put just a bit more into that, didn't he, Cameron Khan, and he gets his reward. And, he's seen a bit of shabby fielding. That's meant unnecessary runs coming off his bowling, but he does what all good bowlers do. Doesn't let that get on top of him, keeps his mind focused, and gets the wicket they needed. And get the wicket of the captain just when he was starting to look dangerous.
For sure. He is Rajkulasingham. He's coming in.
Wow, he's fired this one away in the gap. This is going to take some stopping, and they're not going to stop it. Only the banner, the cricket in Germany, the DCB banner is going to stop this one. And not a good ball. The bowl short is too short, and it just allows the batter to say, thank you very much. That's exactly what I needed to get myself going. Tanish, here's another one. That's pretty useful. And that shot also brings up the 50. 50 on the board. 3 wickets down at the halfway point.
Yeah, so again, nice little counter-attack from Rajkulasingham Tanesh first up. And so 50's up. Last ball, the 5th over. I would say you favour the batting team at this stage. Of course, the 2 games these 2 teams had last year, the chasing team always won. This is a slightly higher target than those 2 games, but also it's been a slightly higher scoring series than I think conditions.
Yeah.
So, yeah, right now it's Gelsenkirchen that are searching for a little bit of something. Here's Owais for his 2nd over.
Oh, it's nicely bowled. Batter Aritharan is happy to wait for the ball to come to him rather than go to it. Wicketkeeper standing up is probably the man that's stopping him doing it. Satapathy. It's again a big swing, and he's just letting the Aritharan know that he's there. Good glove work from Ronit. So Mohammed Owais. Got a decent first over, looking to get in the wickets himself. Well, with the captain being given his marching orders the over before, going for 28 of 16, caught by Satapathy off the bowling of Khan. Now somebody else has to start playing those big shots. Hasn't happened as yet. Oh, Gandhi ball again, and or just whenever they start to get a few dots in and apply the pressure, they then bowl a batten, and that is a batten. It's a free hit, really, down the leg side. I mean, you get the feeling that one, he may have been even better off not hitting it, because I think if he misses this, he's going past the keeper.
He got his pads in the way, so I think he kind of had to hit it in the end. But yeah, good shot selection, I suppose. At least he does hit it for 4. If you're going to hit one that's potentially a wide, you better get a boundary. That's what we often say.
Yeah, I mean, this time cuts it, but there is a man who comes across, sweeps it, takes no chances, doesn't want this to get past him, keeps it to a single.
It's almost 2 teams that are so desperate for a win, they've almost forgotten how. It's, let's see if Gelsenkirchen can find a little something. There'll just be a little something on this, and it will take us to the end of the 6th over. Owais ends up going for 19, and after 6, it's 56 for 3. And, well, once again, it's great to be back for all of you guys. that have been out there asking what I've been up to. I did have 3 weeks away, but I wasn't doing nothing. I wasn't just sunning myself.
You don't have to feel guilty. I wasn't doing nothing.
You know, there's
You
a lot
were
happening
on
in
a
the
break.
background. We've got some exciting new partnerships set for the ECC coming up. Obviously, we've got probably our busiest time of the year starting in Cardamom in 3 weeks, where we'll have 5 weeks of just wall-to-wall cricket, 7 days a week, 5 games a day, games under lights. How many teams are we going to see? We'll see something like 30 teams, including the ECC teams and the ECT 10 teams. There's a lot happening. But I'm looking forward to it. Of course, you'll be there. Corey will be there as well, helping us out. And so hopefully you guys can all join us as well. It's going to be like Christmas that goes for 5 weeks.
Yeah,
Here we go with Pavaluru.
Oh, well, this is in the air, and the fielder, he can't do nothing about it. Looks like he's getting set for a catch and then sees it whizzing over his head. Boom! Big hit. Shaka
Yeah, nice shot. Just actually watches the ball. So underrated. He picks the bounce perfectly and smacks it away. Now the booster's well in the box seat. I saw Nico Fernando's in the chat. Well, Nico, if you missed it, there'll be a playing condition, looks like, introduced that if an accidental 7th ball of an over is bowled, then that ball won't count. It'll be voided. What do you think about that? Of course, he was part of the Kent Lanka team, which was unfortunately on the wrong side of that. Do you think that's an improvement? Nico's a very smart guy as well. He'll be able to put his objective hat on now.
I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to say. And, yeah, I think, of course, it's a great improvement at all. Indeed.
Also, sometimes it takes something to be... It takes an event to then force a rule change. For example, underarm bowling. You know, or balls that roll on the ground, more specifically.
Pavaluru. Edge. Is it going to be taken? Should be. And it's his. And
oh dear.
He's
wow. That man's got the hardest working hamstrings in Germany.
He's oh, there he goes. He's going to need taking off in a minute. Well, he got there. I don't know how he takes his catch because it was almost like he couldn't bend. He reaches without bending his legs, and
that's
now he's in a bit of...
He knows he's in trouble here about 2 steps in because he tries to get a quick step, but he says, "I've committed now," and he's saying, "Yeah, I'm fine, and he doesn't look fine. But what it is, it's another momentum buster, isn't it?
It is. Look,
Raja goes, yeah, quick to throw it away.
Ouch, he says. Ouch.
That is not a man that's on 2 good legs. I'll tell you that much.
No, but he does take the catch. It didn't look like he was gonna at one point, and he takes a good one because Dinesh, as you know, can be quite a destructive hitter. It's another one that they send back. It breaks the momentum once more. And if they can... What it is, though, they do this and then they give it away with a couple of bad deliveries. Now it's a case of finish it well. So back over to you now, to Naresh Pavaluru. Can he finish with, let's say, 4 good deliveries here? Just a couple of runs from it. The rate goes back up. And once again, the distribution of pressure goes back onto the batting side.
For sure. Here's Prabha getting a bat. Well, to quote a famous meme, you may not like it, but that's what peak performance looks like. And it was Syed Waka who was able to do just enough to get it. Well, here comes Paki Prabha. Bowled very well. Oh, he's a good player. He's got a bit of heart about him. Need to finish things off. Just over run a ball required.
Well, that's an okay. He sneaks this one inside. Backs away Prabha just to try and get a little cut shot in.
Had a question from Akram Ashad. Hello, Akram. Hope you're well. Saying, will there be a tournament next year in Krefeld? And if yes, when? Well, we don't know yet. We're still working on the schedule for 2023. I'm just excited that the schedule for 2023 looks like it might be even longer than this year. It might be 45 weeks. This year we've had it might be a 45-week season in the end here.
It's this up in the air. Chance. Taken crocodile style. Well, he snaps it up. Look at those mackers, you say. Look at those mackers when he takes it. Doesn't matter how he takes it. That's a good catch from Arif Jamal.
There's a crocodile that's not letting too much of his prey get away in Jamal. And he opens the jaws and he smacks it into the middle of the hands. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Just kind of saw hands that shot from Prabha in the first place. But I was a bit worried he was going to run under it, but he actually judged it perfectly. So boosters have the staggers now. Score is 62 for 5. This will bring Jonathan Money to the crease at number 7.
Yeah, well, the catch being taken. It doesn't matter how. It gets the old crocodile style catch in. But it's another wicket for the bowler, Pavlura has now taken 2, just conceded 6 runs. Here we see it again, up the top of the bat, and look, it says, look at those. Really nicely done. So, this time round, maybe the pressure will stay on. It's certainly building now. Still got to finish the over well. You see, rate-wise, it's not too bad. They're still under 8, but finish the over well, it will go up. And he comes. I think he gets this okay, just about. The umpire is happy with it.
Yeah, money. What's the wide call? You be the judge here. That's wide. Again, missed it. And a few marginal ones. It always seems to be. Actually, they've been more lenient on high balls and probably wide balls, actually, I think, outside the off stump today. So it's a good day to be a bowler, maybe. Last ball of the over. Pavlura has been excellent this over. He's got 2 for 6.
Money. Can he send one out of here? He has a go. He can't. They're asking a question. The umpire shakes their head. Good call for me. End of the over. And it's the over that they needed. They pick up 2 wickets. Only 6 runs being conceded from it. 62 for 5. And that rate now will just take a little jump upwards. So as we said, as we suspected, it is going, looks like, to the wire.
It could be. These 2 teams will meet again in match 28. The final match of the day. Everything pushed back 30 minutes today because of a technological issue, I suppose, a technical issue at the start of the day. So this match 28, will start in about 20 minutes from now. News from the toss is same result. Gelsenkirchen winning the toss and batting first. The Boosters will be chasing again. And you can see not too much between these 2 teams. One of them will still be without points. Can't tell you which one at the moment. But I don't think either one of these teams will want to finish the day still on 0. They'll be right in the drop zone. Join us for that one. Still 25 required. I make that off the last 3 overs. So pretty much bang at the rate. But be of concern, they've lost 5 wickets. They're just not getting enough bat on ball at the moment.
Yeah. They're looking at, you see what it is, everybody's trying to play the same shot, and really they were in a position probably 10 balls ago where they could have just been saying to themselves, single, 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 no dot balls. Thank you very much for the extra. Thank you very much for the bad ball that goes for 4, and we're right on course. But swinging and missing gets dot balls into play, and we all know what dot balls are. Dot balls are gold dust.
Pressure's on. That's an easy call for a wide that time. Misses line completely. Zaidas is asking me how were the holidays. Well, they're very good, thank you. I did lurk a fair bit during the holidays following the Dresden tournament, of course. Lots of people I'm familiar with playing in that tournament. And big congratulations to everyone over there. And big congratulations to everyone here in Krefeld as well. And of course to Tyrone and Ujwal for filling in. It was great to see the Tomato Man and the Professor doing such a good job in my spot. But I am happy to be back, of course. Here's Kamal. Once again beats the bat. It's just been so good at doing this. Okay, I'm going to digress from the game for a second. Because Yassine Habib has said, tagged Vinny wife, saying you're the best woman I've ever seen. Well, I've got a fake wife who's getting picked up in the chat right before my very eyes. Wow. Give me a break, Habib. Anyway, what a good game this is. Haritharan, he's stuck around a while. He won't want to throw the towel in just yet.
This will go to the fielder. Pressure on him. Oh, has he fumbled it to the boundary? I think he has. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, this is Rubesh, the captain. Well, he gets down, he takes it, and the ball runs away from him, and then he tries to dive on it, and his legs just wouldn't get him there.
You've seen the 200-metre freestyle in the Olympics. This is the 2-metre freestyle on grass because he's running out of it, and he's trying to find a way to propel himself, but he had no feet left.
He threw his sunglasses at it, one hat, the second hat, and he still couldn't get there.
That's a big break. You felt the boosters were falling off the pace, but that one helps. Haritharan moves to 18.
Edge, and if this gets past him, oh, it doesn't, and there he is. Well, like I said, don't worry, my legs may be failing me, but I can hop there and hop back, and he does. Makes a stop, they just get the single.
Well, for a guy with 0 good hamstrings, I think that Wakar's been brilliant to his right and to his left, and that one could have easily gone for 4. This one's gone right down to the wire at the moment, isn't it? Talk about the Grady 80s. 86 the score posted by VfB Gelsenkirchen in the first innings, and right now the boosters look like they're going to take it right to the wire.
Couple of good dot balls here, and it keeps them in contention. Gets a good swing of the bat. They will take one, not running the first one very quickly, so not really applying too much pressure onto the fielding side here at the moment. But what a match.
Akram Ashad saying he hopes to see more tournaments from Germany. Of course, last year we were able to get to Kiel as well, weren't we? That was because Belgium was called off at pretty short notice because of the pandemic situation. We'd love to get up to Kiel again.
Kiel was beautiful,
This is one of the issues. I'll talk about it after this ball. It's the last ball of the over. It should just be one. They're going to push hard, though. If they're really quick, they might make this, you know. I think they will. Yeah, really good running because it was a long way for the fielder to come in, Kamran Khan. So it's the end of the 8th over. It's 71 for 5, 16 required off the last 2 overs. Yeah, so one of the issues we've got, Rico, and I'm sure you're aware of this, is that we do, kind of for logistical reasons, we're trying to go towards 2-week tournaments as a minimum, just because of all the setup, obviously, that goes into it. But what that means is that it's harder to go to more places, even though we want to. And it means that some places that have multiple tournaments might only get the one in a year. Also means we do want to get some new places as well, such as I know France is on the calendar for next year in the proposed calendar. Same with Switzerland. Haven't been there since 2020. So just might be one of those things. We're almost working towards a multi-year calendar where you'd have a tournament in one city 1 year and another city in another in the same country.
Pavalura comes back into the attack. One bounce, field it. There's the Crocodile man. Catches it Crocodile style and stops it Crocodile style as well.
Imagine
Just
if we get a golden
keeps it
ball
to 1.
on my first day back.
Don't say it.
Imagine if that.
Don't say it. Pavalura.
Yeah, we love cricket in Germany though. And look, Germany's where it all started basically for ECN. Was born out of German Cricket TV.
Full. Hit hard. And this will go all the way. Volley, brrr, and that is just what the batting side needed, something like that. And well, that will certainly give the Bayer boosters a bit of a boost.
Oh look, it's a ball you should hit for 6, but you still got to do it. It's a shin-high full toss. Haratharan got that right out of the middle. That went miles over the boundary. And that really does swing things back towards the boosters now. This has been such an interesting game. It's gone back and forth all the time. Haratharan has made the most of all those balls he's faced along the way. He's 27 now. He's taken them to single digits.
Oh, well, I don't think anyone's going to get this. He's going to fall safe because everybody's on the boundary. And what is going on there? This one bounces backwards. 4 men running to it, and the ball bounces and goes backwards, and they have to chase after it. Well, cue the music.
Not often you get the Bermuda Square because there's actually 4 people that all want this. There's got no infielder there. Often you see it sacrificed to have fielders back on the leg side, but a genuine mid-wicket in the circle catches that easily. So they will get 2. That was good running as well. Keeps Haratharan on strike. Just 7 required off 8 now.
Ooh, this bat onto this. They take him on. Will he hit him? He does, but I think he's made it in. Oh, that's the chance. I think this just, what do you reckon, Vin? Just dropped short of the keeper?
I think it doesn't quite carry. We'll have a look at it. We'll try and see with this ball. Does it carry to the keeper? I don't think he can catch that. I think he gets the gloves down and just hits the grass first. Didn't seem to have the gloves together. Then, yeah, you'll see this one. He ends up in fairly comfortably. They think of it an overthrow. But, yeah, it's also pretty alert running. I think by the non-striker.
Would you put the pressure on Money here now? Bring a couple of guys in just so you can't take an easy single. There's 3 balls to go.
For this 2 balls to go. Yeah, sorry. For this ball, yes. And then if he's still on strike, then I don't mind pushing them out for the last ball.
I think there's 2, especially on that leg side, a massive gap. I'd bring one person in and say, you know what? If you're going to score runs off me, you're going to hit over the top. I'm not going to let you take an easy single. That's what I'd be saying. But no move there at all at the moment. So Pavalura, well, he wants to get a couple of dot balls in here for sure. Well, that'll do. That's one of them.
Yeah, so they can have a fairly regular field. And this is where maybe Money can go, you know what?
Yeah.
I got one chance to win the game here. If he does 6, it's all over. It's a bit of a free shot. You're not really expecting much out of this. You probably don't really want Money on strike the way things are going. So they'll take an even number. And, well, 6 is an even number. So is 4. So 0. So at the end of the 9th, we're going right down to the last. And another close match on the cards here. 81 for 5 off 9. 6 runs required of the final 6 balls.
Hey, listen, this happened a couple of times in Dresden, and teams were not able to do it. I mean, the golden ball you're talking about, that was match number 8 in Dresden. Now, if you get a chance later tonight, if you want some cricket to watch, go watch that match, because what happened is Ketan Shetty.
Uh-oh.
Well, what
I'm
happened?
just seeing a long conversation.
Oh, no, you don't think so.
Oh, no. Hold on. Okay, we'll look at the golden ball counter here, but I've got my eyes fixed on the umpire because just looking at the time here, well, no, it's 4. Well, that was a big build.
You're right. Don't do that to me.
The umpire had a long conversation and looked straight at the batter, and then it looked like he was about to give 5 penalty runs, and then he said, right, I'm
Yeah,
over.
so that match number 8 in
Sorry.
Dresden.
Yeah, okay.
Ketan Shetty comes on the bowl. He
Yeah.
needs to defend 6.
Yep.
He does. Only gives 5.
Yep.
Golden ball.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't
He
bowl.
gets dragged.
He doesn't bowl it after such a great over. But he's the one who's alert when the throw comes in. The bowler is standing like a statue.
That was
He's
unbelievable.
falling backwards, feels it. And
Unbelievable.
while he's falling backwards, direct hit, they win it.
Kamran Khan's going to bowl the last then. Back in the here and now. His over went for 15 earlier. He doesn't have that many to play with. Just 6 required. They're just checking they've got enough outfielders here. Well, enough infielders, I should say. So, yeah, dot ball's everything. You don't even mind a 1 here because Money didn't look like hitting a beach ball last over, to be fair to him. And Kamran Khan, he's just trying to get it right. You've got as much time as you like now because we are into the 10th over. Let's roll. Taran can win the game with a 6. Well, it wasn't convincing to start, was it?
Dot ball. I mean, he's done so well for his side. He's batted the way he's had to with wickets falling around him. And now, surely he's not going to fall at the last hurdle. So 6 now required of 5 deliveries. He doesn't really want to take a single. I can see what he's thinking. He wants to try and get a boundary. But if it's there, I think he has to take it early on.
Just lose this run. But remember, how big is this result? Because one team will still not have a win after 3 matches. It'll be 0-3 and staring down the barrel of 0-4. The other team will be 1-2, 1 win, 2 losses, and potentially could be back to square at the end of the day. So huge over for both these teams coming up. 6 off 5 now.
Oh, there's a tingle. There's a tingle around the ground. Are you feeling a tingle? Anyone feeling a tingle out there? That's now 6 required for 4 deliveries. Vinny, are you tingling? You want to be tingling, don't you?
Yeah, I mean,
You want to be tingling.
well, the last game I did was a tie, actually. It was that one game I did as a guest in Australia on my vacation. 6 off 4. Got a score here. And maybe push for a 2. You've still got 5 wickets to play with. Even if you get a new batter, it's probably the equivalent of Money, who's 2 off 6. Well, let's roll.
Hits it and hits it well. And this goes, well, I think this goes all the way. That's it. Well, what a shot. And Manos arriba from the Albidro, and he does it in 1. Well, he plays and misses at a few, but when he gets it in the slot, just slightly over pitch, he crushes it to the boundary. And just like that, this match is done, and it's done with 3 balls to go.
Yeah, so 86 wasn't enough in the end. It was strike 1, strike 2, and number 3 was out of the ground. So, he does the job in the end. Taran, when he was good, he was really good. 2 Maximos and 3 4s in his innings, 36 off 26 balls. And so boosters do get across the line with 3 balls to spare. Highly entertaining game. But what it means is it's even more important now for Gelsenkirchen to get on the board because they don't want to be 0-4. I mean, that's not a place you want to be when you just play 8 games in the group stage. And you can see they have won the toss. They'll bat first again. I mean, that's 3 matches out of 3 between these 2 teams over the last couple of years where the chasing team have won. And look, Boosters won that even despite someone like Vasikaran going very, very first ball. But we'll stay tuned because that match is coming in around about 5 minutes' time. But before that, well, let's have a look at the start. It was Mr. T that was on the rampage early. He was swinging like it was going out of fashion. When he hit them, they looked pretty good. And well, his 28 was pretty important, I think, in the context of this game. At the other end, the wicket started to fall. Really had a lot of momentum shifts in this 10 overs.
Yeah, it certainly was. And like we say, out of those top 3 batters, you need a batter that's got to go past the 20s, push on into the 30s. If you're able to do that, then you're going to win matches. And that is what they were able to do here, the Boosters. There were some good shots, but you're right, it was Mahindran who finally started to get going. But take nothing away from the way that Ithran batted towards the end there. I think his knock was absolutely key, especially when the captain edged this one behind. He was out the equation. Runs started to dry up. As he said, Vasikaran, he went very first delivery. So it was all down to Aritharan to play this knock.
And when Aritharan had faced so many balls, you knew a lot was on him. Didn't want to get out and expose another batter. But then also you have to try and up the rate, which he managed to do in the end. And meanwhile, Said Waka had some difficulties walking. Jamal didn't have too many difficulties with that one, crocodile style. Manny would come to the crease. These two would ultimately finish things off, but have a look at that. Those 3 runs given away become even more important. Palaniappan just not able to keep that in the field of play. A couple of loose deliveries were punished, even though it went down to the last. Ultimately, it was a very good-looking shot that finishes things off. Just carries the boundary. And the boosters, well, they get a boost. They get 2 points in this Group B competition. And now Gelsenkirchen, well, the ball's in their court to reply in match 28.
Yeah, I mean, look, we said that these two teams are very evenly balanced as we have a look at that scorecard. So Gelsenkirchen, are they going to be able to bounce back here, or are the Bayer boosters going to be boosted by that performance? Good knock there from the captain, Mahindra. He led by the front. He didn't have it all his own way, but maybe he had the rub of the green as he made 28 with 16. But really, I think a player of the match innings there from Erithan, 36 not out of 26 deliveries. Held it together. He was the glue, wasn't he, in that innings, and he was the one that kept his nerve despite those dot balls there towards the end. A couple of dot balls, but then he finishes it with a big 6. What about the bowling figures there?
Yeah, well, Palaniappan was so good early, taking 2 for 5, was almost unhittable, but Jamal just kind of took the foot off the gas in the second over that went for 16. Remember, they almost had a maiden, but yeah, ultimately just didn't have enough bowlers to keep things quiet. But even by the same token, you have a look at Aritharan, who swings and misses at the first, swings and misses at the second. If he somehow hits that up in the end, gets caught, it could be a very, very different result. So Gelsenkirchen weren't too far away. And like I said, these two, they end up finishing 3rd and 4th respectively in their group last year. Gelsenkirchen would unfortunately not make it past the semi-final stage. We will take a break. When we're back in just a few minutes, we'll be back with match 28. Gelsenkirchen putting the runs on the board once again. Stay with us because the 4th game of the day is coming up. We'll have some food chat, we'll have some random questions, and we'll have plenty more cricket just around the corner. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for the final match of day 7 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Come this way. Hello and welcome back to the Bio-Ertingen Club here. National Performance Centre in Krefeld. Great facility for cricket and a bunch of other sports as well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max Mo with you for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Rico. Full slight delay to the final match of the day, just to give everyone a chance to recover. But it is time for match 28. It's going to be a rematch between VfB Gelsenkirchen and Bayer Boosters. We know that there wasn't too much between these two teams last time. So, Rico, it's time to go over to the...
It's going to go over to the toss. Why don't we? Let's see what's going to happen, what the two captains are going to do. Roll Cummins is out there with him in the middle.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails.
We are going to bat first.
That actually reminds me, Mahendran is pretty good at losing tosses, and I tell you what, he's not a great poker player because he's lost a second one today. It means that they do have to chase. But I don't think that's a bad toss to lose, because although I often think there's a bit more pressure chasing in the three matches between these two teams in ECS cricket, the chasing team has won, and the Boosters did just chase successfully just then.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they're going to be happy. They want to do the same thing again. But I just think, this two, again, like I've said before, these two teams on paper are so evenly balanced. We saw that one go more or less down to the wire with 3 balls to go. I think they're going to find, Gelsenkirchen need to find a way to just get those extra 20 runs on the board. If they can do that, well, I think this game is set up for this series one apiece.
Yeah, and I kind of mentioned that last year both these teams did have some success along the way, but they rarely put big runs on the board.
Yeah.
They were kind of scraping their victories and often found themselves in those kind of 70s or 80s, occasionally 60s, occasionally 90s. But I'd be surprised if either of these teams actually cracked 100. I can go back to that in a second. But yeah, right now we are going to see Gelsenkirchen, who will open up with the bat, and we'll get another chance to look at Ronit Satapathy. I think he batted pretty well, didn't he? Just kind of got out at a stage where they probably could have used an extra 10 or 15 runs, although his 30-odd did set up the score in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got to be a bit smarter, I think. I think one of the things I noticed from them is that they were using up too many dot balls. Go out there, just be a bit smart. I think both teams could apply that to the game. Be prepared to be able to take the singles, be prepared to push the outfielders to try and get those misfields and get the 2s on the board. But if it's a bad ball, punish it. I think if they just make those little subtle changes, they will get those extra 15, 20 runs that they're looking for.
As the players start to come into the ground, I will have a look at the fantasy dashboard, and you can see that Sakesh Indran no good, unfortunately, in this match so far. Vasikaran went for a gold, and so yeah, Mahendran was carrying the top order, but it was Aratharan that was able to finish things off in the end. And well, as far as the bowling went, I think Buggy Prabha is always dangerous, and also Thor Lakonda has been excellent. Vignesh also a bit of a threat with the new ball. Looking at Gelsenkirchen though, they'll want another good performance out of their keeper, we mentioned just then. But also I've got to say that Satapathy needs some help with the bat, and yeah, perhaps someone like Kamran Khan can step up. Let's have a look at what the supercomputer is predicting, and it's saying that it likes Gelsenkirchen by 7 runs. So, yeah, it's the kind of thing that Gelsenkirchen supporters will know. It's a long way back from 0-4. At least if they can get some points, they're level with the Boosters, who now are 2 points ahead of them on account of that victory in the previous game. I want to say a quick hello to Sammy, who's in the chat. And he's talking about his favourite piano song being Rush E. It's very hard. I know that song, actually. I'll play it for you later. It's very, very technical. You can listen to it on YouTube. A lot of people learn it just from YouTube, though. Rush E, it's called.
Rush E.
I'd never heard of it until fairly recently. And I'm in the piano circuit a little bit. It's one of those ones.
I hear you get quite a good audience at the airports
In
where
Italy,
they have the piano.
I was held up half an hour in Italy.
Did you hold the plane up?
I should have got the...
You say the flight is just running a bit late because Vinny Sandu is...
I should have got the hat out, because I reckon I would have made some cash for my holiday. I had about 200 by the end. And sure, they're trapped at their gate and they can't move, but the Lion King went down pretty well. Circle of Life. Anyway, it's random question time as well. 4th game of the day. So any random questions, put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Also, we might get into a little bit of food chat as well. Maybe you can tell me what you've been up to here in Germany so far. You've heard bits and pieces. Right now with the ball, it's going to be Vignesh, who is going to sling the start of match 28. And it starts with a dot. Yeah, what have you been eating since you've been here?
I've been eating, I mean, Dresden, because we were a little bit closer location-wise to quite a few local restaurants. There was a few more of the, you mentioned the old dumplings. And we like a bit of the Strataburden with the dumplings as well. So basically with the different types of sauces, that was nice. The old sausages here, of course, are very famous. Sausage and mash. Up in the air and just out of the reach of the fielder. And he's going to have to pick this up on the other side of the rope. So 4 runs. It's a good shot if you're going to play it inside the power play. He gets enough on this. A bit of a change up in the batting order here. So Naresh Pavalura is opening up with the Krishnan Sasaranman. So just giving others a chance. I don't mind this. I mean, I think this is all about getting acceleration in this power play.
A little bit surprised, though, that they didn't stick with Satapathy towards the top, saying he was so good in the last game. Vignesh slings another one in. And is this a little edge? Certainly made a sound as it went past the bat. The umpire has not moved, and now he has. We've seen the sands of time stood still for a second there. I thought there was a little flick on it as it went past the bat. The umpire just having a think. Maybe his whole life flashed before him, but in the end he made the decision, and that is the first wicket of match 28.
Yeah, there was definitely a sound here. I mean, we see if we can pick anything up there. I mean, there's a slight movement. You see, everybody knows it's gone. The batter, he doesn't want to go. Naresh Pavalura, he said, "Oh, come on, guys."
Giving nothing away. Yeah. It's the guiltiest body language ever. he looks behind, then he plays an imaginary shot. He doesn't look at the umpire. He starts just kind of looking around, looking everywhere but the umpire. But I think it's the correct decision. So 3 balls into this one. Gelsenkirchen are 4 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled there, Ignacio. That's one thing he does. He just keeps that ball outside the off, keeps toying with the batters. And the batters want to take him on, gets a snick. And, well, I'm glad he went because I don't think Indiran, the wicketkeeper, was going to hold his tongue much longer. He takes a catch here and then he's looking at the batters and saying, "Hey, if you don't get going, look at it. Have a look at him.
I
look
think
at it."
Maybe he chased him off, didn't he?
He did.
The thing is, I think because the batter starts kind of walking that way, the umpire thinks, okay, he's walking, I'm not going to give him out. But the batter was just doing a sneaky thing where he takes 2 steps and stops. And the umpire finally goes, "Come on, you got to go."
Yeah, get out of here.
Another good delivery. Some whistles past the outside of the edge of Dali. Yeah, so let's look at some random questions. I know that we've got a very interested bunch of people in the chat. And the more random, the better in the last game of the day. Already heard about Rushy from Animal. Sammy in the chat. Oh, this is a lucky one, and it's going to be 4. Well, sometimes we see a fielder in that position, like a really fine third man or a fly slip. That's where this one ends up. So look at the pace on the ball. I think I would have a third man back. I think there's going to be a lot of balls going in this area. Will be a second boundary for the over. Yeah, I mean, what you notice, what we've seen, especially from these 2 teams today, that we've seen the ball go in that area, and then the fielder gets put back, and that's exactly what they've done here. So really, you're going to learn from that and say, right, if this is what's happening, let's not wait for it to happen. Let's get the man back there early on, because you're now going to have to deploy, especially with the pace that you're going to see that Vignesh here bowling, and also Prabha. You've got to have that man back. Pretty good first over, all up, and at the end of it, it is 8 for 1. So, yeah, I mean, what's enough here? Probably 90 or so. Now, I haven't done this in a while, obviously, because I haven't been on, but I've been getting a bit of grief for not being that active on my social media. I did have a bit of a break, but I'm going to do an Instagram live here. And normally this works until my phone overheats, which is about 3 balls in. But if you'd like to get involved at Mr. Maximo, I'm live on Instagram now, so you can throw some questions in there. Gives a chance for some of our FanCode viewers to ask some questions as well. If you want to take part in the random question portion of the day, you also get us at European Cricket, especially with the ECC coming up. It's a great time to get involved and see exactly what's happening in the world of European cricket. And Lily Panda asking, will we get to try Spätzle here? Yeah, it's a kind of German noodles. I think not made from eggs mainly. I did try it last year. It was very, very nice. So, yeah, I'll definitely be trying whatever's going around. I want to say hello to Vinnie Fangirl, saying, do I remember any good fan moments, like an airport or on the ground? Any funny stories? Well, you have one recently, don't you? I'm going to handball this question to you.
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit frightened yesterday. I had a nice session in the gym yesterday on a Sunday. Thought I'd finish the gym, and I was busy on my phone catching up. And next thing, a few youngsters came running over, and I got a bit, got a bit panicked. The next thing I heard was, Rico, can we have a picture, please? And I thought, right, what's going on here? Totally threw me off guard. But look, I was happy to oblige, and it was great actually. It's great to see that so many people around here are following cricket. So
Yeah.
I'm warning you now,
And
when you go out there, they'll be all over you.
One of the Cardamom tournaments when you went to visit a relative in England, right?
That's right.
You didn't make it out of the baggage alive. Uh-oh, bit of a miscommunication. They're going to throw. Well, direct hit would have been gone here, I think. In the end, it'll be an action-packed dot as Dali, wearing 2008, weighed down by the number on his back, took a long time to turn around there.
But Dali was the man, remember, who was run out for 0 already, having faced one ball, and he could have been gone again. And Dali, well, he's got that towel inside that helmet for a reason. And we reckon that's to wipe away those tears, because he almost gets his head into trouble once more. At least this time he has got runs on the board, thanks to that edge.
This is going to go to the man in the circle.
Look at the running of Dali.
Yeah, he has a bit of trouble maintaining the pace for the 22 yards, doesn't he?
You got to be attacking. You got to be attacking his end for sure.
Yeah, I think so. Well, Pavel Florin's in the chat as well. Hello, Pavel. Big Bash auction is coming up.
Yeah.
So that'll be an interesting one. I'd love to see Pavel involved in the Big Bash in some way. Hello to Satya as well in there. Atul, nice to have you on there as well. Hello to Deepak. Nice to see you. It's nice to be back. Hello to Marzi, who's in the chat as well. Hello, Mars.
Marzi.
Hope you're well. This is short. There's a bit of a top edge hanging in the air, but there's nobody close to it. Nice bit of fielding. Has to pull up money just in time. Does well to keep it to a single.
Well, I'm glad that man has had the MOT done on his brakes, because he needed them. I think he pulls the handbrake on this, stops before the boundary, turns and throws.
Well, I did have a bit of a fan moment when I went to buy some cricket equipment for the game that I didn't end up getting selected for in Prague. It's an expensive trip. But yeah, we're having a bit of a chat. I got recognised there, which is nice.
What did you buy?
I had to buy... Oh, see, I bought some keeping inners because I used to get criticised because if you wear the same ones, they end up smelling pretty bad.
Yeah.
So I bought a couple of pairs of those. And I bought a box. Can never have too many of those. I'd like to have them everywhere. Last ball the over. And this is hit away over cover. Now, this takes a pretty friendly bounce for the batters first up, and it's going to beat the fielder. Danushan can't chase that one down. And it's the end of the second over as well. So, bit of a mixed start, but Gelsenkirchen hit the end of the second over, 14 for 1.
Yeah, nicely played. Gets it over the 30-yard circle. Gets what? Look, I heard you picked up a helmet as well. Look, don't be too discouraged. I know you didn't get picked.
Yeah.
And I know you bought this, but you haven't bought this gear for nothing, because I reckon we could do with a few helmets in our cube, because the balls are certainly starting to come in our direction, you know.
I know, and it always seems to be when we have special guests as well. That happened in Italy a few times. Having a look at the table, boosters pretty happy to open their account. Gelsenkirchen will want to join them on 2 points with a win here. But yeah, hello to all of you that are in the Instagram live chat as well. It's just a matter of time till my phone overheats. It's pretty warm here. It's about 27, but got the sun on us at the moment. So we've got Sammy. He's taken random questions and turned it into random statements. Like, I don't watch a lot of cricket. More bees. That is random.
Okay, that's very random.
So, okay. Okay, McNesh has come back, and this is a long chase, and it's not going to get there. So, yeah, Chris kind of threw a foot at that one, didn't he, Thorley Conduct? Well, he needed the hammer this time, didn't he? Nice shot. I mean, goes straight down the ground, Dali, and he gets 4 and turns that pace on the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one, okay, is fair enough throwing a foot at it, but you're just going to pump the ball into the bushes. Get a slide in on this ground particularly. Throw yourself down, get a slide in, try to get a hand onto it, flick it back in. Well, he's looking, look at the business here now, isn't he? Look at that. That's a look and a half, isn't it?
Looks like, yeah, it should be in the America's Cup with a sail like that. Raj Beer in the chat as well. Hello to you. And Roshni Verma as well. Samet asking me, honestly, do I love my job? We love our job, don't we? We are so lucky to have the job we have. Oh, bottom edge. He gets down below the keeper. They have got to find third man in there now.
Yeah.
Adali will just get a single here.
Yeah, good effort there for Indra, but it gets past him. But yeah, like you said.
I will say we love our job, but I think people don't necessarily realise that they are pretty long days to be out in the elements. We spend a lot of time outside.
There are long days, but
Yeah.
look, what I will say this, I mean, A, we're watching the game we love. B, the players are fantastic here at the ground and the
That's
federation.
true.
But also, C, you guys in the chat, you make it fantastic. You make it so worthwhile.
Yeah.
And
It's the people around us, not just here at the ground, but also
Yeah.
virtually, that keep us going all day and make it
Absolutely.
so interesting.
a big thank you to you all for making not just our day interesting, but making this community spirit of cricket just grow bigger and bigger every time.
I'm going to toggle my questions from the chat to the Instagram as well. Another slinger here, but this could be a chance, and it should be out. Aratharan's the man, and he will drop the undroppable. And he somehow drops it 3 times. He still couldn't grab it after he hit the ground. Well, he tried to kind of swallow this, tries to give it a hug, but the ball slips away from him, and that is a huge chance put down.
Well, he's got to eat some more jalebis. You eat jalebis, you won't drop these. You get sticky fingers. Well, he ain't got sticky fingers, he's got buttery fingers. Those come out. Oh, that's a dolly.
I think that was just long enough for him to think there's no possible way I could drop this, could I?
He's listening to you. That's what it
Now,
was.
well,
He gets another chance.
It's not going to go to him, though. It's Mahendran who is going to take it. So, well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Mr. T says, out my way. I've got this one. So Dali goes for 10. And that's the second wicket now. Gelsenkirchen are 20 for 2.
Yeah, well, you can see that Mr. T, he said to B.A. Parakas, says to Hannibal Lactate, you stay away. I'm taking this. You've already spilled one. You're not spilling another. And he's trying to make amends with the captain. The captain doesn't at the moment want to make eye contact. He said, "Ja pare, mera kaja tu na lagi hai." And he doesn't. And he just gives a little shrug as well.
Yeah, he said, get out my way. I saw what you did. Although I think normally Aratharan would be one of the safer pairs of hands, but yeah, found a way.
It's like Huckleberry Hound now as he walks off. Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling.
That's the way it goes.
It's not a good look, that. I reckon
exciting?
he's got to change that look. I don't like it. It's like he's got big ears.
Yeah, he gets a fist bump. That's all right. Did my best. Oh, look, it's not the worst innings ever. So 20 for 2. See, this one just goes too high, doesn't clear the infield. Mahendran, nice catch. So Raj Beer wants to know more about the ECC day-night matches in September. Well, the ECC is Monday to Friday. He's asking about the weekend matches. Well, they are going to be between 9 Spanish domestic clubs. I don't know which ones just yet. I think Costa del Sol figure. And there'll be 3 every weekend. They'll play a mini tournament. This would have been gone. And, well, judging by the first one, I wouldn't suggest an overthrow. You might not make it back.
Well, this has got to be Waka.
Yeah, well,
come out.
It's a man with 0 good hamstrings. And look. He's almost going backwards. There's no way he's doing that. He's not there to run singles, Rico. That's the end of the over. 21 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Well, so you just felt like giving him a hand there, didn't you? Just like maybe tying a rope to him and tugging him so he gets there quicker. Power play done. It's 21 for 2. And once again, we haven't seen the big power plays here today at all. The bowlers have been the ones that have been on top. But again, good bowling there from the man. I've really liked the look of the slinger here. The Vignesh has bowled really well.
So just going back to the T10 in Spain during ECC. So it's not part of the ECC, but it will be at the same venue. There'll be 3 clubs every week for 3 qualifying weekends. Whoever wins each weekend, they'll meet in the 4th weekend, which is the championship weekend. So it'll be 10 matches every weekend, so 40 extra matches during the way, including each weekend will have its own final to qualify for the championship weekend. So it's kind of like a mini ECC, I suppose, in the tournament. But remember, those are domestic club teams, right? So hopefully that does clarify that for you. And they will also be day-night days. Big wild swing. And you can tell Waka's not out there to run. Random question from Lily Panda. Favourite movies? Favourite movie? I used to love Home Alone when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think I've been asked this before, and I said Independence Day.
Oh, yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, Independence Day is still
also,
right up there.
I often like to talk about Back to the Future 2 as my favourite.
You like that one, don't you?
Back to the Future 2. I haven't watched it in a while. Wow, this is right off the toe of the bat, and it's lucky it's gone that far because he'll be able to walk one. So Waka doesn't whack that one and get a single. So yeah, they're probably my favourites. Tell us some of your favourite movies in the chat as well. This is for you to answer as well. Well, my wife, someone's blocked her, but now she's come back. I just want to know why she got blocked. I don't have a problem with this kind of fun stuff, even though it's the truthfulness of it is not there. Well, this one is there. This is going to send the bench scrambling. This has gone over the bench. And this is a huge hit. Maximo! Sahas Ranaman goes bang, just picks it up. Just times the absolute cover off that one. 6 runs.
Oh, I'm loving this. This is what you're talking about. Well, that is a sweet out of the middle of that bat as a box of jalebis. What a hit. Well, Indran likes it. He says, what a shot. Well, it's about time we saw some of this. I think the bowlers have dominated these matches too much. We need a batter to go out there and to blast some big sixes. That's what we want to see. We want to see a bit more of that. Así me gusta.
So going back to the chat, and Ami Patali saying excited to meet us on the coming Friday after the quarterfinal game. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you as well. Geez, our viewers have such good memories. I did say, after seeing Sundan Chitanipu play in Dresden in the chat, I said the first thing I'm going to do when I get to Germany is order a slippery Chitanipu. But I haven't had it yet. Who was that picked that up? That was very, very clever.
Hey, listen, I want to say hello to
Sundan.
Ame Potale.
Oh, it is Sundan Chitanipu.
It's
actually wrote that.
It is.
Hello, Sundan. How are you?
Chitanipu, how are you? Yeah, indeed. And also I was saying hello to Ame Potale, who made a great introduction when he batted, but he just went off the ball, didn't he, last few matches, but I'm expecting to see him come back with a bang at
this is a chance. Is it a chance? I mean, he's going to have to go a long way. Will he reach it? He will.
Yeah.
Well, guess who? It's Ari Tharan who dropped the ball that almost lodged in his throat. This time he's had to go with the flight. Off his own bowling, he's a completely different fielder. And that's 3 wickets down now and a very good return catch. Sahas Ranaman has to go for a dozen, and it's 28 for 3.
No, this is a fantastic catch. I mean, you can't believe that this is the same man that dropped that dolly. And first of all, look at the way he gets the strides on this. He's got big legs. He had to get there pretty quickly. He went a long way up, and then that is a tremendous catch. That really is. So, well, he may have dropped a clanger, but he's made amends. But, of course, it's off his own bowling. Bowlers don't tend to drop them off their own bowling.
This is all judgment, but a little bit of luck as well. I mean, he sticks the hands out, and he's hoping that he's judged it right. But, yeah, Sahas Ranaman has to go. He's a 3rd wicket down. So, actually, my chat wife has said my favourite movie is Forrest Gump. Actually, that is one of my favourite movies. And did you know that there's just been an Indian version of Forrest Gump that's come out? Did you know that?
Yeah, there was a lot
a bit disappointing you didn't get a role in that.
A lot of talk about it. I may have got a call, but I was too busy in Papua New Guinea.
Lieutenant Dan?
It clashes with the training I've got planned.
If you lose a couple of legs, you could have been Lieutenant Dan. You know him? Anyway, I'll...
So they know what your favourite movie is. That's a bit spooky.
That's actually one of my favourites. That'd be in my top 5 for sure. Yeah, you know me well.
So Ronit does come out now here. So really, though they've lost some wickets, they still have good batters that have come out there. And Ronit Satapathy gets off the mark straight away. But he's got to realise that Saeed Waka is not a man that he needs to make run. And the look that Saeed here gives Ronit says it all when he gets to the other end. Look.
Well, if looks could kill, he's going to do some hard time. But anyway, takes us to the end of the over, and it's 28 for 3 after 4. Very, very good afternoon to you. And I want to also mention Frederick Constant, who has come on, and they've come on as our official timekeeper now.
Absolutely.
And we talked about it. I think we're going to head that way. We'd love to have a running clock at the venue. Maybe won't have time for ECC, but something we'd like to work on in the future. But yeah, we're really thankful to have Frederick Constant, who are based in Geneva, Switzerland.
Yep.
Beautiful part, and they really do know how to do the engineering there. I mean, they live and breathe timepieces there. So we are thrilled to have Frederick Constant as our official timekeeper for the European Cricket Network and this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to thank them in advance for my watch that's on its way. Thank you.
They are fantastic, fantastic timepieces. I'm looking forward to seeing one or two close up. This one swings away from the batter.
I'll let you see mine. No worries.
Yeah, okay.
I'll let you see
You're
mine.
going to get it engraved and everything?
Yeah, it'll be...
It better be big to get the balle on the back. But yeah, keep the random questions coming. Of course, my phone's overheated now, so my Instagram chat has unfortunately
What's up with
ended.
your phone? Why does it overheat all the time? What do you do to it?
There's a lot going on. And yeah, in the summer, we'll do that occasionally because it's normally charging as well. But it's okay. I've still got everyone here. And yeah, Sundan saying hello. And says that he's good and that he's enjoying the job we're doing. Well, that's great, Sundan. And well done on your efforts in Dresden. So,
how is Chintanipu? Did he say how he's feeling? How's his hammies?
Yeah, how's the body? This is going to be edged away and, well, attempted foot fielding.
Well,
he must have dig that one out. I think he stepped on that one into the turf.
That's a double foot bit of field where there's a foot fail and the foot
hate it when the ball,
that's going to hurt somebody.
When you step on the ball. I have done that before in warm-up. The old Glenn McGrath injury, right?
Yeah.
It's nasty. It's nasty. But anyway, he's all right. And a few people asking where Rico's ECN logo went. It was on his jacket. You're taking the jacket off right now. I can understand why.
Yeah,
a little bit warm.
There's some noise here. Yeah, I was going to say he's got to be gone here. It's big. He's chasing a wide one.
Yeah.
Gets the bottom of the bat on it.
It's a big wicket. That's Satapathy who's gone for just 2. And this would have been a wide, Rico.
Yep.
It's pretty much straight over the tram line. But again, a little feather. And Gelsenkirchen just having a lot of trouble putting an innings together at the moment. And that's a big wicket, man. They hit the ball well earlier, but this time not able to do too much. He's the fourth man to fall in the score. 32 for 4 in the 5th over.
Yeah, I think this is sometimes what happens when you mess with the batting order a little bit. I'm all for trying things, but it's too much of a change, I think, for me. Have 2 new people up in the power play. Didn't really click, really. I mean, Sasa Ramaman, he did hit one big hit before he went for 12, but really Naresh Pavalura, he didn't quite work. Anandali coming in at number 3 again, a bit of a gamble. He got you to double figures, but the consistency needs to be there, and that then puts a lot of pressure at a man coming in, Ronit Satapathy, who's coming in now with already a number of balls being chewed up, and wanted to go after it quickly. This one was snuck in, so dot ball.
Here's the thing, Gelsenkirchen, they've never actually posted 100 batting first. They've only cracked the 100 once, and it was actually in the last match on Saturday where they made 122 batting second and weren't able to chase down the 127. So they have had a bit of trouble putting the runs on the board. I do like that they're batting first. It's a good confident move, but it's having some trouble. And this one, if there's no bat in it, could be trouble. I like that one. I've got to say, it did seem to be straightening a bit. Wait, what the umpire says here.
There's been no... Oh, it's sick. Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be called leg wipe. Yeah, I got to say, my reaction was it was a pretty good shout first up. Umpire thinks it's missing leg stump. That's why he gives it not out. Yeah, I mean, I can see what he's saying, but I do think it's probably more likely to hit than not.
Yeah, I think this goes back to what Tyrone talked a lot about in Dresden, using his umpire's cap, saying it doesn't have to hit middle.
Yeah.
You know?
That's a pet peeve of mine, and Tyrone and I think the same way on that. People think if it's not hitting the middle, then you've got to give it not out. Well, not really. If you think it's hitting the stumps, it should be out. I got to say that I felt like that was probably hitting.
I've seen him give him.
But what I would say is this, is there's a few indicators that you use when you're umpiring. And on that occasion, you could see off stump and even a fair bit of middle. So it has you thinking, well, hold on, that's hit him in line with leg. And so is it going to go across to miss leg stump? But my feeling was it did actually just move a little bit, straighten down the line. And that's why probably I think it was going to hit stumps. But I can understand where the umpire's coming from. They're 33 for 4 at the halfway point. Yeah,
I think the best way to summarise that is the umpires is in the right position. And it probably is the best person to see it and give it as they believe it is. So the not out is the decision. Umpire's call really for me, but I would have been happy with that either way. I think if it was given, I could see the reason for it. And here's a man that's coming on the bowl here now that we certainly do like the look of Prabha. He's not bowling right at the top of the order. So he's not opening up with Vignesh like he did in the last match.
Yeah, here we go. Over number 6. Yeah, it's a pretty good slow ball first up.
Ouch, ouch. I think that's hit him, you know where.
Yeah, well.
That is hitting, and luckily it's a slower ball.
Well, luckily you can't get out-handle the balls anymore.
Ooh.
Because, after the ball gets away.
Ouch. That's going to hurt.
Yeah. And lucky it was a slower ball. That's all I can say.
It might be slower, but it's not slow when it hits there. That's still going to hurt.
And he's pretty quick just to adjust the furniture. The Cameron's all right. It still hurts. Yeah, so Akram Ashad in the chat saying he loves what we do in Spain. He would love to see us do something like that in Germany. There's probably a couple of issues why it's not that easy.
Oh, look at this.
Wow.
This has moved so much. Well, this is the, what's this? There's been a reverse here?
That's gone. It's done. It's done everything. And that's why that ball earlier, I think, was probably going to hit the leg stump. Because it actually does swing. Not as much as this one.
Wow.
That'll swing pretty hard as well. Wow. So, obviously, if you're talking about hosting Euro competitions, I suppose one of the issues, one of the reasons we use Spain is because it's at the fringes of the season and the weather obviously has to be friendly to us. He's just too quick for the batter. Cameron can't. He's already beaten the victim of a slower ball, and then he gets the quicker ball. So it's a clinic so far from Prabha, who hasn't been scored off in the first half of his over. But yeah, no, that's one thing that's possible in the future for sure. We're so happy when we can develop cricket everywhere. And actually, remember, it was Germany that kind of was the precursor to the European Cricket Network with German Cricket TV taking off in the mid-2010s, and it coincided with a big explosion in playing numbers and clubs across this country. There's the slower ball again. This time he knocks it into the leg side. So he will be off the mark at the 6th attempt, Cameron Khan. So yeah, obviously, our founder, Dan Weston, as well, played for Germany and lives in Germany. So obviously, he's very interested about developing cricket in Germany as well. And we're happy to see a lot of new teams playing ECS for the first time this year as well, right, Rico?
Yeah, absolutely. You know that we love that. And well, they make good starts as well.
Wow, this is a really, really good shot. He's picked this up, and this was swinging, but batter said, I don't care. And he smashes over the leg side. Waka goes whack. Well, might not be able to run, but if you hit him this well, you don't have to.
Oh, this is massive. This is brutal. He muscles this to the boundary and takes one bounce before it goes into those stinging nettles. And the fielder saying, I'm not getting in there. No way, I'm going to be scratching all night. We'll have another ball, please, and send somebody who's got the right protective equipment to go into those bushes to find that one.
Keep the random questions coming. I think one of them was, what do we like to do when we're not doing ECS? I know that you like to do a few things, don't you? You're a very good cook. You like to go to the gym.
Yeah.
True. Found a gym over the weekend, right?
Found a gym over the weekend.
That's where you got, well, you thought you were going to get mugged, but they were just actually cricket fans coming to get a photo.
That's quite running across the road. Didn't know what was going on there. But yeah, it was nice. It was lovely. And they were lovely boys and girls. Intron holds on to this. I think he thought about it, but thought there's nobody backing it up.
No, well, he gets the ball and he misses the stumps. I don't know if he misses on purpose. Look, probably think he was home anyway.
Okay. I thought he was trying to do the old lay on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think he was trying to reach him and just couldn't quite reach him anyway. It'll be a single to finish the over. Pretty good one from Prabha. Despite going for a Maximo, only goes for 8 in the over. It's 41 for 4 after 6. So, that was funny. That you thought you were in a dark alley. But they just wanted a photo. Was I asking how's my time off? It was very good. I did get to visit family and friends in Australia, which I used to do a lot more often. But obviously, over the last few years, I haven't been able to do it that often. So, yeah, they're going well. It's funny, mothers as well. You know, she started explaining to me how to use a blanket and stuff like that. You know, I'm 41 years old. She said, here's a blanket for you. And if you need another... I'll tell you in a second. This is going to be more runs. I think this is 6, and it will be Maximo. But don't get on the pads. You get whacked. That's exactly what happens. Waka, like I said, he's not there to run, but he is there to hit, and 6 more to Gelsenkirchen.
Kinasona, Shakal. Yeah, that's more like it. That's what we want to see. A few more.
So
Shaba.
My parents have a kind of granny flat, we call it, right, which is a add-on to the house, and often they'll stay there. And there's, okay, it's winter in Australia. Here's the blanket, and here's another blanket. If you get cold, just do this. And she said, I know how to use a blanket. You know how? Mothers will always be mothers. Yeah, just pull it up like this, and you'll be warmer. Oh, thanks. I couldn't find the instructions.
There you go.
There you go.
Just your mum looking up. That's what mums do. Come on, all
she
mums
also
do that.
She also knitted me a beanie.
Did she?
Yeah.
Did you bring her with
And
you?
now she's into technology. She wanted all these photos as soon as she picked me up from the airport.
Yeah.
with the beanie on.
Bit of in swing.
Hit pretty well, but this is also hit pretty well by the batter who goes bang. I tell you what, Waka, beware the injured batter. When he's just standing still and watching the ball, geez, he's hitting him well. Picks the gap and gets 4 more.
Yeah, all of a sudden I think he decided, all right, I'm not going to do much running. These guys are making me run. If I just stay here and keep hitting boundaries, maybe they'll leave me alone. Well, he's raced on to 20 of the 11 balls that he's faced and thought, well, he's the one who's been hammered.
He is at the moment. Good Yorker. Take care of this sideshow. Don't give him length to play with. Where he walks at him and doesn't quite get this off the middle. It's going to say might push for 2, but then I remembered he can't really run, so he'll be happy with 1. So over to Kamran Khan, who has had a few issues getting his innings going. He's 1 off 6 at the moment. Yeah, anyway. Mothers are mothers. And my folks, well, they haven't been able to take a trip to Europe for a while because of the travel restrictions. They're hoping to maybe do that at some point. But also, yeah, fuel prices. Yeah, flying's not as cheap as it was at the moment. Couple to go for Thorlakonda in this over. Oh, that's a good ball. Really good ball. And that's the length. I think they needed to bowl to Waka a little bit. I know that Cameron Khan's had a few issues getting moving, but there's not much you can do with this. It's right in that block hole.
Yeah, that's very well bowled. Clever bowling. And if you're bowling that length, it's very difficult for any batter to get an attacking shot on it. They'll be looking to do the same again if he can. And probably Khan thinking, hang on a minute, how come I'm getting all the juicy deliveries? Give me something to swing at.
Similar kind of length. You can't do much with it. Really good defensive finish to the over from Thor Laconda. He concedes 11 though in the 7th. The score is 53 for 4. And don't forget, coming up tomorrow, more cricket coming your way, and we'll get to see Lemgo back after their 2 victories on their opening day in ECS cricket. They're taking on the Bayer Boosters. So it'll be an interesting one for the hosts to negotiate, because Lemgo, they were up and about. They looked made for T10 cricket. And then Clone CC did not have a good day this morning. Really terrible first game, but a lot more competitive against the Black Caps in the second. They're taking on VFB Gelsenkirchen. Look, the way things are going is there's a potential outcome that both those teams won't have any points. And there'll be huge matches. So join us tomorrow for more cricket from Krefeld in Germany, starting at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Day 8 of 12 as we head towards the conclusion of this tournament. Here's Vasi Karan pulling over number 8. And he gets launched out of the ground. And don't bother running for this one either. This one is out of here. Manos arriba umpire porque eso es 6 carreras.
Well, this is right in the slot, and anything there you can see there's very little foot movement because he can't move his feet, he can't move his legs. They're cramping up all over the place, but he's swinging and hitting hard. Another one that comes out the middle.
Yeah, this is intelligent this time as well. Doesn't quite get away from the fielder, but does get one. So again, he wants to be there for the long haul, I think, Waka, despite being injured. That shows me he's thinking about his batting. He just gets the ball, turns it. Happy to take the one. Yeah, so I like that Akram Ashad is very enthusiastic about cricketing Krefeld. He's saying, why don't we do 2 tournaments here? Maybe one in April, June, and another later in the year. And we would love to be able to do that. I suppose what you have to realise is that we're trying to also get to as many locations as possible, weather permitting and things like that. So this is the issue. But we're happy to get to as many places as we can. And hopefully it sparks cricket in the region so that when we're not around, there's even more interest in the local competition. Well, that one's gone. This one's launched out of the ground. Wow, that one is not getting found. Send out the search party. It'll be to no avail. And Waka, this has to be one of the biggest 6 of the tournament.
Well, this is an awesome hit. Zabardasti, and I love the way he holds the pose and says, Shakata Mardita Ikadan Fodoa wicket. Oh, what a hit that is. Oh, wow. He is clubbing it big at the moment.
You never would have thought he'd come out and smack 30 on 15 balls the way he was looking. He's looking like he needed sticky tape to hold his legs together. But he's come out there, and since he stood still and just played it with his eyes, he's been great. Vasi Karan's copped it. And well, now Waka cops this one. He's faking a quick single, but I don't think he's fooling anybody.
He's not going anywhere. Just stay where you are. Isn't it interesting? As soon as he hits a big one, then he thinks he can walk down the wicket and do it again. And he misses out. He just needs to stand still. Stand still and hit it hard.
Vasi Karan hasn't hit the block hole today. Doesn't again. Gives him length. This is in the air. It's going to test the fielder, but he will take the catch. So the Waka show is over. Vasi Karan gets the last laugh. Does finish with 2 wickets for 18. So not the worst performance from Vasi, but unfortunately for Waka, the show is over. 34 off 17. And so at the end of the 8th over, the score is 66 for 5.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Once again, he wants to walk into it. And the only issue with this is that what he does by getting there is find that the ball comes to him quicker than if he waits for it. And he's just, you see, if he waits for that and plays the same shot, he's getting a little bit more momentum in it, and the ball goes further like the one did before. It goes into those bushes. So really, I think, as we both said in tandem, stay there, wait for it, and then hit it.
Yeah.
He got a bit impatient, got a bit excited maybe. He goes for 34 of 17. And just like that, after they just started to look like they were going to get close to that score that they struggled to get to the 100, it goes quiet again, 66 for 5.
On track for something similar. It was Thor Laconda that took the catch out at deep mid-wicket, and he judged it perfectly. Looks to me like we're going to get Mahintha Mahendran, the captain, Mr. T, as I like to call him. He's going to bowl over number 9. Again, takes the pace off here. I'll just get one. So yeah, 10 and 10 gets them to 86, which from memory is exactly what they scored last time. It wasn't enough, but still you're asking questions of the batting team, batting second if you do get in the 80s. I mentioned that both these two teams have had their issues putting big scores on the board in ECS cricket. Goes straight, but hasn't quite got it. And it is into the gap, so it won't be a chance for a catch. And in the end, they will take one, but there was some Interesting running there. This is Surya Subramanian. He gets off the mark. Let's have a look what happens here. It didn't look well, you thought that was going for 6 or something. It took a long time to get going. Yeah, the batter walks and Yorks himself. Cameron Khan feels frustrated. You see the scoreline, 3 off 11. You can see why he's frustrated. But he just created that York that time by coming at Mahendran. He's in again. And foot's always down there, so it will be a dot ball. Quick work from the keeper though. Foot never moves.
Yeah, good work from Indran. Just showing that he's pretty nifty and pretty quick behind the stumps. The umpire takes his time to put the stumps together. Well done to all the men in black here today. Arun and Nicole are out there. We also have seen Ayush Sharma as well, being absolutely brilliant. Being well supported and well led by the tournament referee. And, well, our good friend, Sir Rob Kemin.
Yeah, doing a great job. A lot of action all the time here in Germany. But yeah, it gives us an opportunity to say hello to everyone. Maybe if you've got a few people tuning in for the first time today, we always do. I have seen the subscriber count going up and up and up. It's already up to over 305,000. So yeah, it's good to see that kind of growth. Don't forget to tell your family, tell your friends. We put the challenge out there, didn't we? Go to a public place and get them to stream the ECN and take a photo.
We did. Short, hit hard, trying to get it past the 2 fielders, but he can't. What a good catch that is. And he's coming in, and that's Thor. Thorley Konda takes another.
2 good catches in the over from Thor. And, well, Cameron Khan, someone needs to get him there. Extra spongy stress balls quick because he is frustrated. He finally hits one pretty close to the middle of the bat, but he gets it flat. And although he hits it hard, he can't clear the rope. So he's going to go for 3 off 13.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that's even worse than if you get out first ball, to be honest. He'll know that. But, you know, unfortunately, he just has a lot of trouble getting moving. And so with the ball to go in the 9th over at 68 for 6. And I've got to say, I like Mahendran with the ball. I think he should bowl more. I think he just breaks up the pace. And even he will vary his pace as well. And yeah, he's come to the party with a couple of wickets here in the 9th over.
Yeah, and, well, he's getting the applause from Thor, but he's the man who needs the applause. 2 good catches from him. There he is there. He says, no worries. I just do it all in my stride. New batter takes a while
so this over, I should say, there's just been 1 wicket this over, but there was a wicket off the last ball last over. But Mahendran's gone 1-1 ... wicket. So how good is that? Well, 66 with 2 overs to go, and we're talking about them getting 86, say 10 and 10. But right now, they might struggle to get 80 here.
Well, Arif Jamal just sorting himself out, getting ready to take guard. Again, a big unit. You get the feeling that if he swings hard and connects, the ball will stay hit.
I'll throw a random one at you after
on,
this ball then.
All right, after
Ideas
this ball, I'm ready.
How we can speed things up a little bit. But it'll be controversial. Here's Mahendran, last ball of his over. Drag leg side. There's a lot to do for the fielder.
Oh, I love.
Well,
where's this?
I think this has gone for 4.
He's sitting on it, is he?
Well, we might have to get the jaws alight to pull that one out. I think what happens is he ends up sitting on the rope and the ball's touching him. That's why he stops. We won't get a great view at this. But it was a pretty good effort from Thor. You see here, but he's still touching it. And I think, even though we can't see it, is that foot's across the rope. So that's why the fielder.
I'm liking that though from the fielder. Straight away signals. And, you know, that's good. Help the umpires out.
Was he signalling for or for someone to come and retrieve the ball because he didn't want to?
I'm not going in there. He says, right, what are you talking about?
Well, why do we? I wouldn't allow batters to take guard anymore. I'd put 3 chalk lines on the crease and tell them to get on with it.
You know, I was talking about that with Tyrone.
It's not as important in
Dresden.
This form of the game.
Well, on these pitches, why don't we have those lines on there?
Yeah.
I think it would help the umpires as well.
Yeah, I mean, just around the crease probably, I would say. Because you're not as finicky with millimetres of guard as you are in longer forms of the game or non-limited overs cricket or even 50-over cricket. I think as long as you know roughly where they are, just get out there and bat. Tell us what you think. I think I'd speed things up a bit as long as you get the lines in the right spot. Anyway, here's Prabha. He's going to finish things off. Starts with the dot. So what a comeback this has been. Well, they did get that boundary last ball, the last over. Only 6 came off the 9th from Mahendran, who bowled really well. He won't get a chance to bowl the 2nd, of course, because he bowled the 9th as his only over in this innings.
Yeah, Prabha. They used them just slightly later in the in the innings this time. He came on and bowled his first and the 6th, and now finishing things off here. It's the man that whose action we really like. He just flows. He's got good rhythm.
Well, hits him hard and hits him long and strong. Maximo! Subramanian takes some pace and puts some pace back on the ball. This is a really good shot. Again, he stays pretty still, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he knew from the moment that hit the bat, that was gone. Sates Carreras.
Yeah, well, there's pace on the ball. And Subramanian is saying, well, I'm not going to come charging down to you because that's just going to make it even harder. But if I wait, well, look, he's showing his laddus now. Well, look, he's rolled his sleeves up. Oh, we're in trouble. Oh, look at him. He's ready.
We might have to pixelate that. There's a lot of arm he was showing there.
Oh, well.
Subramanian.
Well, Prabha, he gets frightened. He said, hang on a minute, put those arms away.
I love it.
You weren't showing them to me before.
That his arms were too big to fit in his shirt after that one shot.
Look at
Talk about puffing your chest out. What about puffing your arms out?
Certainly. Look at him here. Oh, man, he's going to break the bat.
Clever bowling. Really clever. And, yeah, I don't...
He's in trouble here. He's in trouble.
Well, he'd be gone. I was going to say, I don't think it was a smart throw because he wasn't saving a run by running out Jamal, who was kind of harmless at the other end. But it will be gone. But I think it was really clever. You could see Subramanian, a bit like the Incredible Hulk, was ready to kind of rip his shirt off. And by taking the pace off the ball, it just completely threw his timing. But, yeah, normally I'd say run there. Yeah, this is gone.
Yeah,
but I can kind of get why they didn't run because I think they feel, well, definitely Subramanian feels like he's value at the striker's end.
Yeah, but Jamal Lee hit his first ball for 4.
Yeah, that's true.
So
have a good strike rate.
Yeah, but you know the interesting thing, about the batter there, who's running up his sleeves, is you would think he got bounced and he said, right, you're going to bounce me, I'm going to have you. He's the one who hit the ball for a big 6. So I don't know why he's getting so worked up.
Maybe that is a good run out because I said you might concede an overthrow, but I don't think they were ever going to take the one because that's pretty much what Subramanian's telling you by not running the bye in the first place. So I was going to say maybe there's no point throwing that because you're not saving a run in that sense because he's retreating to his original end. But yeah, fair enough. Take the stat. Paki Prabha, I just like the way he goes about his business.
Yeah.
I was a fan of him last year and he's doing the job again. 3 to come. And, well, this is another one. Begrudgingly, Subramanian will take the bye this time. This goes upstairs. And he's not able to deal with it. Neither's the keeper, though. How high is this? Again, that bat could break in half at any moment. That's probably fair enough if you're standing at the crease.
Yeah, it's certainly the one for the over, but I don't think it's quite over the head height.
It's borderline for height, but I think probably the bottom of the ball is probably grazing the top hair on his head. So it's the captain, Palaniappan. Well, when the captain says run, you run. And he's got 2 balls to play with here. And he can't really do anything with that at all. Fantastic death bowling from Prabha.
That's a great Yorker delivery, isn't it? Really good. And Rubesh Palaniappan, just all he can do is dig that one out. Can't even work it anywhere.
Got a great question here from Arkam, who's asking, what do we think about cricket in Germany and the improvement? How does it compare with other nations? Well, you see exactly how it compares at the ECC, but I think it'll compare pretty well. Other thing is, I was talking about, I think a lot of these teams have improved since last year. Quick word on that. Last ball, I think this is missing off. So they might as well go for a second here. They shouldn't get away with it. But the keeper, well, we won't have to do anything because that's a direct hit. It'll run out the captain. Palaniappan will go. Not sure if that's a leg by or a run, but regardless, they're going to finish 80 for 8. So another chase in the grade 80s, Rico. Boosters going to have to bat well. They'll need 81 for victory. And haven't we seen some great direct hits today? The keeper just was forced to take cover because there was a stump explosion on the cards. And so, yeah, after 10 overs, the score will be an even 80 for VfB Gelsenkirchen.
Yeah, it's certainly been a day for the bowlers. The bowlers have been on top. The fielders have been good. They've been taking some very, very good good catches. And I think that's Rubesh there. But Anapani saying, hey, come on, you're giving me that one, haven't you? Surely you're giving me the run. Well, I don't think they have. I'll wait to see what it comes up. We're not sure if that's given leg bars or not. Well, he wants it. He's still contesting it as we have a look at these highlights. They went for 2 different openers. It didn't really pay off. This was the caught behind, and it was that man again, the slinger, Vignesh, who gets the wicket.
Well, good news for Palaniappan. It was given 1 run and run out, so he won't be out for a duck. But yeah, what I will say is, things again looked promising, didn't they? But they were just bogged down in a couple of key moments. Certainly attacking shots looked pretty good, but it's few and far between. Still can't believe that Aratharan drops that. Don't think he could believe it either, but he would get another opportunity. This one was way harder that you're about to see. It was was firstly the captain Mahendran who held that catch. And although we saw bursts, didn't we, from Gelsenkirchen, it was a very good caught and bowled. Aratharan made up for his earlier error, and he took that one nicely. And look, they just seemed to be able to come up with the answers when they had to, and that's the reason why they're only chasing 81 and not a lot more.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think that once again the power play didn't quite happen. It was 21 for 2 in the first 5 overs, just 33 put on the board. So though there was a slight improvement in the second, I think the bowlers, even though there was 1 or 2 that went out the ground, they were always able to come back. I think the main innings there from Sahid Waka, I mean, he couldn't run. He was in a bit of discomfort, but when he hit it, it stayed hit.
Yeah, the Waka innings was ridiculous, really, because it felt like he couldn't even walk without a cane. But he just came and he smacked the ball all over the place. This one that did turn out to be 4, as Thor was sitting on the wires. And then we saw late sacrifice of Jamal late in the piece. So a nice bit of fielding from the boundary to stop it at 80, the 81st run. Just falling a bit short, and he was just checking there to make sure that they gave the run so he wasn't out for a duck. So that's very smart cricket from Palani Uppan. But in the end, look, normally I'd say 80. You're not winning too many matches with that, but we know that these two teams have a history of kind of low-scoring contests, and the boosters, this is no foregone conclusion at all. I would say they bowled reasonably well, only 1 wide, 1 by in the innings, so not giving away too many extras. I think that's the reason they don't get in that kind of 90 plus. You can see most of the work done by Waka, 34 of 17, despite barely being able to stand up. Apart from that 12 for Sahasranaman, and Dali with 10. The other players cracked double figures.
Yeah, I mean, they just weren't able. Nobody was able to give Sahid Waka any support there. They just needed somebody. It goes back to what I've been saying with both these two teams. The top 3 or 4, as we know, are so important. If 2 of them can go and get a 30-plus score, then they will get to that 105, 110 score, which will help them win games. But once again, one batter doing it alone is not enough. The bowling figures, well, respectable, I think. I think Vignesh again bowled really well, the slinger right at the beginning, and certainly like Vasakaran's bowling as well, 2 for 18. And then right at the end, I think I like the way that they used Prabhat. Didn't use him too early, used him there towards the depth. He's got a very good full Yorker, which batters find very difficult to get away.
The only thing I'd say is I'd like to see Mahendran get an over somewhere in the middle. So if he bowls well enough, you always got the option to bring him back. But they kind of spoiled for a little bit. I don't think anyone bowled particularly badly. So Gelsenkirchen only putting 80 on the board. Will it be enough? Will they be able to get their first points? Or will it be the boosters sweeping the afternoon series here on a Monday? Find out shortly. We'll be back in a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full, and the exciting conclusion to day 7 just around the corner. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Welcome back, cricket lovers. And the umpire Arun and Nikal have led their players out there. Well, Glenn have once again just managed to get to a score in the 80s. It's a little bit less than the game before. It's 86 it was the last time round. This time it's 6 less, 80 on the board. So Bio Boosters will fancy themselves to knock this off. It's going to be Sashikant Indran, the wicketkeeper batter, the left-hander. He's going to be taking strike of the first ball. And, well, they've gone for Arithran Vasikaran. Remember this man, he's the man who made history when he hit those 6 sixes in that match against the Cologne Challengers last year. Sparking amazing scenes. Match number 17 it was in 2021. And they were 24 for 3 when he came in after 4. They were slightly behind where they want to be. And then all of a sudden we went 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Yeah, 6 sixes. And it was a man that, well, after that match said, I'm not playing anymore. I'm just going to umpire Ayush Sharma. And he's here today as well. He's not out there on the field of play. Well, let's see if he can do any of that here today. That's a nice start from the El Capitan. Just got to make things happen for his team. Rubis, plenty happen. Gets the first one to go past the outside edge of Indran. Edge and chases on. But well, there's another injured person who's hobbling, trying to stick a foot out to it, but fortunately for him, he gets support. The man who comes round from the point area to tidy things up. Indran gets a single. Then he hands over the strike to Ritharan Vasikaran, the man we were talking about, hit those 6 sixes. And looks quite marvellous. See, although his wife that's at the ground, and, Nisha was talking about it to me the other day. She said, I couldn't believe it, she said. See this delivery. Firmly struck, but straight to the fielder. No run. 2008 doesn't make any mistakes this time. Good year, they say that was. Yeah, she was saying, I couldn't believe it. I was getting phone calls from all sorts of people saying, look at YouTube, look at YouTube, look what he's done. And she said, ever since then, I've been coming to the game and he's never done it again. Well, that's the way it goes, I'm afraid. And this one, he's trying to sneak this in. It's not going to be, it gets called wide. But, of course, it's just one of those things. I mean, when it happens, it's absolutely magical. But I'm pretty sure that he's going to play a big part in this series as well. He's too good a player not to. Lonnie Nippon. Oh, this has been hit pretty well, but is he going to find the field? There's crocodile hands. Oh, and the Crocs let him down this time. That's a catch you need to be taken. Vesikaran could have gone on a duck, and it's not to be. Well, the duck was there for the taking, but the crocodile, he didn't fancy duck today. He fancied something else. Down it goes. Look, crocodile hands. It goes down. Ulrika Fool here of the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Krefeld. And alongside me is Vinny Sandu. Vinny, you've got to take those.
What a moment. And firstly, let's have a look at this, because this isn't going to be caught. This is going to be 6 and Indran, who did hit 4 big Maximos the other day in their first match. He just leans back on this and escorts it out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs. And finally, we have something positive for the batters. I was going to say, though, Vasikaran would have made a pair. Maybe he went first ball earlier today, and he would have been out second ball. And I'm really interested to see him opening. I know that's something he just doesn't seem to like batting up the order.
Yeah, I remember you saying this to me. You reckon he's quite a nervous batter, right?
Look, I'm not going to judge, but I'll wait for this first. But this is a catching opportunity. No, it's not. He's going to have to go a long way to get this. He came up, and it's going to be 4. Well,
oh no! There's a tussle here. What's happened here? They knock each other over.
Well, this reminds me of the sales on Boxing Day in Australia where they open the gates. And I don't know, yeah, this might be a good shot. But, yeah, I'm glad the camera just loses it at this exact moment because I don't know what happened next. It doesn't look pretty. Karan Khan steps over Jamal.
Well, you know what that is? Jamal put the catch down, and you can see in his mind he's determined to make amends, and he said, I don't care, I'm going to stop this either way if I can. He can't stop it, he goes flying, and he normally, I think he knocks Cameron Khan over in the process.
13 off the last over. Another number, 66, clickety-click. Well, that road will take you one side of America to the other, but 66 matches without a golden ball. I've got to feel like I'll break my drought here. I've got 8 weeks in a row, right?
Yeah.
And it includes the weekend games as well. But of course, I guess when there's 3 of us in carts, mate, I might not be on that game.
You
So
may not
it might
be
be
on,
a game I'm
no,
off.
look,
Right?
I do believe. Look, when you think of the way that today's gone and the scores, we're going to get one. Don't worry. We had 2 in Dresden. We will get at least 1 or 2 here in Krefeld as well. So you're okay. You're okay.
Here is Oase bowling over number 2. Now let me go back to Vasikaran because he's facing up now. You said the word nervous. I'm not really using that word, but let's just say he's uncomfortable batting high sometimes. Seems to like to bat the second half of the innings. But I just think compared to the other batters around him, he needs to be facing more balls. So I think that rather than batting him at 3, opening might be better because he knows what he has to do. And really, you normally only ever uncomfortable with the first ball or 2, right? This is in the air. Well, he should have been gone again. He's been dropped twice in 4 balls. This one was low, but really should have been taken. And another catch goes down. Another life for Vasikaran.
Yeah, I mean, this one is slightly harder, you have to say. And that's Krishnan Sasaramanian diving forward. But look, he gets there and it ends up almost taking it ice cream cone. But when he hits the ground, the ball pops up.
Indran will face now left-handed. So let me extend my point there. So, okay, different players get different forms of nervous when they bat. I mean, everyone's a little bit nervous probably because it doesn't go well, right? Well, this is another one off a length, and this is going to be swacked into the bushes as well. Maximo! 6 more, and yeah, you don't want to give Indran length, especially at this pace. He'll turn on it and turn it quickly. Another 6 runs to the boosters.
Well, that's a pattern, isn't it? Vasikaran gets dropped, gets a single. Indran goes on strike, smashes it for 6.
So let me just try and tie this up. As someone that I didn't particularly enjoy batting high as well. But, okay, if you are opening, okay, you're going to have those same kind of nerves. And I've known international players that will throw up every time before they bat, you know. But at least you know it's a short period where you're nervous. You can go out there and start batting. When you're 3, batting number 3, then you often have the first couple of overs that extends that period in the break where you're already feeling quite nervous. And then you extend it by 2 or 3 overs. And so I just think if he's going to bat high, you might as well just get him out there straight away. Having said that, he has created 2 chances in the 4 balls that he's faced. Indran's made up for it though. This is a better ball though from Oase.
Yeah, it's better. He's learnt quickly where he should and should not be bowling to Indran. Thing is, can he keep it up there? And what will Indran do? Will he try and take a step outside the off and still try and club this over cow corner?
Yep. Well, something close to that, sideways. Pretty good placement actually, because the square leg was in, the mid wicket was out, but it goes straight over the square leg's head in the circle. So again, I think this angle's working for the batter because it's coming into that power zone, and yet another power play boundary for the boosters. At the end of 2, they're up and away, 24 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good start, but once again you see outside the off stump, and that shot's not on. When it's on the stumps, wicket to wicket, because of the length, he's very quick to go back and run, and he fires this one away. This is what the table looks like at the moment. The Black Caps, they're flying high, 100% record from them. Let them go. Well, we're going to see them here tomorrow, but to boosters, they're looking to make it 2-2 as well here.
Yeah, they would love to. Quite halfway through these games just yet, but the table's starting to take shape. Here's Palaniappan, who's going to bowl over number 3. First one went for 13. Last over of the power play. Vasikaran won't be able to deal with this. Yeah, so nerves are a funny thing, and it's not just a cricket thing. I think most sports people will tell you that you're normally more nervous when you can't do anything about it. So you might be nervous to bat, but once you get out there after a couple of balls, you kind of kick in, the adrenaline kicks in, you don't really have that nervous energy anymore.
This is going to be easy, isn't it? Nobody wants to go after it, but he's going to have to. And there he goes, reluctantly, Saeed Waka. And he says, I'm here so I don't have to do any running, boys.
Yeah, Waka, that was the slowest trot after a ball ever. If they'd have pulled up for the rope, they might have run for. But as it is, it's going to be a first boundary for Vasikaran. That'll always settle your nerves a little bit to get a boundary away as well. So yeah, not just cricket, but even football and sports like this. Players will be a bit nervous before a game, but once you get out there, your conditioning kicks in, and those thoughts normally fade into the background. Shot. And this is another one that just kind of angles into the power zone of Vase. And Maximo, guess who is back? He's a guy that hit 6 sixes in an over last year. Oh, Aya Sharma gets a very good view of this as well, I'm sure, as this one sails over the ropes.
It's not a bad shot, is it? I mean, bearing in mind that the ball's it's pretty full. I mean, Rubesh is going to think that wasn't a bad ball, but he plays it really well.
Well, both the batters have had plenty of balls drifting into their pads,
Yeah.
and they've dealt with them pretty easily.
Yeah. I think also, Wesley Curran now must be thinking, I've been dropped on 0, dropped on 1. You know what? I'm just going to, the pressure's off now, because really, I shouldn't really be here. Just going to play me shots, and well, he's going to be given out here. I'm quite surprised about this one. I thought he was a fair way away from it.
Well, just going again on the body language, you'd say that he looked genuinely surprised that this gets given out. Wesley Curran, whose luck runs out after going 4 and 6, pick up sticks, but unfortunately, he's got to walk. And Palani up and gets the last laugh. So the first wicket falls, 35 for 1. Yeah. I would say we're not really in a position to judge, but yeah, you'd feel it was only a half-hearted appeal really from the bowler, who looked about as surprised as Wesley Curran did. Now, who gave that out? I didn't see. Was that Ayush Sharma that gave that Wesley Curran?
He's not out there.
Okay.
He's not out there,
Cool.
so we're all right.
So I was just saying, that's if I hit a guy for 6 sixes and then I saw him down the end umpiring at me, I'd be a bit nervous.
Yeah, I don't see anything there, and I also do think if he does touch anything on this, we would have seen some deviation of the ball going downwards.
Just seemed,
But
it's hard because the bat's moving so fast, but it seemed like there's a bit of daylight between bat and ball there. Who are we to judge though? We're a long way from the action. Here's Raja batting I should say, in the number 3 position. He deals with this one. Raja Kulasingham Dinesh. But still, this is such a good start. I mean, they're almost halfway there already.
Yeah.
And we're not even out of the power play yet.
interesting shot that from Dinesh. It's almost like he said, I'm not playing this shot because I want to get off the mark first, but it certainly was short. You thought he was going to get the full swing onto it. And this time he does get the full swing onto it. Well, he didn't want to do it first ball, but he does with the second. Gets himself into position, gets that knee down, and just pegs this away. Lovely shot.
Again, see, the movement's good. And this is why I was a bit surprised this morning the way the batters tried to deal with some of these in-swing bowlers. We saw them really struggling. But I think this is a better plan. If you watch it really closely, then there's normally gaps on the leg side.
Yeah.
So you don't have to try and smack it hard. Just go with the movement. Don't fight the movement. We saw a lot of batters trying to kind of hit inside out to cover, and that's not an easy shot. So last ball of the power play coming up. It's been a fruitful one for the boosters. Oh, and again, see that movement trying to go inside out. And that does come in prodigiously, but it will be the end of the power play. Only up and a little bit expensive this time. Goes for 28, but does pick up a wicket. The score at the end of 3 is 39 for 1.
Yeah, they're moving along pretty nicely. Once again, it's just, for me, it's the length that the bowlers have been bowling. They're getting movement, but when you're bowling so short, you're giving the batter the upper hand to get into position early to play the ball away. If you pitch that ball up, then I think that swing comes into play just a little bit later. It causes a few issues. And I also think the bowlers have just been a little bit guilty of trying to attack the stumps rather than trying to get the ball outside the off stump and then move into the batter. So just change the line slightly. They still win this. They need a couple of wickets, of course. We know that Dinesh is probably going to be out to try and get some big runs on the board. Indran, we know how he bats. He's on strike here now. He'll be eyeing up that cow corner once more. They've got 2 men back here. So, well, they've got the trap set. He's certainly going to go for his shots here. It's going to be Naresh Pavaluru, who bowled very well in the first match. Picked up a couple of wickets. Can he do it again?
Yeah, and they need something to turn. They've got 1 wicket, and a pretty handy one, but they want to see the back of Indran, who's 21 off 8. Start of the 4th over. And yeah, it's intelligent batting as well. I think you can also afford to keep a good one out. And that's what Indran does there. Because I think most of the time today, maybe with the exception of the first innings of the day, bowlers have typically bowled 1 or 2 bad balls and over. And if you can just pick those off and don't do anything crazy on the others, you're going to set yourself up for a double-digit over. Already, we've had 13, 11 and 15 off the first 3 overs. Sneaks down leg side, will be called a wide.
Disappointed Pavaluru there. As soon as he bowls it, you can see he turns away and says, what can I do here? Interesting that Indra doesn't go after that.
Yeah, he kind of tries to get a touch on it, but he knows, okay, gets his body out the way of it, gets his body inside it, so he's not going to get in the way. He's happy to get a little touch and get it for 4 to the vacant fine leg region, or take the wide. Now, he drives down the ground, and this is a really good shot. Well, that is straight as the day is long. Very good cricket shot from Indra. Now, we see him hitting leg side a lot, but this is just a proper cricket shot straight down the ground, playing the percentages. That one screams into the boundary.
Straight drive, and well, they don't look any better than that. It's probably as close to being shot of the day. Classy, elegant, the timing is beautiful, and placement is top draw. Nothing's going to stop that.
Very good. Because even though he charges, but it was kind of a graceful charge, he wasn't rushing, and his head was actually pretty still when he hits the ball. Race to a quarter century off just 10 balls. Oh, this one probably not as graceful or elegant, but does get some bat on it. Gets one over to Tanesh. But Ian Johns looks like he's multi-screening. Of course, he can do that with the multitude of cricket on. I think the first day I had off, there was simultaneous cricket in Dresden and also Portugal on ECN. But always interested to watch all sorts of cricket, of course. Keep up with what's happening around the world. I still think there's nothing quite like the European Cricket Series. Babaluru. Yeah, well bowled. Again, Tanesh happy to play it back and respect the good delivery.
Yeah, we've seen that for one or two of the batters from the boosters. They know which ones to go for, which ones to not. They're able to read the situation pretty well. Look, they can do this in singles, can't they? So there's no need to throw your wicket away to a good ball. You can respect the good one and go after the bad ones, because unfortunately there's plenty of bad ones that have been bowled.
Yeah, it's not a great ball, but probably not great wicket keeping either. Has to do with it on the second bounce. Was there a little touch on this? There was. So a little bottom edge. It's not too far away from the helmet, actually. Yeah, you see that. I suppose it's an awkward one. And the keeper, you always have to kind of turn your head to protect yourself. But, yeah, just doesn't get behind it in the end, and that'll be 4.
Goes with the hands, doesn't he? Doesn't get that step across, and if you don't get the step across, you get nothing behind it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's probably where he went wrong. Where maybe, because I suppose he's lining up to be behind the ball, because it takes a fairly thick inside edge. It ends up kind of more to the keeper's left than he thought. And that's why he misses it. Well under a runner ball required now. Last ball of the over. Shorter. This should just be a single, and it will be. So Rajat Tanesh will keep the strike. He'll be on 9. And at the end of 4 overs, the 50 is up for the boosters. It is 50 for 1. And once again, great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo Rucco full with me. Had a lot of questions about what we think the state of cricket is in Germany. And look, I would say I'm happy to see the amount of teams growing constantly. It was quite exponential growth a few years ago, coinciding with the advent of German Cricket TV and also ECN. But also I think the teams we are seeing now are getting better. I think they're playing more cricket, they're playing more formats of cricket, and I certainly see improvements in the teams that I saw last year, of course watching Group A from afar, but also being here for the Group B action.
I think the other big thing is that players are coming forward. You know what I mean? Players are seeing cricket being played, so they're coming out and they want to play. And what that means is that in time, because some of them won't qualify straight away, but in time, it strengthens your national team, because all of a sudden the availability, the pool of players, if you like, that are available to you is massive. And that's one thing I think that a lot of federations are being boosted with at the moment. All of a sudden, there's a lot of newer, younger, talented players.
You need to have that
that
internal competition, and it's even the education of the players knowing what they have to do to qualify.
Yeah, and also the other thing to touch on here is,
look at this. Is this a wide or not? I'm going to say it should be a wide.
Okay, let's have a look. This is a wide, because the movement has come after the ball has been released.
Yeah, I agree. This one will be a wide. But yeah, this is why I call it having a good eye. It's a bit of a baseball term, but it's recognizing a ball that's not in the zone and leaving it alone. I know some people will say, well, you know, he's got it within his reach, so he should go. But I still think it's the onus is on the bowler to ball in the correct zone. That's a better ball from Sahas Ranaman.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to say is Ranaman is continuing to bowl here, just floating up there. This one's a bit straighter. Nicely hit down the ground. Should be fielded, and it has been. It's, you know, we're talking about the men's game, of course.
Yeah.
But the development and growth in junior and particularly women's cricket is massive.
100%.
You know, and
100%.
And that really makes a huge difference. So, you know, cricket is definitely in the cards. Cricket is growing big, and I think these partnerships between various federations across Europe and, of course, here the DCB and the European Cricket Network is really thriving to grow cricket and support it in its development. It's a massively important time for European cricket.
So a couple of points. One thing is, you know, the cricket that's televised, it's putting people under next level pressure as well than they'd probably get otherwise. with playing in front of an audience, a global TV audience of millions every day.
Yeah.
But then also, yeah, speaking of national representation, which you touched on, it's just even the education to know. For example, I think there's only a certain amount of time you can spend outside the country 3 years in a row if you are going to qualify. So some people go visit family and stay too long. But if they knew, this one gets through everybody. I think, let's have a look. Is we the buy maybe? I'm just watching from a long way away. It is a buy.
Yeah, bicycle. But look, the other thing to touch on is the fact that you came up with when myself and Tyrone were in Dresden.
Yeah.
About 52% of all cricket that was
Televised
watched
cricket.
last year was European cricket. I mean, that's amazing.
Crazy.
And that's going to get even bigger.
Crazy stat.
That's going to get bigger.
Yeah, thanks to the guys in the office for digging that out for us. Left-handed to deal with now for Zaz Runaman. It's worked for one. Yeah, so, going back to the national representation, if players are in the system and they know what they have to do, then they can still go and visit their family overseas. A lot of them do, but they just need to come back, a bit earlier. Or they just need to know what they have to do if they want to stay in national contention. And who doesn't want to play international cricket?
That's right.
And to do that, you either have to have citizenship or qualify on residency, which is a period of 3 years. And you are allowed to spend a little bit of time not living in the country in those years, but it's normally just a short trip to see families or a vacation, for example.
Absolutely.
Anyway, 55 for 1 after 5 right now. Unless we see something dramatic, doesn't look like 80 will be enough for VFB Gelsenkirchen. But yeah, you mentioned the juniors game and the women's game in particular. That's something I actually get asked that. It's one of the most common questions I get asked just walking around when people like to have a chat is how long before we'll have a regular women's cricket on ECN. Something we'd love to work towards. This is pretty straightish. They're going to run for it though. See this from straight on. And see if it was close. No, not really.
No,
pitching outside leg.
there.
So, yeah, I mean, looking forward, I mean, there's a few. The women's game's not quite where the men's game is quite yet in Europe and probably across the world. But we do see the gap kind of shrinking in coverage and funding and things like that. So, it'll take a little bit of time, but certainly something that we're working towards. Hit straight, hit pretty well. Bit of work for the boundary rider who's going to make a mess of it. And guess who? That's Pony Uppunt. He had a bit of an issue. Well, he's eating the grass at the moment, but his teammate says, get up here, you gave a good effort. Look, you don't mind this, I suppose, because he does everything right. He tries to get behind it, just gets done by the bounce slightly. That's better than just throwing a foot at it, but Pony Up and tell that to him. He's a chalk outline down there.
Give him a pillow out there. That's the second time that's happened to him.
It's been one of those days for Gelsenkirchen, really. Yeah, big swing and a miss. Yes, I mean, perhaps I can see, for example, ECC, to have a women's ECC. That could be the first cog in that way of doing things, that we could have women's ECC, because I suppose that at that level of the game, women's game's a bit more developed than at club level at the moment. It's just hit, and it's a bit of a one-hand job here. It's going to be a tough one to stop, and in fact, it won't be stopped. Well, the Gelsenkirchen field is spending a lot of time on terra firma at the moment as the boosters continue to boost their score, and with that, they're up 64.
Yeah, Thinesh saying, I only need one hand, and well, it was Cameron Khan who was trying to use his one hand to stop it, wasn't able to do so. So another boundary, another nice shot. Look, he's standing right across his stumps here. I mean, as a bowler, you've got to be thinking about getting this Yorker in now. He comes right. Oh, this is a beautiful pickup. What a shot this is. Balle, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. That is a classy shot, isn't he?
Yeah.
I said he's standing right across his stumps, but then what he does, he walks straight down.
He's daring him.
Yeah.
You would have fallen into his trap, because that's exactly what the batter wanted. Said, okay, see if you can trap me LBW, but then the batter makes it more difficult to get that LBW by moving out of his crease, and then again it goes with the angle.
So what do you do next? I'll tell you what you do next. You just get this. It's got to be full. Let him do it.
If you're going to go at the stumps, you've got to be full up.
But take the pace off. Don't give him the pace.
Last ball the over. He does go at the stumps.
No.
It's going to be 5 wides. And this is a classic one where the keeper is unsighted. That's why he doesn't move. I know it looks bad, but you need to put yourself somewhere. Look, the keeper there's no idea if the ball is going to come out one side or the other, because he just doesn't see it.
Yeah, and he's saying that there, you see.
But you do have to pick a side, right? Pick a side, and he doesn't pick either. That could have gone either way, and probably was going to be a 4 byes anyway. So it will be the end of the 6th over,
It can't be if it's a wide.
I believe. Oh, it's a wide as well. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, come on,
So,
Vinny. How long you been away?
Back on it.
Yeah, this nearly's gone magical. This one from Come On.
All right. 6 to win now.
Oh, no, it's
another
another
wide.
wide.
See,
So-
that one's actually easier, even though it's further away from him, because at least he can see it.
Yeah.
You can't catch what you can't see, unless it's a virus.
So this is gone. This has gone magical, and just like that, you can see they can finish it with one shot, one big hit. Game is done.
Well, I know that we fell a bit behind schedule, but we've had a couple of quick finishes, I was going to say, as well. Boosters look like they're going to go 2 for 2. This has hit to the outfield, but should just be one. Takes him to walking stick. 77 for 1 after 6. And yeah, the writing's on the wall for Gelsenkirchen.
How did it come back from this? So tomorrow they got. I mean, so you're going to have 2 teams. Here we go. So we've seen Clone CC didn't win today. They had the issues with the bat. Now you saw Gelsenkirchen again. Looks like they're not winning the
2
game.
teams without any points. I mean, you just got to say, well, look, we've had a tough time, but the other team hasn't got a win either.
Yeah.
They've both teams, all teams really have some talented players. But yeah, it's a skill to be able to put that out of your mind and just play the game in front of you, the over in front of you, and the ball in front of you. But I'm looking forward to seeing Lem go for the first time live.
They will excite.
Yeah,
They
see
will
Lem
excite.
go against the Boosters.
You will like their energy.
Yeah.
And they've got some good hitters out there. They do like the challenge, and I like the buzz about them as well. And we know they've got some players that they picked up from 1 or 2 other teams. So they've got that experience, even though they're making their debut. They have got that experience and knowledge from some of the players, and they really did contribute something. You know, they brought some fun and some action into the play on Saturday. So looking forward to welcoming them back.
All right, get the valet to pick up the car, because it might be time to bring it around. I don't think we're getting through this over. It's going to be Kamran Khan to bowl. Just 4 required for the Boosters. And, well, this may be it, may not. This will test the outfield. It's not going to quite make it. They'll get a couple. I think a bit of bat and a bit of pad in this. Just eyeballing it. It will be 2 runs, and that's half the runs they need. Anyway, I'm going to say it's been great to be back in the box with you today, Rico. Great job while I was away. Obviously, I'm always pleased to see the positive feedback on the commentary. I know people enjoyed Tyrone's thoughts as well as the Professor, Ujwal. Yeah, it's wonderful to be back paired with you. And we've got plenty of great cricket coming up over the next few weeks.
We've got so much action, as you've been talking about.
Yeah,
this should be it,
Yeah,
and it will be.
Yeah, and it might have gone all the way. It has Maximo. Game, set, match. Well, how about that from Rajagula Singham Tanesh, who finishes on 33 of 17. When the Boosters, we told you that they're a team that often struggle with the stick. We'll tell it to them today. They've got 2 successful chases in the 80s. This time they do it with plenty of time to spare. And look, I think Gelsenkirchen, they'll look back at those 2 games and say, look, when you win the toss and bat, I think this year you need to be putting more than 80s on the board. You need to be getting that 100 plus. They were just bogged down at some key points in their innings. And the Boosters, will credit to them. Speaking of teams that have been improving, I mean, last year they really relied on Vasekaran. They really relied on him, but all the other players are stepping up now, and they're 2 for 2 today, and that gets their week back on course. They level their record at 2 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, what I liked about the Boosters is when you look at the first match, the way they finished it, it was all down to a partnership. You look at this one, there was that partnership, 35, I think, for the first wicket, another partnership there. They're doing the right things, putting partnerships together. I mean, that was a big moment, wasn't it?
Well, Vasekaran, he got dropped twice in his first 4 balls, but I mean, it didn't really matter because of the way Indra was going about at the other end. That was the second drop. But yeah, I mean, we also saw a bit of friendly fire from Gelsenkirchen, but not particularly friendly from Indran, who whacked a few into that bush, and he just was feasting on that length. I think he liked that angle coming into him as well. Vasekaran looked like he was finally getting going, didn't he? And that was his first Maximo. He said, right, here we go. And then this one, I'm not quite sure it's in the same zip code as this one, but he did get a judge caught behind. Palaniappan was laughing on the other side of his face. But Tanesh would come, and along with Indran, I mean, they both batted pretty well, didn't they? And 80 just wasn't enough for Gelsenkirchen in the end, who slumped to an 0-4 record at the halfway point of their group campaign.
Yeah, and things weren't going right for the team or for the captain. A couple of times he ends up flat on his back, as well as we saw Kamran Khan there as well. They just, well, it wasn't through not trying. They tried hard, they tried to make things happen, but things like that, you still there, just not going their way here today.
Yeah, occasional bad balls, but I think when it comes down to it, I just think Gelsenkirchen, they didn't put enough runs on the board in both games, and they kind of chugged along to 80. but you felt that they were just kind of 10-20 short.
Yeah.
And so it would be. Vasa Curran turned out to be the only wicket of the innings. He'll be disappointed with his day with the bat, although at least he did get a couple away there, 4 and a 6, which perhaps gives him a bit of confidence going into tomorrow. I'd like to see them stick with him at the top of the order. Just give him 3-4 games. If it doesn't work, then fine. When you get to the finals, then maybe you change your tactics. But, credit to the guys out there that did the job in Indran and late on. It was Tanesh who was doing the damage. As far as the bowling went, well, Sahas Ranaman didn't bowl a bad over. He only went for 4. The wicket went to Paliniappa, but he was pretty expensive. Also got to say, I like the spin of Sahas Ranaman, even though he did kind of pull it a bit too far left on occasion. But I think a good leg spin, if you can get it right, I think you're going to have a good time on this pitch. It does take a bit of spin. So that was a pretty comprehensive finish from the boosters. You'll end up doing this one with 22 balls to spare. Gelsenkirchen, well, another day to forget for them, but they'll get another opportunity. And look, 2 big games against Cologne CC coming up for them tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they've got they've played 4 matches here now. Of course, they're playing Cologne CC, who lost both their games here today. But Gelsenkirchen, having played those 2 matches more, they really need to get those wins tomorrow. But one thing that I will say, that they've got to make their mind up, haven't they? I mean, you mentioned about orders. They've got to make up their mind about what the batting order is and stick to it. Not too much chopping and changing, because that doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, you need to find a balance. I think you need stability as well. You don't mind trying a few things, but if you're constantly just chopping and changing, you feel like you're not getting too much rhythm and you don't really know what your best combination is. If you can keep it a little bit the same, then at least players are used to coming in with different situations. Yeah. That's what I'm in different situations within the same position. So take Vasa Curran, okay, I'd love to see him opening, chasing a smaller target, chasing a bigger target, but at least knowing that's his role. And look, especially with other players playing better around him, I think that takes some pressure off him with the bat. So when he clicks, it's just going to be a bonus. A bit like Maragi for Roma CC in that Super Series a few weeks ago, that they relied on him a lot last year. This year they had other players firing, so when he did come good, they became even more dangerous. We want to say a big thank you to everyone for welcoming me back today after I had a few weeks off, but I've really enjoyed my first day in the German adventure. I know you've been doing a great job, and I guess we'll come back tomorrow. We'll do it all again.
We'll do it all again. It's been absolutely fantastic, and once again, our thanks go out to the Federation that have been brilliant looking after us. Hospitality has been absolutely fantastic, and of course, our production crew. Once again, another great day for Martins, Dennis and Andrew there as well, and the Blue crew doing a wonderful job. It's all about teamwork outside of the field of play, and it's all about the teamwork on the field of play. And once again, we've seen some good cricket, but tomorrow we're going to see some interesting content.
Yeah, we sure will. That's going to be a sudden death matchup in the afternoon, essentially, because both teams without a win. They really need a win, even though Cologne CC just started with the 2 games, but they don't want to go 0-4 either. And if Gelsenkirchen can't get a win tomorrow, well, suddenly they'll be 6 games in without a win, and their heads will be on the chopping block. But also looking forward to seeing Lem go again, like I said, for the first time. The Black Caps will get a day off tomorrow, but still lots of Group B action. Just a reminder that you can follow us on social media as well at European Cricket. Make sure you do. There's clips going up all the time. I know that I was keeping up to date with what was happening through the social media. Also, if you haven't already subscribed to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, we put out the challenge today, didn't we? If you can cast ECN to your local pub or restaurant or public place, take a photo, send it to me at Mr. Maximo, because we want to spread the word of ECN and get people watching, get to watch some live sport every day, and that is a fantastic thing to witness. Also, we're only 3 weeks away from ECC, so that's very exciting as we're starting to see the squads trickle in as well. So looking forward to doing it again tomorrow. Rico, thank you for making me feel so welcome.
Thank you, buddy. It's been great to have you back
in the cube. Don't forget, I gained a few wives and a few ex-wives in the chat as well today, so I might have to deal with that when I go home. But we're going to leave you with some of the best bits of the day from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. Hope you have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.